Chapter 1, Frog Cub brought back the Dragon Slayer crystal. London, England. In a luxuriously decorated room. Ron was sitting by the fireplace, holding an unopened letter in his hand. Beside, a snow-white owl was standing on the table tilting its head and combing its feathers. When I opened the letter, the whole article was written in beautiful and coherent English. Fortunately, Lorne lived in this 1980s London for 11 years, so it was easy to translate. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, First Class Sir Merlin Core, Grand Mage, Chief Mage of Wisingamore. Dear Mr. Geralt, we are pleased to inform you that you have been approved to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and we enclose a list of required books and supplies. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st, and we will be waiting for your owl to bring your reply by July 31st. Vice Principal, Female. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. This is only the first sheet of the envelope, and there is also a piece of paper, which is filled with all kinds of supplies needed for the beginning of school and books for learning magic. The letter is also printed with the school emblem of the magic school, snake, lion, badger, eagle. Seeing these familiar representatives, Ron immediately understood. 11 years ago, he traveled to London in the 1980s. Although he was an orphan, he had a rich legacy and he also had a house of his own in London. Originally, he thought he was simply reborn to London in 1980, but he did not expect to be reborn into the world of Harry Potter. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help falling into contemplation. He also has his own golden finger when he came to this world. A traveling frog wearing a lotus leaf cap. This is a game that has been popular for a while in the previous life. The player has a cute green frog who will travel from time to time, send photos and bring back special products. However, the frog cub owned by Ron did not travel in this world. Instead, travel to various worlds, and each time brings various things. Lorne's frog cub went on a trip 3 days ago. Today is the day when the frog cub comes back. What Ron didn't expect was that he would actually receive a notice from Hogwarts today. This is also a good surprise for him, at least he has figured out what kind of world is here. I don't know which world the frog cub went to this time. I hope I can bring back some good things. After giving the owl some food and handing it the written reply, the owl passed through the window and disappeared into the night. Now waiting for a reply from Hogwarts School. Ron lay on his back on the sofa and picked up some photos on the table. These photos were sent to him by the frog cub during the trip, and the date of return was marked on it, that is, today. The building in the photo is very peculiar. It is different from the current tall buildings. Even Lorne, who has lived 2 lives, has never seen it. One of the most attractive photos is a young man with flames on his fingers, who is laughing heartily. It seems that the world that the frog cub traveled to is very unusual. Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Ron's mouth. Boom! At this moment, a soft sound caught Ron's attention. Looking up, a green frog the size of a fist was lying on the table at this time. Behind it was a bulging package. Guck! With a frog croak, the frog cub undid the package behind him, revealing the golden crystal inside, and then slowly pushed it in front of Ron. Quack! The frog cub pointed to his mouth, indicating that he was hungry. Ron put the prepared food in front of the frog cub. Thanks a lot. Touching the little head of the frog cub with his hand, Ron set his sights on the golden crystal on the table. A golden prismatic crystal, and the surface is also accompanied by a silk arc. What is this? Ron didn't touch it rashly. I don't have the invincible body of a frog cub that travels the world. It's better not to touch some things until I figure it out. At this moment, a line of font appeared in Ron's vision. That's an introduction to this crystal. Thunder Dragon Slayer Crystal, a special product from the world of fairy tale, effect, will thunder when the Dragon Slayer crystal is implanted into your body. You can obtain the magic of Thunder Dragon and the powerful physique of Thunder Dragon. Usage: if no one has implanted for you, swallowing may be a good choice. This brought back a king bomb. Is this crystal the Dragon Slayer crystal? Ron, who had seen fairy tale in his previous life, naturally knew this kind of thing, and it was indeed a special product of that world. I just didn't expect that frog cubs could bring back this kind of thing. Ron looked at the golden crystal wrapped around the ark, and his pale blue eyes flashed with fiery heat. After mastering this dragon-slaying crystal, he can be considered to have a strong capital in this wizard's world. It's not too late. After seeing the function of this crystal, Ron hesitated for a moment and picked it up. The entangled ark made him feel a little numb, and then he threw the whole crystal into his mouth. As for the choice of surgery to implant this crystal, it is impossible to achieve in all aspects. At the moment when it was put into the mouth, the crystal burst out, and the tiny ark instantly wrapped around Ron's body. Resisting the discomfort and swallowing the crystal, Ron only felt that his body began to tear. The light blue eyes were replaced by pure gold, and the whole person was bathed in lightning. Boom! A huge thunder crashed down, piercing the dark night. This situation lasted for about half an hour. When Ron came back to his senses again, he found that the furniture around him had turned into coke and powder. Thanks to that rich inheritance, this didn't make Ron feel distressed. The fireplace that was burning with flames was completely smashed to pieces, and the only light was the arcs that flowed from Ron's body from time to time. After the frog cub on the side had eaten the food, he had already returned to his den and fell asleep. The thunder and lightning just now did not affect it at all. Ron turned on the lights in the room and walked slowly to the floor-to-ceiling mirror. Blonde curly hair, light blue eyes, and a handsome face are enough to make many people envy him. After careful observation, Ron found that his body was much taller than before, and his body was more beautiful. The power of the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal. Ron snapped his fingers, and an electric current suddenly appeared in the air. Chapter 2. Do you want to consider the snake house? Pulling the power in his body, Ron easily retracted the lightning into his body. The implantation of the Dragon Slayer crystal not only means strengthening to an inhuman physique, but also the use of lightning. And all the magic of Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon's roar, Thunder Dragon's collapsing fist. And the most powerful dragon-killing mystery, Mingyu. These magics are, without exception, the most powerful. Recalling his thoughts, Ron was sitting on the sofa at the moment, and began to think about the next thing. Just now he has handed over his reply to the owl. Regarding his orphan status, Hogwarts also wrote the arrangement in the letter. A professor will be sent to guide Ron in shopping. After all, some orphans do not have the ability to buy the things they need to go to school, so they need the professors of the school as guides. In other words, all he has to do now is to wait for the professor's visit at home. And at home, exercise the knowledge of Dragon Slayer magic in your mind. In Ron's memory, there are also creatures like dragons in this Harry Potter world. But the strength is not very good, and it is even used by wizards as the material for making wands. The dragons of the two worlds are not comparable at all. Ron said to himself. After all, in the world of fairy tale, giant dragons are already the most powerful creatures in that world. In contrast, the dragons in the Harry Potter world are simply too much. 3 days later. Today is July 31st. 7 in the morning. Ron, who had just finished breakfast, was helping his frog cub prepare the luggage for the next trip. It's time for the frog cub to want to travel again. Ding dong, at this moment, the doorbell rang suddenly. Hold on. Through the letter, Ron knew that the professor of Hogwarts School was coming over today, but he didn't know which professor it was. And for the professors at Hogwarts School, Ron had only a few impressions. After all, having lived in this world for 11 years, those memories are really too long. Thinking like this, Ron opened the door. "Mr. Lorne Gerald?" A cold British-American sound rang out. "That's right, it's me." Ron raised his head and looked at the man in front of him with a pair of pale blue eyes. He has greasy-looking shawl, long hair, thin cheeks, an aquiline nose, indifferent eyes and a black robe. "Excuse me, you are?" After seeing the man in front of him for the first time, Ron knew who he was. "Severus Snape." "Severus Snape." Snape gave a standard gentleman's salute, and a slightly hoarse voice sounded in Ron's ear. "Good morning, Mr. Gerald. I'm a professor of potions at Hogwarts and the head of Slytherin House. The guide assigned to you by my school will take you to buy some preparation items and subject books for the start of the school." Ron responded with a courtesy, opened the door with a smile, turned to his side, and said to Snape, "You are very welcome, Professor, please come in." Snape nodded and walked into the living room. The two sat on the sofa facing each other. Ron carefully prepared 2 cups of black tea and put them on the table. He didn't expect that his guide would be Professor Snape. For Snape, Ron had the deepest impression on him. The double agent, the NTR bitter master, is a tragic character in every way. The two sides talked about something in the living room. It's nothing more than the things to prepare and the pounds you need. For this day, Ron had already prepared everything. He purchased some gold from some of his family property in advance, so he went to Gringotts to find those pesky fairies to trade. After all, gold, a precious metal, has great value in both the Muggle world and the Wizarding world. It can be said to be a common currency. In comparison, the pound seems to have depreciated a lot, because this thing is not very useful in the Wizarding world. After telling Snape of his preparations, Snape's indifferent eyes showed a trace of satisfaction. It's rare to see such a well-prepared little wizard. After Snape told Ron everything he needed to do, he also had an understanding of today's schedule. "So Professor Snape, are we going to buy supplies for school in Diagon Alley now?" Looking at Snape, who took out his wand, Ron asked. "Mr. Gerald, we have to finish everything today. Please grab my shirt." "Okay, Professor Snape." Ron quickly picked up the frog cub who was sleeping beside him, then approached Snape and grabbed the corner of the black robe. "It might be a little uncomfortable." Snape kindly reminded him, then before Ron could react, he activated the apparition magic. The next second, Ron felt a sense of suffocation, and there was a sense of tearing and squeezing all over his body. But the effect of this level is simply insignificant to the body that has been fused with the Dragon Slayer crystal. The discomfort disappeared after only a few seconds. When he came back to his senses again, Ron found that the two had come to a bar. This is the Leaky Cauldron on the way to Diagon Alley. Excellent adaptability. Snape was satisfied with Ron's performance and praised him aloud. Such adaptability is much stronger than he was at the beginning. "Mr. Gerald, do you want to go to any college?" Snape asked. "No, I didn't make a choice, Professor." Hearing the question, Ron thought for a while and replied. To tell the truth, he himself intends to join the Little Lion Gryffindor, but such words cannot be said in front of Snape. After all, Snape was a professor at the Snake House. And for Ron, it doesn't really matter which of the 4 academies he joins. However, if an orphan like him joins the Snake Academy, if he doesn't have the strength, he probably won't have a good time. "Really?" Hearing Ron's reply, Snape pondered for a while, then directly stated his purpose. "Why don't you think about the Snake Court? The little wizard in front of him is the one who fits his heart the most he has ever seen. If he can, he naturally cannot give it to other academies. But Professor Snape, according to the letter, isn't the house assigned by the Sorting Hat?" "No, Mr. Gerald, As long as you want to go, the Sorting Hat will not interfere with your decision. Ron was silent for a while. He could see Snape's solicitation for him. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with going to the Snake House. Snape can even get the full training. Compared with other professors, Snape is definitely the most powerful one. Professor, of course, if you can. Hearing this sentence, the corners of Snape's mouth rose slightly. Chapter 3, Heartbroken Miss Granger. After getting Ron's answer, a rare smile appeared on Snape's face. Immediately afterwards, the slightly raised corner of his mouth was suppressed. Then, Mr. Geralt, follow me. After speaking, Snape walked in front of him resolutely, and Ron followed closely behind him. There are a lot of people in the entire Leaky Cauldron. After all, this is the gathering place of wizards in London, so most of them are drinking and chatting here. Before Ron could take a look, Snape was led into an alley by a wall. There is also a trash can in the corner of this wall. Count 3 bricks on top of this trash can, and then count 2 bricks across. Saying that, Snape picked up his wand and knocked on the brick twice, and then, a fantastic scene appeared in front of them. I saw that the bricks began to move constantly, and soon a circular stone gate was formed, revealing the crowded streets inside. Remember where I hit just now? You'll use it later. Snape still had a very good impression of this little wizard who was about to join the Snake House. Naturally, there will be more. Bright white. Ron nodded, and then his pale blue eyes looked curiously at this street belonging to wizards. This is Diagon Alley, where you buy things, and where all the wizards gather. After coming to Diagon Alley, the first thing to do is to exchange some galleons, which is the common currency among wizards in this world. The place where money is exchanged is called Gringotts. Under the leadership of Snape, the two of them soon came to the entrance of Gringotts. The bronze-colored gate stands at the corner of the street, and there are 2 neatly dressed leprechauns beside the gate. When the two walked into Gringotts, a goblin greeted them. "May I ask what services you two want? I'll exchange it for galleon." After speaking, Ron opened the backpack that he had been carrying behind him. He put the sleeping frog cub on his head, and immediately took out a gold bar and placed it on the table. Immediately after that, he saw a gleam of light flashed in the eyes of all the fairies around him. Those were greedy eyes. In this world, fairies are the most greedy. Thinking of this, Ron put his backpack on the table and poured out all the gold inside. The gold of this half backpack cost at least 1/2 of Lorne's inheritance. It can be said that Ron now has more assets than some pure-blooded wizard families. How much gold galleons can these be exchanged for? Before coming back, Lorne had already learned about the currency situation here from Snape. Gold galleon is the most valuable, followed by silver sequoia and bronze gnat. After the two came out of Gringotts again, Lorne now has more than 10,000 gold galleons in his hands. He now only took out 200 gold galleons and a key from the Gringotts warehouse. Now you can go shopping for wands and everyday items. Under Snape's guidance, Ron came to a room. The sign above reads, Ollivander's Wand Shop. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Ollivander walking over with a smile and greeted cordially, "Long time no see, Professor Snape, 13½ inches long, birch, phoenix feather core." "Long time no see, Mr. Ollivander." Snape nodded, then said, "Your memory is as good as ever." "Of course." Ollivander said proudly, "I will remember any wand I sold here, including their owner. Is this little guy here to buy a wand?" Looking at Ron, who was standing behind Snape, looking curiously at the box containing the wand, and asked happily, "Yes sir, I think I need a wand." Seeing Ollivander looking at him, Ron responded with a smile. Everyone has their own wand, and the fit of both parties must be perfect. You must know that the wand chooses the owner. If you encounter an unsuitable wand, your magic will be greatly reduced. Come and let me measure it for you, little wizard. With that said, Ovlid picked up the tape measure and began to measure Ron's height, head circumference, arm length, etc., which made Ron a little puzzled. Do I still need to measure these things to buy a wand? This is to help you reduce the number of inappropriate wants, okay little wizard. Ovlid recorded the data, then asked Ron, which is your dominant hand? Right hand. Ron replied. Oh, wait for me to see. Ovlid put away the tape measure, then went to the depths of the store, found a small box, and took out a light black wand. Come on, try this one. Cedar wood, ptarmigan feathers, 13 inches, the qualifications of the powerful, try it out. Just wave the wand in your hand, little wizard. Ron took the wand and waved it gently, followed by an electric arc bursting from the tip of the wand. Ron could feel that he could control that tiny arc. Under the surprised eyes of Snape and Hermione, the arc began to slowly draw in the air. After a while, a golden tree with golden leaves appeared in front of everyone. Okay. So pretty. A melodious voice sounded from the doorway, and Ron turned his head. What he saw was a delicate-looking little girl with long fluffy brown hair. Behind her, there was a couple standing. Ron raised his eyebrows, and then controlled the arc to dissipate in midair. Thank you, beautiful lady. Awesome, perfect fit. You're the first little wizard I've seen after selling wands for so many years. At this moment, Hermione couldn't help clapping his hands. And Snape nodded in agreement. This is also the first time he has seen such a talented little wizard. Thank you for the compliment. Ron responded with a smile. At this moment, the little girl at the door also recovered from the scattered golden trees, and looked at Ron with a pair of brown eyes. The sunlight falling from the window just fell on Ron's handsome half-face, and his smile was very dazzling. In an instant, her pure white cheeks turned pale red. After complimenting Lorne, Ovlid turned his attention to the little girl at the door. Little wizard, do you also need a wand? Ah, my name is Hermione Granger. No, I need a wand, sir. The little girl said incoherently. And Ron stood aside, familiar with his wand, and his expression flashed a little bit of clarity. Sure enough, it was Miss Hermione. It's really cute. Chapter 4, Team Invitation from Miss Granger. Vinewood, dragon heart string, 10 inches, with a powerful core at its core, a great wand, Miss Granger. Ovlid handed Hermione a wand wrapped around vines and motioned her to wave it gently. This time the wand didn't reach the level of perfect fit that Lorne had, but it was also a wand that fit him well. Looking at the wand that cast magic easily, Hermione felt a little dissatisfied. Her wand can't be used as freely as Ron's. After all, after seeing the perfect presentation, people will always feel uneasy about some flaws. Ovlid seemed to see Hermione's mood, and explained softly, you are among the best among the little wizards who have purchased wands in the last few days. The little wizard next to you, his fit with the wand, is the only one we've seen in our shop for more than 300 years. And Ron, who was studying the wand, had an understanding of his own level after hearing this. On the one hand, it is able to have such a high degree of fit with this wand, on the one hand, because this wand is made from the tail feathers of thunderbirds, and what Ron just got is the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal. Secondly, on the other hand, Ron himself has a high degree of control over Ray, and it doesn't matter whether he has a wand or not. He can even perform an unarmed summoning thunder on the spot without a wand. After all, in a sense, he has inherited everything from Thunder Dragon, his physique, magic. Hello, my name is Hermione Granger. Are you also a wizard this year? Just as Ron was thinking, a pleasant voice brought him back to his senses. Following the voice, he raised his head, and the light blue eyes reflected the petite and lovely figure. He nodded and said, my name is Lorne Geralt, and I'm this year's incoming student. Nice to meet you, Miss Granger. Speaking of which, Ron glanced at Snape, who was standing beside him, and saw that the other party was staring at him with interest, which made him feel a little cold behind him, so he quickly asked, "Professor Snape, should we go and buy the rest?" "Of course, Mr. Geralt." Snape found that the little wizard who was about to enter the snake yard gave people too many surprises. With strong aptitude and stable character, after a little training, he will definitely become an excellent wizard. Maybe after growing up, even that one. At this moment, a voice broke Snape's thoughts. "Has Gerald not bought the rest yet? Do you want to go together?" Seeing Ron looking at him, Hermione's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she quickly explained, "I just didn't buy the rest, so I just went together." "Just call me Ron, but you have to ask Professor Snape about this." Ron was very interested in this proposal, but he did not forget that there was a professor by his side. "Professor?" At this time, Hermione also noticed the tall man in black robe who had been standing beside Ron. "Are you a professor at the school?" "Yes, Professor Snape is the potions professor at Hogwarts." Hermione thought the other party was Lorne's parent, but unexpectedly it was a professor. "But aren't all the little wizards who entered the school led by their parents to buy things?" "Of course, Mr. Geralt." As Snape agreed, the two paid for Kim Galleon to buy the wand. One is the price of 7 galleons. The Grangers, who followed Hermione, were curious about the magic school their daughter was about to enter, so they kept asking Snape about it along the way. This made Ron and Hermione slowly fall behind the three of them. "Miss Granger, what do you want to buy next, books or clothing?" "Just call me Hermione." "I want to go to the bookstore next." "Then go buy textbooks first." After having a goal, the group quickly came to the location of the bookstore. There are not too many courses in the first grade, so there are only a few textbooks. On the other hand, Hermione bought all the textbooks for the second grade in advance, and even bought a few more books of common knowledge and magazines related to the magical world. This can't help but make Ron look sideways. Xuba is indeed a scholar. Thinking of Hermione's learning ability in the original novel, Ron sighed in his heart. With this ability, even if she doesn't enter the magic world, Hermione can far surpass ordinary people in various fields. After they came out of the bookstore, Ron and Hermione had an extra backpack on them, which looked bulging. There is one last stop, Mrs. Mawkin's robe specialty store. Ron picked up the shopping list, and there was only one thing to buy on it, and that was the robe that the wizard needed. No, we're going to the pet store next. Pet shop. At this time, Ron suddenly remembered that his frog cub disappeared suddenly after he had exchanged all gold galleons. "Have you gone on a trip?" "Forget it, the frog cub is invincible anyway. Can't die." "Then go." It's noon now, so it's not that Ron is in a hurry. Anyway, with Snape around, going home is also a matter of apparition. What pet does Ron want to buy? When he came to the pet store, Ron looked at the various animals in the store and felt a little bored. These animals are nothing more than owls, toads and cats. There are no interesting magical animals. Hearing Hermione's question, Ron shrugged and replied softly, "I already have a frog, and I don't need other pets. But an owl that delivers letters is still necessary." Time flies. After buying pets and owls, the group went to Madame Mokin's clothing store and bought a set of wizard robes. Then it was time to part. Ron and Hermione made an appointment to go to King's Cross Station together before school starts, and write letters to communicate when they have time. The light of the afterglow falls on the stone bricks of Diagon Alley. Ron watched the Granger family leave Diagon Alley, and then apparated back home with Snape. "Then see you when school starts, Mr. Geralt. Also, if you want to come to the Snake Academy, remember to learn magic from books." Before leaving, Snape left a sentence and disappeared into the living room. Do you want to increase your strength? It seems that Snape is really optimistic about me. While thinking about it, Ron put the purchases on the table. However, a few photos were placed on the table at some point in time. Ron picked up one and looked at it. On the huge rock wall, there are 4 ingenious figures carved. Chapter 5, King's Cross Station, let's go. Looking at the scene in the photo, the huge rock wall was carved with 4 heads, and Ron became more and more familiar the more he saw it. President Rock doesn't look like this. Wait, this time it won't be Naruto World, right? Suddenly, Ron remembered. After all, he has lived in this world for 11 years, and his memories of some things are very vague. For example, in the current Harry Potter world, Ron can remember only a few famous characters. As for the plot, it has long been blurred. The world the Frog Cub has visited the last 2 times has been very strong. The last fairy tale world brought back the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal. I don't know what interesting specialties will be brought to Naruto World this time. Thinking of this, Ron began to look forward to it. Time flies fast on boring days. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before the school started. Ron sat in front of the fireplace and handed the letter he had written to the owl who was waiting. This is a reply to Hermione. After the two separated, they have been using owls to write letters to communicate. Thanks a lot. After opening the closed window, the pure white owl flew into the sky. At this time, Ron turned his head to the frog cub sleeping in the nest. As early as half a month, the frog cub came back. And also brought back a special souvenir. It was a smaller scroll. Through identification, I learned the full name of the scroll, Spirituality. Since then, the frog cub has been sleeping soundly in the nest, and has never traveled again. However, Ron doesn't need other things to enhance his strength now. After all, a Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal is enough for him to study for a few years. The magic of those dragons in his mind, until now, Ron has almost mastered it. Except for the ultimate dragon-slaying profound truth, he can easily unleash everything else. In addition, Ron's body is constantly strengthening day by day, and the originally flat abdomen is now angular. But in terms of appearance, wearing clothes is not much different from before. He even did an experiment on his own strength. Now Ron can easily lift a solid wood table with one hand. Is the dragon's crystal constantly changing my physique? Ron looked at the blue sky and whispered to himself. Forget it, anyway, he won't become a dragon in the end like the first generation of Dragon Slayer magicians. After all, he is the second generation of the transplanted crystal, so it has no effect at all. Leave these useless thoughts behind. Now Ron has to prepare for the start of school tomorrow. Books, clothes, headphones, game consoles. Most of these items do not belong to this era. They were brought back by the frog cubs when they traveled in the past. After finishing everything, the bright noon has turned into a starry night. I simply made a meal and a dish by myself. Although he has lived for 11 years, Ron really has no way of being familiar with the food here. Since he can move his hands and feet, all the food is Chinese food he cooks by himself. After the meal, the owl just came back with a letter from Hermione on its mouth. The content of the letter is very simple: go to King's Cross Station tomorrow, and then the two of you will meet. Although both Ron and Hermione live in London, the distance between the two is quite far. After preparing everything, Ron was ready to sleep. On the spacious bed, the moonlight drapes on the handsome face. Except for the occasional frog croaking, the whole room fell into silence. 6 in the morning. Ron got up early. After taking a shower and having a simple breakfast, Ron went out with his luggage to find a taxi. King's Cross is famous throughout London. After all, it is a Grade 1 station built in the heart of London. Ron had been to King's Cross before, But at the time he never imagined that it would be a magical world. Lorne's house is not too far from the center of London, and the speed of the car is also very strong, and it takes half an hour to arrive at the station. When Ron got off the car with his luggage, he saw a cute girl with fluffy hair looking out in the crowd. "Hi, Ron, I'm here." Just as Ron was about to pass, Hermione's brown eyes also caught the blonde Ron. After all, that handsome face stands out in the crowd. After Ron approached, Hermione raised her head a little suspiciously and said, "Why do you think you have grown so much, Ron? Is there? Maybe during the developmental period." Ron naturally knew what was going on, but he obviously couldn't say it. 11-year-old Lorne has reached about 155, and he is also more conspicuous among his peers. "Oh, is that frog on top of your head your pet?" Hermione nodded knowingly, and suddenly her eyes lit up, and she asked curiously at the frog cub lying on top of Ron's head with wide eyes. "Frog cub, this is my pet." After speaking, Ron took the frog cub off his head and put it in front of Hermione. It's a frog who likes to travel. The appearance of the frog cub is very strange. It is not the appearance of ordinary frogs. It looks the same as the image in the game. This cute look naturally attracted the attention of the little girl Hermione. "It's so cute, like a magical creature." Hermione patted the little head of the frog cub enviously. She wants one too. "If you have a cub, can you give me one?" "Cubs?" The corner of Ron's mouth twitched, looking at the frog cub lying on his hand pretending to be dead. Shouldn't give birth to cubs. Although he did not know that the frog cubs were male and female. Sure. After hesitating for a while, Ron still nodded. After chatting all the way, the two of them also came between the 9th platform and the 10th platform. 9? Where is the platform? The Granger couple, who followed behind the two, looked around blankly. It should be that Billa. Ron looked at the train ticket in his hand and pointed in one direction. "I saw the introduction in Hogwarts magazine, and this column is the platform that passes through the Hogwarts station." Saying that, Ron picked up his luggage and walked over. "I'll try it first." His fingers lightly touched the patent Billa, and he could clearly feel that it was just a phantom. Immediately afterwards, under the surprised eyes of the Grangers, Ron walked in slowly. Miss Hermione on the side also imitated Ron, and quickly passed the pillar and came to the 9 platform. After that, the Grangers followed closely. When they came to the platform, what appeared in front of everyone was a dark red steam locomotive with its name marked on it. Hogwarts Express. The train to the magic school is about to leave. Chapter 6, Neville Longbottom in Search of Toads. Hermione, here. Ron took the luggage of the two and opened an empty compartment, and put the two suitcases in his hand on the luggage rack above. The strength of his body was exposed at this moment. "Thanks a lot." Hermione thanked Ron, and then looked at Ron curiously with her bright brown eyes. "I didn't expect that. It doesn't look very strong, but it has such a strong strength. You must know that her suitcase is full of a lot of things, and she knows the weight herself." Even getting on the train was done by Ron. She really didn't expect Ron to raise one hand. Soon, after packing up the luggage, the two sat face to face in the seats. Hermione took out a few books and put them on the table, looking like she was going to study hard on the road. Ron glanced at the title of the book curiously. The School History of Hogwarts, the Greatest White Wizard in History, on the Essential Skills of a Melee Wizard, Swimming with Ghoul. They all say that there are popular science books and travel books about the magic world. It's really too extensive, Ron thought. His light blue eyes turned and looked out the window. At this time, the train had not arrived at the time to start, so at a glance, he could see the crowds gradually growing outside. The Grangers left after seeing the two of them on the train, but he did see a few interesting characters. It was two red-haired families, two twins were carrying luggage to the train, and a little boy was standing by holding a mouse. "It's from the Weasley family," Ron muttered to himself. He remembered that the final outcome of the two twins was also quite miserable. The two were inseparable, and in the end there was only one left. "Want to eat snacks?" "Thanks." A slender white hand held the packaged chocolate and stretched out in front of Ron, who took the chocolate and thanked him. On the train before, Ron also prepared some snacks, just to prevent the journey from being too long and too hungry. Thinking of this, he opened the school bag that he had placed next to the seat, and took out a mesh bag, which contained round rice balls made of glutinous rice. This bag of rice balls is a special gift that Frog Cub brought him back. It is called Momotaro rice balls, and comes from the world of Doraemon. This kind of rice ball, in a sense, can be regarded as a big killer. However, there are many such rice balls in Ron, because the Frog Cub often travels in a world many times, and every time he travels, he brings back this kind of rice ball. "Come and try this." Saying that, Ron put the rice ball in front of Hermione. It doesn't have much effect when people eat this stuff. Ron uses it as a snack if he has something to do. After all, it tastes really good. Rice balls, a small snack, tastes very good. Hermione curiously picked up a rice ball and put it in her mouth. Her eyes widened the moment she entered. At this moment, the train whistle sounded. The wizards on the platform all hurriedly packed their luggage and squeezed into the train. It was a long time ago that the two of them were in the rear of the train, and there was no little wizard who came to look for a seat. The train started slowly. Shaking along the rails, he started driving towards Hogwarts. Outside the window, the centre of London turned into countryside, fields, and blue sky. At this time, Ron discovered that the frog cub that was sleeping in his arms had disappeared at this time. "It looks like I'm going on a trip again." Seeing that the scene outside the window became so beautiful, Hermione didn't have any thoughts to read books anymore. The two of them just looked at the scenery and ate snacks. After driving for a while, a waiter pushing a snack cart knocked on the door of the compartment. "To little wizards, do you want to buy some snacks?" "Do not, let's do the same." Hermione was about to refuse, but Ron, who was beside her, interrupted her next words. As soon as he finished speaking, a few silver coins were placed on the table. "Okay, sir." As a lot of snacks were placed on the table, they were about to pile up into a hill. Hermione couldn't even see Ron's blonde hair, and she couldn't help but pouted. "Can you eat so much? Isn't it about you?" Ron said, and took apart a snack, which contained a frog made of chocolate, and what was even more interesting was that the chocolate frog could move on its own. "Even the two of us can't eat so much." Hermione looked at the chocolate frog jumping among the snacks, and was a little surprised for a while. "It's interesting." Grabbing the chocolate frog, Ron put it in his mouth, and the thick chocolate flavor filled his mouth, but the frog's leg left at the corner of his mouth was still moving around. Hermione, who was tilting her head sideways, looked at it. The corners of her mouth raised slightly unconsciously. Really interesting. After all, it was the first time she saw this kind of snack in her life. She picked up a bag of BB Duo flavored beans, tore the package, and put one in her mouth. Grape flavored beans. "Give me some too." Ron raised his eyebrows, reached out and took one and put it in his mouth. Immediately afterwards, his complexion became distorted. "It tastes like bitter gourd." Eating this kind of snack is simply torture for the unlucky. Boom. The door of the compartment was knocked again, and Ron put another multi-flavored bean in his mouth, then got up and opened the door. This time, it's strawberry flavor, and it's not bad. Standing at the door was a round-faced boy who looked blank. "Sorry, have you seen my toad?" Ron and Hermione both shook their heads, and the boy's mood suddenly became lost. I've searched the whole train. Let's help you find it, Hermione suggested kindly, looking at the boy whose eyes were gradually red and swollen. Thank you. My name is Neville Longbottom. You're welcome. My name is Hermione Granger, and he is my companion Lorne Gerald. In front of outsiders, Hermione raised her head and introduced the names of the two like a proud swan. Ron was the first to see Hermione in this state. It feels good, he thought. It always feels like you're thinking of something bad. Hermione turned around and squinted at Ron, who was staring at her in a daze. I was just wondering where the toad went. Ron shrugged and replied. Mr. Longbottom, where was the last time you saw your toad? Hermione asked. And Ron, who was eating the multi-flavored beans, roughly guessed where the toad was. Chapter 7, Choosing a College? Meet Harry Potter for the first time. Ron and Hermione strolled in the carriage, followed by Neville with his head bowed. The three are looking for the lost toad. Speaking of which, Ron, your frog cub seems to be gone too. Hermione suddenly discovered that the frog cub that had been lying on Ron's head had long since disappeared. It's traveling, don't worry about it. Ron remembered the frog cub who had just carried his luggage, and felt a little relieved in his heart. After lying at home for so many days, I finally knew it was time to go on a trip. Yes? Seeing Ron's indifferent expression, Hermione didn't say anything. Your frog cub is really strange. At this moment, Ron knocked on the door of a compartment, and the two had already searched for half the train. Hello, have you ever seen a toad? Pushing open the door, there were two little boys inside, one with round glasses and the other with prominent red hair. No, sir, we haven't seen a toad. The little boy with glasses politely answered Ron's question. Hey, Harry, look at my magic. The little red-haired boy on the side interrupted the conversation, only to see that he picked up the wand in his hand and aimed it at the little mouse in his sleep. Daisies, sweet cream and sunshine, turn this stupid fat mouse yellow. The shabby wand fluttered, but nothing happened. The fat mouse slept soundly and pumped its leg. These two are Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, and a mouse that is not a mouse. Unexpectedly, it actually came across. How could it possibly fail? Ron blushed, and unbelievingly held the broken wand and continued to wave the magic, but the wand only emitted a white gas and had no effect. On the other side, Hermione, who was looking for toads in other private rooms, also brought Neville over and happened to see this scene. Your gestures for casting magic are not standardized, maybe you should learn more. For example, repair it. With that said, Hermione picked up her wand and pointed at Harry's glasses, and the originally cracked mirror surface became smooth. It's a simple spell, isn't it? The corners of her mouth lifted slowly. No, even if the gesture is correct, the mouse will not turn yellow. Ron knew the real identity of the mouse in front of him. But what does it matter to him? Lorne Gerald, nice to meet you, Mr. Harry Potter. Come here, I just got to know each other. Ron nodded friendly. Nice to meet you, Harry Potter. Hermione on the side was a little surprised, and then her eyes lit up. I know you, I read about you in books, Modern History of Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, the important magical events of the 20th century, you are mentioned in these books. I didn't expect you to be such a famous person. No, I never thought I would be so famous. Harry shrugged. However, Ron, how did you recognize me? He wondered. It's very simple. The scar on your forehead is exposed. Hermione on the side answered first. I found my toad. Lorne, Hermione. A surprise call sounded from the corridor. Neville was holding his toad and walked over with surprise. Let's go, Hermione. Now that Neville found his toad, it was time for them to go back to their box. After all, there were still a lot of snacks on the table. Ah yes, Redhead, there's a dirty thing next to your nose, you know. After speaking, Hermione followed Ron out of the box. And hearing this, Ron's nose crooked a little. What a nuisance, I hope the Sorting Hat doesn't put us in the same house. Ron complained to Harry, holding his mouse. After helping Neville find the toad, it was already 10 minutes in the evening. The steam train is getting closer and closer to its destination. Ron was sitting in his seat and playing Pokémon with a game console, half of the opened chocolate in his mouth. And Hermione sat opposite him, reading a book for a while, and watching the scenery outside the window in the afterglow. Ron, which college will you choose to go to? Gryffindor or Outlaw? From Hermione's point of view, Ron is most likely to be these two academies. After all, one represents bravery and the other represents wisdom. In Hermione's view, Ron had both. Hearing this, Ron pondered for a while, but did not answer directly, but instead asked, "Which academy do you want to go to?" "Me? I prefer Gryffindor. That's where the great headmaster Dumbledore came from." Having said that, Hermione raised the Dumbledore card in her hand, which was drawn from the snack. Gryffindor, the same choice as the original. My words, I follow the Sorting Hat's thoughts. Although he and Snape agreed to join the Snake House, Ron still wanted to hear the Sorting Hat's analysis of him. What's more, when he went to the Snake House, Ron, who was a half-blood, could imagine what would happen to him. After all, he is an orphan, and Geralt is not a pure-blood family. Being friends with the little snakes is not very cost-effective in all aspects. However, depending on his current strength and physique, it is estimated that he can dominate the entire Snake Academy. Be friends with Little Snake? Ron is more inclined to be the Snake King. Don't you have a college you like? Hermione pouted and asked. I like them all. Ron responded perfunctorily while playing the game. Anyway, it's not the same academy and we can't meet each other anymore. Don't we all attend classes together? It's just that the bedrooms are different. Besides, as long as he gets the way to enter the dormitory of each academy, he can't go anywhere. Thinking so, Ron away from Hermione, who was reading as seriously. Well, I'm not a Lilicon. This kind of thinking is not punishable. If he wanted to be punished, he guessed he would go in. You're thinking about the root thing again. Hermione raised her head and stared. I'm wondering why people and Pokémon can have children. Ron raised the game console in his hand. This question really bothered him. After all, your own frog cub can go to various worlds, which means that the world of Pokémon must exist. I really want a Shenaido. The snacks on the table were almost eaten, and most of them went into Ron's stomach. After all, playing games also consumes energy. At this time, the stars replaced the setting sun, and the bright moonlight fell on the table. The lights were turned on in the car. The train traveled along the railroad tracks in the wilderness under the night sky. Not far away was a sparkling black lake and a huge castle standing in the air. Ahead is Hogwarts. Chapter 8, Seasickness, the Defiant Malfoy. BFFT, with a steam whistle, the train slowly stopped. Both Hermione and Ron had already changed into the wizard robes they bought at Lady Malkin's clothing store. As the car door was opened, the little wizards got off the car in an orderly manner. Hermione and Ron were among them. Neither of them got off the car with their luggage. Because according to the admission notice, these luggage will be carried by someone. Although it was September, the night was still very cold. With the cold wind, Hermione tightened her brown scarf, and her fluffy hair was tied under the scarf. Are not you cold? Hermione turned her head and said to Ron, who looked a little thin, and at the same time reached out and took out a scarf of the same style and handed it to him. I have a scarf here, for you. Thanks. Ron took the scarf. Although he doesn't feel the cold now, he still took it with kindness. With the improvement of physique, various resistances from the outside world also increased. To make Ron feel cold, he probably needs to be thrown to the North and South Poles. At this moment, an oil lamp floated in the dark night. It was a tall man, who was the leader of the newbie this time, Hagrid. "Okay, freshmen of the first year, follow me closely." Hagrid stood by the lake and shouted loudly to the messy group of little wizards in front of him. Each boat is not allowed to have more than 4 people, everyone should board the boat in an orderly manner. There is no doubt that Hermione and Ron were in a boat, sitting in the middle of the boat holding the chandelier, and 2 unknown little wizards sitting in the bow and stern. When everyone was on board, Hagrid announced his departure. Ron, who was chatting with Hermione, felt the boat tremble, and then his expression suddenly changed. "I felt dizzy and uncomfortable in my mind. Damn it, forget that, the Dragon Slayer mage will stun the vehicles." "No. Why didn't you feel dizzy when you got on the train?" Before he had time to think, Ron tilted his head and fell into Hermione's arms. "What's wrong with you, Ron?" Hermione was startled by the upside-down Ron, and after reacting, she quickly supported his shoulder. "No. Just a little seasick," Ron said weakly. Nausea, nausea, all the characteristics from the Dragon Slayer mage emerged. "Yes. Is it?" Hermione looked at Ron worriedly, and found that he had nothing to do except look a little bad. Unexpectedly, there are people who get seasick to the point of fainting. "Then take a good rest, and I'll call you when you arrive at the shore." Hearing this, Ron was not pretentious and closed his eyes directly. After all, the mind is really confused, and there is no way to think about anything. The shortcomings of the Dragon Slayer Magister, the first, second, and third generations all have the weakness of being stunned by vehicles, especially if they are strong, the more stunned they will be. Ron, who got off the train, almost forgot about it. Who would have thought that this weakness would appear as soon as he got on the boat? Ha ha ha, there are still seasick idiots, look at Goyle, Crab. A mocking laughter came from the boat next to him. It was a little boy with blonde hair. Beside him were 2 little servants, 1 tall and 1 fat. "It's the first time I've seen a seasick wizard." You, Hermione, who was supporting Ron, was ready to pick up her wand in anger. At this time, Ron, who was lying in his arms, half opened one eye. The light blue pupils look a little blurry. "It's really noisy." A slight voice rang in the ears of several people, and then Ron did not take out his wand and aimed it at Malfoy. No incantation was uttered, and there was no casting action, only a trace of electric light shot out from the tip of the wand. The lightning speed was so fast that Malfoy had no time to dodge. Crackling. The sound of the electric current was very pleasant on Malfoy's body. He only felt his body go numb, and then he couldn't control his limbs and facial features. The whole person collapsed in the boat, a head of golden hair standing on end. Ababa. Malfoy wanted to cry out for help to attract Hagrid's attention and get rid of this hateful half-blood wizard. But the mouth was completely paralyzed out of his control. The limbs were trembling involuntarily under the paralysis. Electricity incidentally, the 2 followers around him also became the same as Malfoy. No one was spared in a boat of 3 people, and they were all covered with electric lights, which were very dazzling in the dark night. It was a long time ago that both of their boats were at the back, but no one noticed anything unusual here. Ron. "Don't worry, it's all right, it will recover naturally when the shore comes." Hearing Hermione's voice, Ron explained for her. As for filing a complaint after recovery, do you laugh at him as an orphan wizard who can do that kind of spell? What's more, there was a Professor Snape standing behind him, and he wasn't afraid at all. "No, when did you learn your silent spell, Ron? It's amazing." "And what's the name of the spell you just cast? Can you teach me?" Hermione stared at Ron lying in her arms with glowing eyes, and asked in a curious tone. "Should be able to learn? Ron hesitated for a moment and replied feebly. Keeping one posture all the time, his neck was a little sore. Ron raised his head and felt a hand pressing his head. No. Don't move. A somewhat intermittent voice sounded above. Oh. It seems that there are some places that should not be touched, Ron thought. Still pretending to be dead. The area of Black Lake is still quite large, and it took more than 10 minutes to reach the shore. When Ron's feet stepped on the plane again, his dizzy head finally returned to cool. The stamina is too great. Hermione on the side was still supporting Ron, because Ron almost fell to the ground when he first landed. On the side, the trio who lost their numbness also landed on the shore. Malfoy's blonde hair was messy, and his hands were still shaking. With some fear in his eyes, he looked at Ron, who smiled at him. Don't come here. The trio jumped and ran quickly away from Ron's view. Since the numbness hadn't completely disappeared, Malfoy fell halfway through the run. It's boring. Ron shook his head and said to Hermione, whose mouth was slightly raised, let's go, it's time to go to the sorting ceremony. I really hope we can be assigned to an academy. Hermione hoped. However, this help is still very slim. After all, Ron is going to the snake courtyard. And Hermione was doomed to miss out on the snake house. In fact, he felt that it would be better for Hermione to go to Ravenclaw. After all, they were all born in a school. Chapter 9, Sorting Ceremony, Joining the Snake House. The boat stopped at the bottom of the steep cliff, and a group of little wizards looked excited, all discussing the next life in the magic school. Hagrid led the way in front of the crowd with an oil lamp, and soon came to the gate of Hogwarts. Ron and Hermione also followed closely behind the crowd. Ron saw Malfoy and his two followers hiding in the crowd at a glance. It can be seen that the deterrent force he brought to Malfoy on the boat is not small. After all, in Seasickness, he could only reduce the power of lightning as much as possible, otherwise Malfoy would have turned into a charred corpse and sank to the bottom of the sea. The door opened, and following the door, there were two stairs, and Professor McGonagall in a robe had been waiting here for a long time. Welcome to Hogwarts. Approaching, Professor McGonagall will introduce the next things one by one. There will be a sorting ceremony before admission. After the sorting, people from the same college will be divided into groups. The addition and deduction of courses will also be carried out according to the college, and there will be a college cup at the end of the semester. Okay, the sorting ceremony will start soon, get ready. After speaking, Professor McGonagall turned around and went to the ceremony hall to inform. It seems that the rumor is true, Harry Potter is really here. Malfoy moved slowly in front of Harry with trembling legs, stretched out a trembling hand, and said, My name is Draco Malfoy, make a friend? BFFT. Before Harry could answer, Ron on the side couldn't help laughing when he saw Malfoy like this. What are you laughing at? Malfoy turned his head to look at Ron, and said contemptuously, Red hair, you belong to the Weasley family. Harry, you know that some wizards are born noble. The voice became smaller and smaller, and Malfoy stopped abruptly in the back. Say, it's an interesting theory. Ron walked to the front and chuckled. HMPH, Harry, you will regret it. Malfoy glanced at Ron, said something to Harry, and walked into the crowd. Harry Potter is indeed a living legend in today's wizarding world. I didn't expect Malfoy to be destroyed like that and come over to make friends with Harry Potter. Without waiting for Harry to say anything, Ron and Hermione walked in towards the door that had been opened. When Professor McGonagall came back, she asked the little wizards to form two teams and walked into the hall in an orderly manner. The auditorium at Hogwarts was already full of people, and there were many people sitting in each of the colleges. Those were senior students. Ahead is the greatest white wizard of today, Albus Dumbledore. There is also a row of long tables on both sides of him, where all the faculty members are sitting. Ron saw Professor Snape on the far left. Snape also saw him and nodded at him. Professor McGonagall placed a dirty wizard hat on the small chair. There was a line sewn like a mouth on the hat, and then the hat began to sing Unknown under the surprised eyes of the first-year wizard. "It's really ugly," Ron thought. Professor McGonagall stood aside with a parchment full of names in his hand, and the wizard who was called needed to wear a hat to conduct the branch school. Hannah Abbott. Familiar name. Ron watched a little wizard sit on a chair and put on his hat. The Sorting Hat called out his name the moment he put on his hat, Hufflepuff. The hard-hitting Hannah found her own academy, and the next little wizards put on their hats with anticipation. Draco Malfoy. Professor McGonagall called out the next name, and Malfoy shuffled slowly to the chair. Slytherin. Ron Weasley. Gryffindor. She quickly called to Hermione, who was beside her. Good luck. Ron blessed. Hermione nodded, then went up to the stage and sat in the chair, putting on her worn hat. Gryffindor. Hearing this ideal name, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, then walked towards Gryffindor with joy, and nodded to Ron at the same time. Ron also smiled back. He knew that he would not be assigned to Gryffindor. After all, he didn't have that kind of recklessness. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall called out the next name, and the audience immediately cheered enthusiastically. That living legend. Is it the Harry Potter who defeated the mysterious man? There is an endless stream of heated discussions, and the enthusiasm is high. With warm eyes, Harry Potter walked to the chair step by step, putting on the tattered sorting hat. The sorting ceremony this time was very old, and everyone could see Harry Potter quietly communicating with the sorting hat. After a long time. Gryffindor. The sorting hat's strange voice ignited the Gryffindor table. We have Harry Potter. After the sorting ceremony of several other wizards one after another, it was finally Ron's turn. Lorne Gerald. Professor McGonagall called out a name. Hermione, who was originally communicating with Senior and Senior, instantly turned her attention to Ron. Under the gazes of everyone, Ron walked to the stage step by step, sat on a chair, and put on the sorting hat. Well, it's better for you to go to Slytherin. But it's also a good fit for Ravenclaw. Your intelligence is qualified, but you also have ambition and the pursuit of strength. Okay, little guy, let me help you choose an academy. Slytherin. When the voice fell, Hermione, who was sitting in Gryffindor, lowered her head in disappointment, while Malfoy, who was sitting in Slytherin, was stiff. How could I be in the same academy with him? Why didn't you go to the same academy with him? Putting down his hat, Ron came to the Slytherin table with a smile, and found a seat with the welcome of everyone. In fact, there are quite a few mixed-race children in Slytherin, the so-called mudbloods, and most of them are. So Ron did not receive any exclusion, except for some bloodline nobles. In order to better integrate into this group of little snakes, Lorne specially invited the attendant next to Malfoy away and sat beside him. My name is Lon Geralt, make a friend Malfoy. Malfoy's pupils trembled, and he stretched out his trembling hand tremblingly. Draco Malfoy, my friend. The corners of Ron's mouth twitched slightly. But the smile seemed threatening to Malfoy. After the branch was over, Headmaster Dumbledore briefly said a few words, and the rich dinner began. Looking at the food that appeared on the table out of thin air, Ron's eyes lit up, everything looked delicious, and the fragrance reverberated in the auditorium. After eating a mouthful of barbecued meat, Ron turned to look at Malfoy, who couldn't take a bite. Eat, why not? Chapter 10, Late Night 3-Ra Minecraft, Malfoy's Fall. When the banquet was halfway through, Dumbledore, who was sitting above, said something about what to pay attention to at Hogwarts, nothing more than that it was forbidden to walk around the castle at night, and some restricted areas were not allowed to enter. For this sentence, Ron listened to it as nonsense. After all, at Hogwarts, night travel has become a tradition, and in a sense, it is. After the dinner was over, the Slytherin prefect brought the first-year freshmen to the place where the little snake lived, while Hermione and the others followed the Gryffindor prefect to the place where the little lion stayed. Among the common rooms of the 4 Hogwarts colleges, the most mysterious one must be the Slytherin Lounge, and the other 3 common rooms are in the castle. And Slytherin's Lounge is the most special one. It is located at the bottom of the dark lake and does not see light all year round. It fits the temperament of the little snakes very well. When Ron and his party came to Slytherin's Lounge, everyone was stunned, even Ron. The green lake blocks the sunlight and moonlight outside the window, and you can see fish on the bottom of the lake swimming in the lake, and even a huge octopus slaps the window. It was like being in an aquarium. Everyone remembers Slytherin's slogan. Only if the slogan is correct, the stone gate will open. The slogan is changed every Monday. The prefect gave them popularize the knowledge of this common room. After Ron came to his room with the room number, he found that the whole room was a long, narrow and low hut made of rough big stones, with a painting like red carpet, weird and magical sculptures, and an exquisite fireplace. It looks like a Gothic style. At this time, Ron also received Slytherin's exclusive academy uniform, which was a green tie, with the wizard's robe drawn on the Huey badge of the Snake House, which looked very beautiful. As for the roommates this time, by coincidence, Ron's roommate happened to be the first snake friend he made, Draco Malfoy. It looks like our fate is really good. Ron held a thick book in his hand, put it on the head of his bed, and said to Malfoy, who was standing beside him. As for the other roommate, he was also very familiar. It was Malfoy's sidekick, the fat Vincent Crabbe with arms like ape. Yes. Yes. Malfoy really wants to go out and ask the prefect, can he change the dormitory now? It's just that it's impossible, because after the dormitory was allocated, the senior prefect has already returned to his dormitory. Okay, don't be so nervous, I won't eat the 2 of you again. Seeing the stiff appearance of the 2, Ron shrugged helplessly. After all, aren't we friends now? Right? Saying that, Ron took out his wand and wiped it. Exactly. Crabbe nodded hurriedly, and Malfoy beside him also looked alike. Although Malfoy's father is the manager of this school, the current headmaster is Dumbledore, and even the manager cannot stretch his hand too far. Hearing the replies from the 2, Ron nodded with satisfaction, and then put the wand in his hand on the thick book. This book is Swimming with Ghoul, which he borrowed from Hermione, and the author is the author of Adventure Master Harold. But if Ron's vague memory is correct, that person seems to be a liar. He read this book once. The overall writing and emotional rendering are excellent. It can be regarded as a good travel book. Yawning, Ron sat on the bed with his game console, and opened the game Minecraft, which was a must-have at night, ready to perfect the house that had been built for so many days. On the side, the cola and various snacks brought by the Frog Cub have been prepared. And Malfoy and his sidekicks were sitting on their own beds, and they didn't dare to let out one. The shadow that this orphan wizard brought them in front of them was too great. Until now, Malfoy's arms were still shaking. I really don't know where the wizard in front of him learned the spell. At this time, Ron, who had finished building a matchbox, looked up at the 2 noble wizards who were about to go to sleep, and thought about the proposal. Do you want to play games together? A game like Minecraft is meant to be a multiplayer team. If you are alone, you will inevitably find it a bit boring. It's just that after hearing Ron's words, the 2 of Malfoy immediately misunderstood and shook their heads stiffly. No. No, there is still class tomorrow, so I have to go to bed early. Try again. Ron picked up his wand. In the end, the 2 of them compromised under the pressure of force. Ron lost 2 game consoles to the two of them, and then took out a connection cable from the Marvel world that the Frog Cub had assembled from the backpack. He got these things a few years ago, but after all, no one played with him, so he kept eating ashes. As the crystal screen gradually lit up with white light, it was very conspicuous in this water-green room. Where had the two of them seen this kind of thing? They were immediately attracted by curiosity. After all, in a sense, now they are just a child. As the game console was gradually turned on, Ron also handed over some basic operations to the two of them. Human beings are always the fastest to learn in terms of games, and even in a certain way, it can be said that they are self-taught. The world formed by the cubes gradually appeared in front of them, and the two were attracted at once. Okay, you are all familiar with the general operation, let's go online. Having said that, Ron plugged in the patch cords on the 3 game consoles. Soon, the 3 of them joined a small network they built themselves. Crap, you are in charge of cutting down the tree. Malfoy is already familiar with this game, so for now, the first thing to do is to build a house. So the job of cutting down the trees was handed over to Crabbe, and he was only responsible for building the house. Malfoy, come prepare the food, and I'll build the house. Ron looked up at Malfoy and said softly, he is the master architect of this world, and no one can take his place. What is the difference between playing Minecraft without building a house and not sleeping in class? Thinking like this, the time gradually came to midnight. Ron was the first to be unable to bear it, and was the first to quit the game. Come on, you two. In the dark night, Malfoy glanced at the building that looked like a matchbox, turned to Crabbe and whispered, the two of us are going to change a local building. Go and help me chop down trees. Chapter 11, Transfiguration, Professor Catgirl McGonagall. 6 in the morning. Ron got up early, while the other 2 people in the same dormitory were still sleeping soundly. Today, he has to get familiar with the road inside Hogwarts, and he has to go to the breakfast to get the Slytherin class schedule. With the color of water green and green, it is impossible to tell what time has come, so Slytherin's little snakes have strong self-discipline. Otherwise, you will accidentally oversleep and be late. Ron put on the Slytherin school uniform he received last night, fastened the green snake tie, picked up his wand and left the room. Maybe he got up early, so there wasn't a little wizard in the common room. Walking around, following the route last night, Ron came to the auditorium of the branch, which is also the dining hall of Hogwarts. Just some breakfast. As the voice fell, a rich breakfast appeared in front of Ron out of thin air. These breakfasts are all made by the elves who live in Hogwarts. These elves are very good at home. After eating breakfast, a brand new piece of paper was placed on the table at some point. Ron picked it up and took a look. It marked the Slytherin class schedule for this semester. Every class is held together with other classes, such as the first class of Transfiguration and the later Flying class, Potions class, Fantastic Beasts, all with Gryffindor. Looking at Ron, I found that Slytherin and Gryffindor spent the most time in class together, while Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were the most. The Little Snake and the Little Lion are the 2 most incompatible colleges. They teach each other in order to stimulate each other. After all, when there is competition, there is pressure. Thinking so, Ron took a good look at the timetable. Slytherin doesn't have many classes, most of them are with Gryffindor. In the eyes of Ron, who has been educated for 9 years in the past life, these courses are simple and there is plenty of rest time. The morning class is from 9 to 12, the afternoon class is from 14 to 15:30, and on certain days, there is an evening class after dinner. After breakfast, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. There were already a lot of students in the dining room. Most of the school uniforms were from Slytherin and Ravenclaw. And most of them are seniors. As for the little wizards in the first grade, they are probably sleeping late. After eating breakfast and getting the timetable, it's time to explore the interior of this wizarding academy. When I got to the stairs leading to the classroom, I saw that the stairs in front of me were constantly changing. I only needed to wait a few seconds before changing. Therefore, for unfamiliar little wizards, they were the biggest natural enemy of being late. And there are all kinds of strokes on the stone walls: beautiful girls, gorgeous ladies, knights charging on pony horses, and the people in each painting have souls, that is, they can communicate it. Under the guidance of a kind lady in the painting, Ron familiarized himself with the next class in advance. It took an hour in total. And now it's only 8 o'clock in the morning, and there's still about an hour before class. So Ron, who was bored, was going to go to the library to take a good look, but at this moment, a pleasant voice suddenly came out from behind and stopped him. Ron. When Ron turned around, a pleasant jasmine scent stirred the tip of his nose. Ron was also in a very happy mood when he met his good companion on a good morning. Good morning, Hermione. It was Hermione who had been assigned to Gryffindor who stopped him. He was dressed in a red little lion wizard's robe, his long fluffy hair exuded a fragrance, and he was holding a thick book and a class schedule in his arms. It looks like we have a lot of lessons together. Ron raised the timetable in his hand and smiled at Hermione. By the way, do you want to visit the classrooms? He pointed to the changing stairs. I just wrote down all the classrooms. Is it okay? Hermione's brown eyes lit up, and she nodded forcefully at Ron's handsome face. Sorry to bother you. Hermione, who had just finished breakfast, also prepared to do some research on her own, and it would be nice to have someone with her now, let alone Lorne. No matter how she thought about it, it was impossible for her to refuse. Hermione's little head nodded vigorously, her long fluffy brown hair swayed, and the scent of jasmine became more intense. Although it is rich, it is not greasy, giving people a cool and comfortable feeling. Walking up the changing stairs, Ron listened to Hermione's introduction to their common room. What does the Slytherin lounge look like? Well, it's more like an aquarium. Ron thought of a metaphor and said. After listening to Ron's introduction to Slytherin, Hermione's eyes flashed with curiosity and envy. But when he heard that there was another giant octopus that would slap the glass at night, the brown eyes suddenly became frightened. I'll take you to the Slytherin lounge when I have a chance. My roommates are all very nice. They don't stay in the dormitory very often. Ron laughed. It was a piece of cake for him to want Malfoy to go out. Or maybe the two of Malfoy were eager to go out to sleep. After taking Hermione to get familiar with the road, it was time for the first lesson. Since their first class was a transfiguration class together, they went to the classroom together. Maybe it was too early for the two of them, except for an American tabby lying on the podium. There was no one else. The two chose the front row and placed their spell books on the table. Isn't anyone here so late? Hermione asked suspiciously. It's only 8:40 now, it's probably very soon. Ron glanced at the watch on his wrist and said softly. At this time, the two also noticed the tabby cats on the podium who were observing them. This cat is so cute. Hermione wanted to go up and touch her, but Ron, who was beside him, held her back. If it's the professor's cat, it's better not to touch it. Ron knew that the cat in front of him was Professor McGonagall, an older cat lady and a grandma-level figure. If you don't take good care of it, you can directly deduct points on the spot. Thinking of this, Ron and the tabby cat looked at each other, and the light blue eyes clearly saw that the cat was staring at the two of them with interest. Will the Slytherin and Gryffindor students come together? This is really strange. Professor McGonagall thought. Brothers, ask for flowers, ask for comments, ask for everything. Chapter 12, Amazing Talent. As the time approached 9 o'clock, The entire classroom was filled with first-year wizards. As their first class, everyone had excited and apprehensive expressions on their faces. Ron even saw two roommates who were going to be late at the end of the classroom. They had dark circles under their eyes, and they looked like they had not slept all night. What time did they play the game? Ron couldn't help but wondered. Looking around the classroom, it was no surprise that he didn't see the familiar figure. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. If there is no accident, these two have already had an accident at this time. The time has come to class, but Professor McGonagall is still carefully observing the situation of the little wizard in the room, and has not changed back to the body of his classroom. As the highest level transfiguration among the transfiguration spells, animagus is obviously not something that little wizards like them can see. Everyone thought the professor was late for the first class, so the room became a mess for a while. At this moment, the closed classroom door was opened again, and everyone focused their attention on the two figures who opened the door. There were not many people in the entire classroom, but at this moment, their eyes were all gathered together. "Hurry up, Harry, we're going to be late." The panting voice came anxiously, and immediately, the red-haired Ron ran in with the book in his arms. When he saw that there was no one on the podium, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like the professor is late too. And Harry, who followed behind, was also relieved. After all, being late for the first class was undoubtedly a provocation in the eyes of the professor. And now that the professors are late, it's good news for them. Ron turned his head and glanced. The tabby cat lying on the podium had disappeared, replaced by an elderly lady in a dark green robe, who was Professor McGonagall. "Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, you two are late." The capable and hoarse voice sounded in the classroom, and the two people who were late for a moment froze. "Maybe I should turn the two of you into pocket watches, so that you will know when the time is on time." "No, Professor, we just got lost on the stairs." "Well said, don't say it again next time." 2 points from Gryffindor. Although Professor McGonagall is the Dean of Gryffindor, she has never been inclined to any academy when it comes to deductions or bonus points, or, in her eyes, there is no academy at all. After hearing that they had been deducted points, the faces of the two of them turned pale instantly. They deducted 2 points from their academy on the first day of their arrival. There is no doubt that the two of them are now Gryffindor sinners. The two of them sat on the corner seats without saying a word, and took out the books to be studied in this class. And Hermione, who was beside Ron, opened her eyes instantly after hearing that her academy had been deducted 2 points. "We were actually deducted points on the first day?" She couldn't believe it. After all, in recent years, Gryffindor's score has always been the worst one. Ron actually looked at the recent Academy Cups. Slytherin won the most, and Ravenclaw came second. So our Snake still carries a lot of weight, winning 6 consecutive Academy Cups. As for Gryffindor, points are often deducted for night tours, disturbances, and mischief. After all, they were Gryffindors. "Okay, you'll get used to it in the future." Ron so comforted. However, Hermione, who was immersed in the grief of being deducted, simply ignored this sentence. "Okay, little wizards, what we're going to learn in this class is the transfiguration spell." It seems that many little wizards are surprised by their performance just now, Professor McGonagall explained. "For example, I just started from the magic of the tabby cat returning to its original state is the most advanced animagus, but this spell is very difficult to learn and has a high risk. Now you can't get in touch at all. In today's British magic world, there are only 7 animagus registered, and there are some animagus who have not been registered. They are all dangerous guys. Okay, sir, what we're going to learn this time is to turn an object into a creature." Speaking of which, Professor McGonagall waved his wand towards a button beside him. Immediately afterwards, The button began to twist in front of everyone, and finally turned into a beetle. Looking at the beetle flapping its wings, even Ron's eyes flashed with surprise. Among the many magical worlds he has learned about, this magical world is probably the only one that can turn dead things into living things. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous spell you will ever have at Hogwarts. Anyone who tries to be mischievous in my class, I will ask him out and never come back. I warned you. Professor McGonagall glanced at the little wizards who were about to move with wands, and reminded sternly. After seeing that the little wizards were gradually calming down, Professor McGonagall began to explain this class. The specific principles of the transfiguration spell are very complicated, otherwise there would be no separate class. Ron felt a little foggy when he heard it, but Hermione beside him became more energetic the more he listened, and even made a large page of notes. The difference between a standard scholar and a scholar. The first class only talked about some principles and so on, so there was no substantive experiment. Professor McGonagall spoke very slowly and at the same time in great detail. By the end of the get out of class, Hermione had taken notes and made 3 sheets of paper, which were full, and the notes were also very beautiful. Maybe I should take a look at your notes. Ron jokingly tapped the button in his hand with his wand. Recalling Professor McGonagall's demonstration in class, Ron mobilized the magic in his body and whispered, "Transfiguration spell." "Sure?" Hermione raised her head arrogantly and turned her head to answer Ron's words. However, before she could finish speaking, she saw a cloud of smoke suddenly rise from the wand, and her mouth widened in an instant. Guck! Immediately afterwards, a crisp frog croak sounded in the classroom. And Professor McGonagall, who had packed up the textbooks and had not left the classroom, was instantly attracted by this scene. Seeing the emerald green frog jumping on the ground, Professor McGonagall raised his head and glanced at Ron, who was stunned in place. Powerful transformation talent. It's really interesting. It was the first time she saw that she could imitate her ability to turn buttons into living things in the first lesson. Lorne Geralt, I remember I said the transfiguration is not allowed. Chapter 13, Snape in Potions, Harry in Sadness. Professor, I remember you said that it is not allowed in class. Facing Professor McGonagall's question, Ron grabbed the frog jumping on the ground and replied, "But obviously, it's time after class." Saying that, he shrugged. "If it was in class, I would definitely give you extra points for your outstanding ability," Professor McGonagall said. "But now it's out of class, so Slytherin Academy will add 10 points. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and said to Ron with the corners of her mouth upturned, "Excellent deformation ability, maybe you will have the opportunity to learn Armonigus in the future." Leaving this highly praised remark, Professor McGonagall took the textbook and left the classroom. And Hermione, who was beside her, was staring blankly. Was this professor complimenting Ron just now? How did you do it just now? It's just a wave of that wand. Hermione also learned to look good. She picked up her wand and waved it gently at the button, but nothing happened, not even the magic power. She had written down more than 3 pages of theoretical process notes, but even so, Hermione didn't understand the principle of transfiguration, let alone the use of transfiguration. Facing Hermione's answer, Ron said truthfully, "I just know the movements of Professor McGonagall, waving my staff, and then chanting the magic spell. Then the button turned into a frog." A very simple theory, but Hermione always felt that this statement was perfunctory. Even Ron himself felt that this statement was indeed far-fetched, but it was the truth. "Maybe the two of us can have a deeper communication?" Ron suggested. Hermione, who loves to study, would of course accept this proposal. She nodded vigorously and looked at Ron happily with a pair of brown eyes. "The two of us are always more efficient than studying alone. But you know more than me." Ron looked at the 3 full notes, all of which were recorded in such detail that he didn't even know what they meant. There were not many people in the classroom at this time, so Ron and Hermione were going to go to the restaurant for an afternoon lunch, and then take a small lunch break, and it was time to go to the potions class in the afternoon. Slytherin and Gryffindor attended the potions class in the afternoon and the flying class in the evening. So that's why Ron feels that the 2 classes are taking too many classes together. And the class that Slytherin, Gryffindor and Hufflepuff took together was only 2 or 3 sessions. It looks pitiful in comparison. After lunch, Ron was going to take a look at the library during the lunch break, and Hermione's eyes lit up instantly after hearing that he was going to the library. I also need to go. Nothing can stop Hermione's quest for knowledge. The library at Hogwarts is very large. It was only when Ron was in the library that he realized that the entire library was not fully open to the public, and a large part of it was forbidden for low-level wizards like them to enter and borrow books. The Hogwarts Library has a collection of books that are envied by the entire magical world, whether it is magazine novels or analysis of spells, and even papers written by several professors. These things can't be seen outside at all. Since there was a potions class in the afternoon, Ron found a book on the basics of potions in advance and prepared to review it. After all, potions also have a lot of weight in this world. In short, the production of potions costs money, but it is also very profitable. Material analysis on refining magic medicine, this is a very thick book. Ron estimated that he might not be able to read it in 3 days. What's more outrageous is that Hermione directly brought 3 books of the same thickness and placed them on the table one by one. The Origin and Analysis of the Transfiguration Spell, Basic Knowledge of Potions, on the Analysis and Use of Magic Spells. These books basically cover all the following 3 disciplines. Sure enough, Xuba deserves to be a Xub. By the time the 2 came out of the library, the time had gradually arrived at 13:30 in the afternoon. Because of the lessons learned from Harry and Ron ahead, many wizards came early in the afternoon class. When the 2 of them arrived in the classroom, they found that the front row was full. And Harry and Ron had already taken out their crucibles and books early. Harry's eyes lit up after seeing Ron, and he waved at him. Ron also smiled back, looking very polite. Since the front row was already occupied, the 2 of them could only choose a position closer to the corner of the wall. Generally speaking, this position would not be noticed by the teacher. This is the experience that Ron summed up in his last life for more than 20 years. As the class time came, the closed door was suddenly opened with a bang, and then Professor Snape, dressed in a black robe, walked in quickly like an old bat. In my class, no wands are allowed, no spells are allowed. Personally, I don't expect most of you to comprehend the mystery of the potion and its technology, but for the very few. Having said that, Snape glanced at Ron, who was hiding in the corner, and said softly, "I will teach you everything: disturb the mind, confuse the senses, gain fame, cook glory, and prevent death." Hearing this, Ron's mouth twitched, but he politely nodded to Professor Snape. "Stop death, what a joke. There is no real immortality in Harry Potter. He might as well rely on his own frog cub by relying on potions. At least frog cubs are more reliable." While Snape was watching Ron, he was also looking at Harry Potter on the other side. It was obvious that Harry didn't pay attention at all. I saw that Harry didn't know what to write in his notebook. For those students who don't pay attention to the lectures, don't stop listening to lectures because of their reputation. Harry Potter, look at me with your eyes. Come on, Snape-style classic find fault. Gryffindor might not be able to keep his points. Ron looked at Harry with a blank face with interest. What would I get if I added narcissus root powder to wormwood infusion? After hearing this question, Hermione on the side hurriedly raised her hand, while Ron held his wand against his palm to support his chin. Gryffindor's points are deducted today. Chapter 14, Snape's Affirmation, Delivery Owl. Facing Professor Snape's question, it was obvious that Harry, who had no knowledge, couldn't answer it at all. After all, it was the first time he came into contact with things about potions, and maybe even some pure-blooded wizards might not be able to answer them. "Professor, I don't know." After a while of silence, Harry answered directly. And Hermione, who was sitting next to Ron, was still holding up her hand. Ron caught Hermione's hand and pulled her down. "If you keep holding it up like this, it is estimated that Gryffindor will lose more points." After all, there was no way for them to intervene in the matter between Snape and Harry Potter. "Why didn't you call me?" Hermione lowered her head in dissatisfaction and whispered to Ron beside him. "Perhaps Professor Snape just wanted to chat with Harry?" Ron responded. And at this moment, Hermione finally discovered something was wrong, because until now, her little hand was still held by Ron. The temperature on the back of her hand made her face turn red, but Hermione didn't choose to struggle to get rid of it, and lowered her head to try not to let others notice the difference. "Very well, then if I asked you to find me a bezoar, where would you find it?" This is a very classic question. As long as you are a little wizard with some common sense, you basically know the answer, but it is obvious that Harry has no common sense in this regard. His head bowed deeper. "I don't know the professor." "What's the difference between the boat-shaped aconite and the wolf-poison aconite?" Snape's indifferent eyes stared at Harry Potter and lowered his head. The soft words that Harry heard were like the cry of a demon. "I don't know, sir." Harry blushed and couldn't answer. "How do I feel that Professor Snape is targeting Harry?" Hermione looked at the clasped hands and asked Ron with red ears. After all, before that, she had met Professor Snape in Diagon Alley once. At that time, Professor Snape looked quite indifferent, but he was still very nice. Many questions, Professor Snape will answer. But now, completely and in Diagon Alley are two different things. This. "I don't know either, but I'm sure Professor Snape is a good man." Ron pondered for a while, and didn't know how to explain it to Hermione. After all, this matter was really complicated. Snape was NTR face to face, and now he has to teach the man he hates the most and the son born by the woman he loves the most. The current Snape's apparent indifference towards Harry was something that Ron could understand. "Your brain is empty. It seems obvious that fame isn't everything, right, Mr. Potter?" The indifferent voice was like a thorn, stabbing Harry's body firmly, and then Snape turned to look at Ron, still the same voice. "Lord Geralt, you answer this." 3 questions. "Professor, of course." Under Hermione's complicated gaze, Ron let go of the little hand he was holding and stood up calmly. And Harry had already sat back in his seat at this time, and Ron was still comforting him in a low voice. The combination of narcissus root powder and wormwood can be formulated into a powerful sleeping pill, which is the water of life and death. If you look for bezoar in the stomach of a goat, it is an antidote. The two kinds of aconitum are the same plant, collectively referred to as aconitum, and there is no difference between professors. Fortunately, I reviewed the complete list of potion materials in advance. These questions can be regarded as the basics. Ron's answer was so eloquent that Snape nodded in satisfaction. "It looks like you have a good time studying during the vacation. Okay, let's start the class now." The same is the first class of the potions class, which is all about some theoretical knowledge. Hermione on the side is writing and remembering a large sheet of notes, while Ron is not at all under Snape's attention from time to time. Way to be lazy. It's time for get out of class to end again. Today is the day the owl will deliver the letter, so everyone came to the restaurant in an orderly manner and waited for the owl's arrival. and Ron did not return to the long table belonging to Slytherin, but followed Hermione to the long table of Gryffindor. "Good afternoon, Harry." Ron smiled and nodded to Harry, then sat next to Harry with Hermione. "Hey, do I remember you're not a Slytherin student?" Ron, who had an impression of Ron on the side, said curiously. "That's right, but the rules don't say you have to do Slytherin," Ron said indifferently. In his opinion, it is the same wherever he sits, not to mention that there are many pure-blooded little wizards on the side of Snape, who are very arrogant. Boom. At this moment, a sound of explosion startled several people. I saw a little boy holding a wand in a blackened daze, and it was the cup in front of him that exploded. He's going to turn the water in the cup into black tea. Ron knew the whole story. It was a success this morning. Soon, with a crisp cry, a large number of owls with letters flew in from the window. Ron and Harry, who were alone, naturally didn't have any letters. Seeing this, Hermione seemed to remember something, but she pursed her lips and didn't ask. "Well, Ron, don't you have any letters?" On the other side, Harry asked curiously when he saw that Ron did not have an owl to bring a letter like him. "I am an orphan." The 4 words made a few people around him silent for a while, and Harry opened his mouth and didn't know what to say for a while. After all, he still has his own aunt, although that family makes him very annoying. But compared to himself, Ron has nothing. This made Harry feel a little sympathetic. He really didn't think that he would have sympathy for others one day. Ron on the side was also quite surprised, because seeing Ron's various polite occasions, he thought he was an aristocrat in the Muggle world. "Why are you looking at me like this? I have inherited a lot of inheritance, and I have a house of my own. I live a good life," Ron said helplessly. After all, he is also a person with memories of his previous life. If he really has parents, he will definitely be awkward for a few years. "Ron." Hermione held the letter in her hand, looked at Ron's helpless profile, and called out softly. "What's wrong?" Ron turned his head. "No, nothing. I just watched the movie, and I forgot about many details. By the way, I asked for comments, flowers, everything." Chapter 15, The Frog Cubs are back and bringing back Shenwei. The owls only stayed in the restaurant for a while before flying away with food in their mouths. "Hey Ron, look, a warehouse in Gringotts has been stolen. It's the 713 vault, but the goblins said nothing was stolen." Harry, who was reading the newspaper, said in surprise. "Vault 713, Hagrid once took him there and took out an item. There must be some secret here. Let's go. The last class this afternoon, the flying class, we 2 academies still take it together." Ron yawned and said to Hermione beside him. The flying lesson in the afternoon is what all the little wizards look forward to the most. The capable Mrs. Hooch is the teacher of this course. In addition to flying lessons, he is also the referee of the Hogwarts Quidditch competition, and there is no doubt about flying. There were bound to be some accidents in the classroom. Neville broke his arm because he couldn't control his magic broom. Mrs. Hooch rushed him to the school infirmary. Hey, a lost memory ball. Malfoy, who had regained his energy all morning, finally regained his strength. He picked up the memory ball Neville had received and shook it in front of Harry Potter. "I think it should be hidden somewhere, isn't it interesting?" Harry Potter. With some provocative words, a flying competition started in an instant. These 2 people are really talented. Ron looked at the 2 chasing in the air and had to admit that he was indeed stronger than other wizards. On the other side, Hermione looked at the broom still lying on the ground, and stomped her feet fiercely. There must be something wrong with this broom. "Would you like to try mine?" Hearing this, Ron handed over his broom symbolically. "You do this deliberately." Hermione rolled her eyes at him and looked at him angrily. As Harry got the memory ball, this wonderful chase came to an end. Professor McGonagall finally took away the grey-faced Harry under Malfoy's malicious gaze. The class ended when Mrs. Hooch came back. A little wizard was injured for the first time, and flying skills could only be taught later. At this moment, Ron touched the pocket of his wizard costume. There were a few pictures in it, which were not there during the flying lesson. After he took it out, he found out that it was sent to him by a frog cub who had gone out on a trip. The first few photos are all very good. They are some smiling residents, each with a fan-like logo on the back of their clothes. The Uchiha family? Ron remembered the origin of this badge, but when he saw the last one, his expression changed slightly. It was a corpse stained red with the blood moon as the background. Is this a genocide? There is also a date behind the photo, which is today. Is the frog cub coming back today? The location of this trip is the Uchiha clan land that was exterminated, so this time's special product. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but look forward to it. Since the flying class was the last class today, Ron said goodbye after dinner with Hermione. When he came to Slytherin's common room, he found that Malfoy and his sidekick in the bedroom had already come back to play games. Chopping some wood for me, these werewolves are so annoying. Oh my god. The one that exploded. Don't let it go in. Damn, it would be great if these cube people could spell magic. The two were so addicted to the game that they didn't even notice Ron's return. Since Hogwarts does not provide any electrical appliances, even things related to electricity cannot be used. But I don't know why these appliances brought back from other worlds can be used normally. This kind of thing beyond the development of the times easily attracted these little wizards. Ron didn't have time to play games with the two of them. After learning that his frog cub was coming back, his thoughts were now on the frog cub. For the little snakes at night, it is no different from daytime. In the green lake outside the window, water plants sway with the waves. If you want to see the stars, Ravenclaw, who lives at the top of a high-rise building, is the most suitable. Ron picked up the electric light he got from other worlds and hung it at the head of his bed. The bright light illuminated the green, gloomy and monotonous room. Malfoy, who was playing the game on the other side, also noticed the light that was on, and he looked at the light in surprise. Although they are wizard nobles, they also have some things that muggles use at home, so they naturally know the existence of electric lights. But doesn't it need electricity to support it? There is no electricity at Hogwarts. If he didn't understand, he simply stopped thinking about it. It was not good for him anyway. Malfoy waved the game console in his hand to Ron, and there was still a lot of power in it, enough for them to play all night. You guys play first, I have something to do tonight. Ron shook his head, then opened the Characteristics and Habits of Magical Creatures, lent to him by Hermione. He now has a psychic in his hand. He just took a look at these magical creatures and found a good-looking guy to sign a contract. He remembered that in this academy, there was a big snake that had lived for a long time, and it had the ability to turn people into stone. It's just that the memory is too far away, and Ron almost forgot. At this moment, a crisp frog croak rang in his ears, and Ron's eyes lit up. I saw a green frog wearing a lotus. She came back with luggage. Crack. Let me see what good things I brought back this time. Ron untied the luggage behind the frog cub, revealing two scarlet eyeballs with strange patterns. Ron took a breath for a moment. He was too familiar with these two things. Combining the contents of the photos, it would be difficult even if he didn't want to know. Soon, the identification results appeared. Eternal Kaleidoscope Shaker Eyes, Shenwei, a precious souvenir from the world of Naruto Shippuden. Effect, can obtain the specified pupil technique, and has the ability to copy illusion. Usage, After the unremitting efforts of the frog cubs, and after untold hardships, they finally synthesized a pair of eternal kaleidoscopes. The use method is simple and rude, just deduct your own eyes and plug them in directly. Of course, you can also choose direct fusion without any experience. Shenwei is indeed a pair of shakers, but it is definitely not an eternal kaleidoscope shaker. Ron, who was a little puzzled at first, opened his eyes instantly after seeing the introduction later, with the same expression as Hermione. Is the frog cub actually so fierce? After untold hardships, a pair of eternal kaleidoscopes have been synthesized. He knew that there were only a few owners of the kaleidoscope, not to mention the 2 users of Shenwei. How did the frog cub get it? This directly overturned Ron's original cognition. Chapter 16, Slytherin's Hidden Path. Looking at the frog cub who came back, he plucked off the little lotus leaf, and then found a random spot on the bed and climbed up. He looks tired. Ron shook his head, put his messy thoughts behind him, and turned to look at those scarlet A's. There are 2 ways to use this pair of eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. One is buttonhole replacement with a strong sense of experience, and the other is fusion without experience. Although it is said that in Hogwarts, it is not impossible to change the buttonhole in the face of magic, but it is too shocking. No matter how he thought about it, Ron chose the second method. It's just that he still has a question. The start and use of Share-Injian consumes the unique chakra of ninjas, and Ron doesn't have that kind of thing. At most, his body is a fusion of the huge magic power obtained by the Dragon Slayer crystal. Forget it, let's fuse it first, otherwise it's not a good thing to leave it like this. It would be bad if it broke. Thinking so, Ron chose the second fusion. Immediately afterwards, the pair of eternal kaleidoscope writing wheels turned into a white light and flew towards his pale blue eyes. The 2 people in the dormitory were busy playing games, and they didn't notice this strange scene at all. Soon, Ron felt a rush of heat converging in his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the original light blue eyes had been replaced by the constantly turning scarlet hook jade. Goos to goo, 3 goo, which were constantly turning, quickly transformed into 3 sickle-like shapes. The high-speed rotation pattern gradually stabilized. The world changed to a different look in front of these eyes. The powerful dynamic ability allowed him to clearly see the dust floating in the air, which was completely 2 extremes from the previous vision. Ron took out a mirror and looked at himself with scarlet-patterned eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The original Lorne gave people a friendly and noble feeling, but the current Lorne, with his handsome facial features and the pair of writing wheel eyes, looks full of evil. The negative emotion flowing out of his eyes made people shudder. After all, these eyes come from a person who has despaired of the world. With the thought of a move, it was like waving his arm, and the writing wheel eyes changed back to light blue pupils again. As if the appearance just now was just an illusion. Is it draining the magic power in my body? Ron felt it carefully, and the magic power brought by the Dragon Slayer crystal in his body was slightly reduced, but it was as insignificant as a drop of water in a pond. He had already experienced the powerful dynamic ability of these eyes, and he just experimented with the rest. With this in mind, Ron opened the shaker and looked at the 2 Malfoys who were still building a house. "Hey, Malfoy!" "How?" Hearing Ron's shout, Malfoy raised his head quickly, but he was stunned when he saw the scarlet color. So did Crabbe on the side, their expressions gradually blurred, and soon the corners of their mouths drooled uncontrollably. "It looks like a demented child." Great experiment. Ron felt that coming to Little Snake was the best choice. After all, there were a lot of pure-blood wizards who offered to conduct various experiments by themselves. The ability of illusion is one of Shernyan's forte, and almost everyone in the Uchiha family is a master of illusion, except for some useless ones. At this moment, What Ron saw in his perspective made him slightly stunned. Malfoy and Crabbe's bodies were constantly flowing with tiny energies. This is magic? He watched curiously. The Shaker can indeed see through the flow of the enemy's chakra, but he didn't expect that the magic power of a wizard could also do it. If this ability is combined with strong observation, it does not mean that as long as someone casts a spell in front of Ron, he can immediately write it down. Really powerful ability. Only after personal experience can you know the horror of Shenyan. Ron sighed, and then going to look outside the dormitory, he remembered that there were some weird legends in the Slytherin lounge. Perhaps with these eyes, one or two can be probed. It was almost midnight now, and the whole academy fell into silence. From time to time fish swim past the window of the Slytherin common room, and the green lake water is reflected on the stone floor under the pale moonlight. Ron, who had just come to the lounge, walked with a pair of writing wheels on. Darkness does not exist in front of these eyes. With these eyes, things that are usually invisible appear. Observing the surroundings, Ron suddenly took a step, and his scarlet pupils looked at the snakehead statue placed in the center of the Slytherin lounge. There are some lines of magic surging on this golden gold snakehead statue. The blue magic was connected all the way from the snake's head to the stone bricks on the ground. Interesting, Slytherin is indeed the most peculiar of the four lounges. Thinking of the legends of those senior Slytherin wizards scaring people, Ron smiled. More than 10 years ago, people who used to have Slytherins often heard a horse roar in the middle of the night, as if there was a snake lurking in the dark to observe its prey. Ron, who knew there was a basilisk, knew that the legend was probably true. Because the founder of Slytherin once domesticated a basilisk in a basement somewhere. Basilisks are magical creatures hatched by placing chicken eggs under toads. If they are seen indirectly, they have the curse of petrifying them. If they look directly at them, they will die on the spot. I don't know if the petrification curse has any effect on my eyes. Ron thought while rubbing his chin. If nothing else, this secret passage on the floor leads to the basement where the basilisk lives. Want to try it? Now he still has the space ninjutsu called Kamui, not to mention that the current basilisk should be in a deep sleep. If he remembers correctly, the basilisk will not be awakened again until Tom's Horcrux notebook arrives. Ron's eyes lit up when he remembered some plots. It just so happened that his psychic skills haven't found a suitable magical creature yet, so he just made a psychic contract with the basilisk. If you can't control it, use illusion to control it directly, but there is only one problem. Anyone who sees the basilisk's eyes will be killed directly, and whoever sees it indirectly will be petrified. Thinking about it, Ron's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of a good idea. Then the basilisk is almost ready now. Please ask for flowers, ask for a monthly pass, ask for everything, and there will be 3 watch in the evening. Thank you for your support. Chapter 17, The Sleeping Basilisk, The Psychic Contract. With the way to deal with the basilisk formed in his mind, Ron did not hesitate. Staring at the golden snake head, it is obvious that the trigger of this snake head requires a specific spell or command, and the only person who knows about it is probably the founder of Slytherin. So now there is only one method in front of him, and that is direct brute force cracking. Thinking so, Ron put his hand on the top of the snake's head and slowly input his magic power into it. As long as you replace the magic power flowing in it with your own, you should be able to open it easily. It might work. He was also a little unsure about the final result. After all, he was also a little wizard who had just studied for less than a day. If it doesn't work, he can only consider using Thunder Dragon's Bang Fist. In that case, it is estimated that the entire Slytherin will be awakened. Ron's eyes narrowed slowly, his eyes focused on the flowing magic circuit, and his magic power was slowly flowing into it. About 3 minutes passed. A trace of joy appeared on his face. And what he expected was right. As long as you destroy the original magic power and replace it with your own, you can easily control a stone door leading to the basement. The rumbling sound suddenly sounded. In this silent Slytherin, it is very harsh. Fortunately, it was already late at night. Looking back, no little wizard was awakened. The stone door on the floor had been opened, and a rotten breath rushed towards his face, causing Ron to pinch his nose. After thinking for a while, he took an oil lamp from the table beside him and walked slowly to the underground stone ladder. The flame of the oil lamp was shaky, proving that the basement was still ventilated. When he got here, he was relieved. Under Ron's control, the stone gate rumbled and closed again. Even if they quarreled with the wizard, they would only see an empty lounge when they came to the hall. Walking down the stone stairs slowly, the footsteps were very loud in the quiet and narrow tunnel. The oil lamp in his hand was lifted up, and the surrounding darkness was illuminated. I didn't expect that there is such a place in Slytherin. Ron groped carefully. The stone ladder was very long, and it took about 2 or 3 minutes to reach the bottom. In front of it is a small stone gate, and there is light on the opposite side of the stone gate, which looks like a small square. Ron was ready to activate his divine power at any time, and then walked over softly with the oil lamp in hand. After crossing the stone gate, there is a vast semicircular platform in front of you, and there is a long road on the other side of the platform. The road, and on both sides of the road, there are pools filled with water, which look very shallow. In the pond, there are also 2 rows of snakeheads spitting out snake letters, which look a little scary in this dark environment. After confirming that there was no danger, Ron walked to the pool to have a look. The water in the pool was very clear, sparkling under the light of the oil lamp. It looks like the water source here is the same as somewhere else. Turning his head to look at the entire platform, there is nowhere to hide all the magic power in front of Shenyan. Soon, he saw a cave standing on a rock wall in the upper left corner. Although there is no magic output, he can feel that something is wrong there. A basilisk's cave? Ron stared at the cave and walked slowly in the direction of the cave. The current basilisk should have fallen into a deep sleep under the command of Parseltongue. Similarly, now only Parseltongue can wake it up again. However, even so, he is still carefully prepared to enter the blur at any time. After all, be careful to sail a 1,000-year-old ship. Thinking of this, he got closer and closer to the cave step by step. A disgusting stench came from inside, causing Ron to frown, and then he covered his mouth and nose involuntarily. This basilisk was created by the founder of Slytherin, Salazar Slytherin. According to the time, nearly 1,000 years have passed. According to the records about the basilisk in the Encyclopedia of Magical Creatures, the lifespan of this magical creature can reach 900 years at most. Obviously the basilisk raised by Salazar must be something unusual. After entering the cave, the dim light instantly illuminated the entire small cave, and Ron he clearly saw the creatures hidden in the cave. It was a huge basilisk with scales all over its body and dark green skin. At this time, the basilisk was falling into a deep sleep with his eyes closed, and it was obvious that Ron's acquisition did not affect it in any way. The basilisk is very long, about 50 feet or so, and looks very stout. Ron looked at the basilisk's closed eyes and was in trouble for a while. If you want to control the other party through the writing wheel, you need to look directly face to face. But if he were to look at the basilisk, he might also be killed. According to his idea, it is to prepare a huge mirror to magnify his writing wheel eye, and then use it to control the basilisk. It's just that the basilisk is still sleeping, so to control this matter, we can only talk about it after waking up. Now waiting for that notebook to come here. Thinking of this, Ron's hands were not idle. He took out the psychic scroll from his pocket, and used a sharp dagger to cut a trace of flesh. But after the dagger hits the hard scales, there is no way to break the defense. So Ron can only mobilize the magic power in his body and add a layer of lightning to the dagger. This time, the scales were easily cut, and crimson blood flowed out. He took a bit and smeared it on the scroll, then smeared his own blood on the scroll, and then wrote his name. This is to use blood to force a psychic contract with a creature. After he was done, Ron glanced at the watch in his hand. Now it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and it's already late. After putting away the scroll, he did not choose the original path to return to the Slytherin lounge, but instead looked at the stone door in front of the long road. If he remembered correctly, he remembered that this was the way to a bathroom, and there was a crying ghost in it. Thinking of this, Ron walked towards the stone gate with the oil lamp in hand. Chapter 18, The Twins of the Night Tour. Opening the stone gate, and following the dark and narrow cave tunnel, Ron walked slowly with an oil lamp. There were all kinds of white bones scattered on the rocky ground, and there was even a huge snake skin. The mixed smell made people uncomfortable. Around the original flavor, there are various forked intersections, which look like ventilation ducts. Following the narrow passage, he quickly found the location leading to the bathroom. It's just that this intersection needs to be opened with a Parseltonian spell, so Ron had to choose another way out. The passages around this underground extend in all directions, basically including the entire Hogwarts College. When he dismantled the ventilation duct and came down, he realized that he did not know when he had arrived at the location of the library. The flickering lights were very conspicuous in the dark library, and Mrs. Pince, who was in charge of the library in the morning, would not keep watch at night, and Argus Filch, the only person in charge of inspection, was probably asleep by this time. However, just in case, Ron still put out the oil lamp. He's not one of those reckless little lions. However, at this moment, a soft sound suddenly sounded in the quiet library. Ron moved his eyes and looked around, and found nothing wrong. But he did hear the sound just now. Suddenly, Ron turned his head sharply, a pair of scarlet eyes streaked a red line in the night sky, and behind him, a scrawny grey cat appeared behind him at some point. The pair of beast pupils were staring at Ron's figure. "Good evening, Mrs. Norris." Ron stared at the cat and said softly, "Since the cat is here, then Delegate Filch the janitor is also nearby." Although he knew that Filch's secret was a squib, it didn't mean he wanted to offend Filch. The red sickle slowly turned in her pupils, and the illusion was activated at the moment when Mrs. Norris was about to turn her head. Soon, Mrs. Norris' body froze, she shook her head vigorously, and then directly ignored Ron's existence, and continued to go to the depths of the library to find those night wanderers who violated the rules. It's a lot easier to have illusions. He looked at the place where Mrs. Norris left, and couldn't help but murmured. However, at this moment, a sharp cat meow cut through the silence. Meow. It's over. Before Ron could react, he saw an exclamation from the depths of the library, followed by various collision sounds one after another. With his strong eyesight, he could clearly see that there were two people running towards him through the night. Ron unhurriedly closed his writing wheel. These eyes can't be exposed in front of other people. When he thought about it, two people in the distance had already rushed in front of him. "Hey, are you here for a night tour too? Come, follow us, or the watchdog will come over in a while." These two are Weasley's twins. Looking at the red hair they were familiar with, Ron didn't even react, so he was dragged by them and ran wildly. "Phew, it looks like the two of them didn't catch up with us. My name is Fred Weasley, and he is my brother George Weasley. Lorne Geralt, it's nice to meet you two." When the three of them ran to a corner, they stopped panting, and brother Fred Weasley extended his hand to Ron and introduced. George on the side suddenly brightened his eyes, as if he had discovered something incredible, and said in surprise, "Are you a Slytherin wizard? Hey, we've come out so many times, and it's the first time we've met Slytherin. It's too rare." Fred was also surprised. "Is there?" Ron touched his nose, saying that he was the first to break the rules of Slytherin night walks. Although it is said that Gryffindor and Slytherin do not deal with each other, the twins have a much better sense of Ron, who is also out for a night tour. "I didn't expect that there was such an interesting guy as you in that group of snakes. It's getting late, aren't you two going to bed?" Ron glanced at his watch. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. At this point in time, there are probably only these two people who are still wandering outside. "It's really getting late, so see you tonight if you're free." After saying hello, the twins sneaked around the corner to the Gryffindor lounge. "Two guys are really interesting." Shaking his head, Ron also prepared to go back to his dormitory to sleep. There were a lot of things he encountered this evening, and inevitably he was also a little sleepy. Shortly followed the route back to his lounge. Malfoy and Crabbe were still immersed in their own fantasy. The drool from the corners of their mouths had soaked the sheets. Seeing this, Ron raised his eyebrows, then snapped his fingers to release the illusion of the two. "It's 2 o'clock, why are you two still not sleeping?" After the two of Malfoy woke up, Ron was already lying on the bed ready to sleep. Oh. Malfoy nodded dully, then closed his eyes while holding the saliva-soaked sheets. Ron slept so well last night that he didn't wake up until after 8 o'clock, while the two of Malfoy were still sound asleep. It wasn't until he got to the dining room that he found that Hermione was already waiting for him at his seat. But it made him a little strange. The girls in Gryffindor were basically 3 or 4 people eating together, and only Hermione was alone. Which is school violence? Some rich breakfast, thank you. Perhaps Hermione was too serious in her reading, and when Ron sat beside her and called out his request for breakfast, Hermione discovered him. "Good morning, beautiful lady." Ron smiled at Hermione, the tip of his nose twitched slightly. Today is still the familiar scent of jasmine. "You're late today," Miss Hermione said. "It's you who came early." Chapter 19, Malfoy initiates an invitation to a duel. Since it was an herbal class in the morning, it was Slytherin and Ravenclaw together, while Gryffindor was only taking Hufflepuff. So after a simple breakfast, the two parted at the stairs. Seeing Hermione's figure walking up the stairs slowly, Ron shook his head. No matter where you are, there are always some people who have an opinion on Xub. But speaking of it, he doesn't have many friends himself. In the Snake House, he only had Malfoy as a close friend, at most a Crabbe. I walked into the herbal medicine class according to myself, and the boring day started. By the time they came out of the herbal medicine class, it was close to noon. In the afternoon, Slytherin and Gryffindor did not have any classes. Except for the evening, they both had a common class, the history of magic. That is, a history lesson about some of the relevance of the wizarding world. I heard that the teachers of this course are very old, at least they have lived for nearly 1,000 years. Right, and it was also invited by the founder of Slytherin at the time. In this way, Ron is somewhat interested in the living history of this walking. Find Hermione at the agreed table location. This time she is not alone, with Harry and Ron by her side. This way, Ron. Hermione, who had been looking forward to it, was the first to spot Ron, who was looking around. "Good noon." Ron put his textbook on the table, nodded and greeted the two people on the opposite side. "Are you going to the library this afternoon?" After lunch, Hermione asked Ron. She feels that she needs to add some knowledge about potions to her mind now, because compared with Ron, she feels that her knowledge is still too little. Because the little snake and the little lion have almost the same timetable, they are basically together when they are resting. "Are you going to the library?" "I'm going to." Harry on the side heard that the two were planning to go to the library, and immediately raised his hand to indicate that he was going to. After all, he was severely insulted by Snape's old bat yesterday, and he felt that his brain couldn't go on like this any longer. Especially after learning about Hermione's study method, Harry was instantly like drinking chicken soup and beating chicken blood. He also wants to become a character like a scholar. Then, let me go too? Although Ron didn't want to study, his friends, especially his best friend Harry, had to go, so he couldn't be absent. Ron, who originally wanted to say he didn't want to go, scratched his head when he saw the enthusiasm of the people around him. Let's go then. According to his original plan, he should visit the Quidditch venue in the afternoon, and then stroll around the lakeside of Black Lake. After all, it has been 2 days since the whole Hogwarts has been fully explored. But Hermione and the others said so, so he had no choice but to follow the popular trend. It is noon now, so there are many people in the library. Most of them are young wizards in the upper grades, preparing to get certificates, and studying various kinds of papers. Everyone is quietly absorbing knowledge. Ron and the others found a table that was closer to the door, and sat there and took out a few books. Hermione helped Harry pick out a thick book of knowledge on potions, a book as thick as a fist, which made Harry a little dizzy. Do you want to read this book? Then maybe you want to be a fool. Hermione raised her white neck like a proud white swan, and glanced at Harry Potter. It's annoying to talk. Ron, who casually picked up a magazine and pretended to be, whispered in Harry's ear, and made a face at Hermione after speaking. Miss Jack of all trades. Humph. Hermione sat down beside Ron angrily, holding a thick dictionary in her arms. A guy who is not motivated doesn't need to be so angry. Seeing Hermione looking puffed up, Ron couldn't help whispering in her ear. The warm air made her petite body tremble, and she quickly said, I know. I know. Ron also picked up his copy of Basics of Potions Cognition, and started to learn. He is now very interested in potions in all disciplines. After all, if done well, this is a good opportunity to make money. Especially when learning how precious the basilisk's fangs and blood are. He has kept a basilisk in the basement for nearly 1,000 years. While a few people were studying, Malfoy suddenly came to the library. Looking left and right, he finally saw Harry Potter, who was a little sleepy. Just as he was about to go there, he suddenly saw Ron sitting on the other side reading carefully, and his steps suddenly shrank back. No, why am I so afraid of that fellow Gerald? Draco, you are a noble wizard, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. As he meditated in his heart, a surge of courage flooded into his heart. Malfoy went straight to the table where Ron was. I will have a duel between wizards and you. In the quiet library, this voice instantly attracted the attention of several people around. Even Mrs. Pince, who was sitting at the door, looked over with dissatisfaction. Malfoy also noticed that his voice was a little louder, and he quickly lowered his head to avoid his gaze. Are you going to duel with me? Ron asked thoughtfully. Hearing that there was going to be a duel, Harry, who had been drowsy, instantly regained his energy. No, no, no. Hearing Ron's reply, Malfoy shook his head quickly. He knew the strength of the monster in front of him, so he didn't want to be thankful. I'm going to duel with you, Harry Potter. We'll meet at the prize showroom at 11:30 tonight. I hope you don't dare to come. After speaking, Malfoy left only a golden back of his head and left in a hurry. The person he wants to duel. Is it me? Harry, who had just woken up, was stunned at the moment. If you heard correctly, it should be you. Ron, who was beside him, shook Harry's arm, and said blankly, do you want to agree? Of course, I won't run. Harry remembered Malfoy's targeting of him, and his fighting spirit immediately became high. Okay, I'll go with you tonight. Hermione, who was flipping through the book, half squinted her brown eyes, silently muttered, "To idiots, there is no help. Ask for a monthly pass, a comment, a flower, a humble author online for everything." Chapter 20, Date by the Lake. This is a noble wizard duel. Miss Know-it-all. Hearing Hermione's whispers, Ron whispered disdainfully, "It looks like you don't talk nonsense if you don't know. But, I don't know much now." Harry, who promised to duel, regretted it after he calmed down. He has only been in class for 2 or 3 days now, and the spells class will start tomorrow afternoon for the first time. He only knows a few spells now, and even Ron gave it to him. Hearing this, Ron was also stunned in place. As a noble pure-blood wizard family, Draco Malfoy must know more than the two of them. After he agreed, didn't he just let Harry go to himself? If you have time to think about this kind of thing, you might as well read 2 books. It's like this Idaho Cave opens. Ron put another copy of the Book of Common Spells in front of Harry. As Malfoy's true friend, he knew that the Golden Retriever had no good intentions. Just like what Hermione said, the two of them were also incapable of thinking. Malfoy wouldn't risk being punished and locked up for a duel in the middle of the night. If you guess correctly, the watchdog is probably ready tonight. Would you like to go for a walk by the lake? Putting away the book, Ron stretched his waist and said to Hermione, "I heard that the scenery there is very good. Are you two going on a date?" Harry's eyes lit up and asked curiously. As soon as these words came out, Hermione, who had not yet reacted, slapped her smartly, and then a blush appeared on both sides of her cheeks. About a date or something. Ron on the side didn't deny it. The sun at noon is not too strong, and the wind in the sky is also very mild. After the two of Ron came out of the library, they walked along the green lake. "Is the Slytherin common room just below this lake?" Hermione asked curiously. Their Gryffindor lounge was built on the 8th floor, and of the 4 major lounges, only Slytherin was the most peculiar and the most curious. "Of course, every night when I go to bed, I can see all kinds of fish, and occasionally a big octopus. In a sense, Slytherin is a pure high-end aquarium. There are also a lot of little wizards by the lake. Most of them are a group of men or a group of women chatting occasionally. A couple of senior wizards, a man and a woman, can be seen holding hands." Hermione looked down at her hand holding the notebook, and quickly shook her head. "Such an idea is unacceptable. Miss Jackie, what are you thinking?" Ron looked at the dense forest in the distance, and turned back to Hermione and teased. "The nickname of Jack of all trades really suits you." Hermione, who has always been in the learning moment, has far more knowledge in various aspects than other little wizards. And knowledge brings a rightful pride. Maybe that's why Hermione doesn't seem to have any friends in Gryffindor anymore. If she had gone to Ravenclaw, Hermione would have been more popular than she is now. After all, there is an academy for the pursuit of knowledge. "You're laughing at me too." Miss Hermione stopped and glanced at Ron with brown pupils. "Isn't the Jack of all trades suitable for you?" Ron also stopped, looking at the proudly green lawn, and sat down directly without being too dirty. "After all, it means you know everything. That's what they used to laugh at me." Seeing Ron sitting down, Hermione hesitated and sat down. "Looks like you haven't made any friends in Gryffindor." Ron took out 2 lollipops from his pocket and handed one to Hermione. "Me too, I have nothing to say with those little snakes." "Oh, except my only friend in Slytherin, Malfoy." After all, Malfoy was willing to make his own experiments for him, so Ron naturally recognized this friend. But there are many definitions of friends. Like him and his owl, and him and Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Hermione took the candy, thinking of the little blonde wizard who had just provoked Harry in the library. "He looks disgusting." She frowned. "Maybe, but I think others are not bad. After all, He ate an illusion last night. The two stopped and walked, and unknowingly, they had come to a dense forest. This is the Forbidden Forest. Headmaster Dumbledore said that it is not allowed to approach here. Hermione's memory was excellent, and she memorized almost every word Dumbledore said at the beginning of the school year. When we got here, there were not many people around, only Hermione and Ron. After staring at the depths of the forest for a while with light blue eyes, just as he was about to turn his head to go back, he suddenly heard a loud shout. "Hey, what are you two little wizards with not growing their hair doing here?" Hearing this familiar voice, both Ron and Hermione turned their heads together. I remember that Headmaster Dumbledore said that entry is not allowed here. As the manager of this forbidden forest, Hagrid didn't want to see a little wizard injured in it. There are too many dangerous things in this forest, such as wild centaurs, eight-eyed spiders. These things are not accessible to these little wizards. Even if the professor enters, they may not be able to come out. If you approach the Forbidden Forest privately, you will be deducted and locked up. Sorry, Mr. Hagrid, we got lost on a date. Ron grabbed Hermione, who was a little flustered, and said politely to Hagrid. Originally, Hermione, who was a little flustered when she heard that she was about to deduct points, only felt that her little hand was suddenly pulled up by Ron. Dating? Hagrid's eyes widened. He had an impression of the two little wizards in front of him, because he was the one who led the newcomers to school a few days ago. I didn't expect these two to get together so quickly. It's only been a few days since I entered school, my Merlin. Remembering that he didn't even have a female friend at Hogwarts, Hagrid suddenly felt that Ron's face was in the way. Go away, don't come here next time, or I'll tell Headmaster Dumbledore. Hagrid said viciously. Looking at the back who left hand in hand, Hagrid sighed enviously. People are more popular than dead people. Chapter 21, Boring Night. As the two gradually moved away from the Forbidden Forest, Hermione, who had been nervous all the time, was relieved. Nothing is more terrifying for a scholar than deducting points. Although it is said that thanks to the infinite efforts of Harry and Ron, Gryffindor has now become almost the last one. And now, Ravenclaw and Slytherin are tied for first place. These two sides have been the most fiercely contested for the Academy Cup in recent years, although Slytherin wins every one of them in the end. After the two of them returned to the restaurant, preparations for the evening magic history class began, with a ghost who had lived for thousands of years to explain it to everyone. Ron went in looking forward to it, but after only holding on for less than 5 minutes, he fell unconscious, and Hermione, who was sitting beside him, was obviously much better than him. Little by little, the little head is in the air, like a little duck eating food. In the end, the Gzuber did not resist the power of the 1,000-year-old antique, and leaned his head on the shoulder of Ron, who was sleeping on the table. In the surrounding area of little wizards, no one could escape the whispering voice. It is worth mentioning that Hermione was the last one to fall. It's rude. The ghost-shaped, grey and translucent Professor Binns looked angrily at the little wizards who had fainted. Professor Binns is the only ghost professor at Hogwarts. According to other ghosts, Professor Binns forgot to bring his body to class one day, and when he came back, he was already dead, but this little problem could not stop his love for teaching at all. So for 1,000 years, the teacher of the History of Magic class has always been Professor Binns. Although everyone around him was asleep, he still used his monotonous voice to ramble on, what Goblin Revolt and other ancient magical histories. When the get out of class was over, some stories left the classroom yawning, and some even couldn't stand up due to numbness in their legs and feet. Professor Binns' lectures are still very easy to understand. Hermione rubbed her eyes, packed up the notes she took in the first half of the class, and said to Ron, "As for what I said later, I'm sorry, Miss Hermione was already asleep at the time. I think he should use some legendary stories to attract our attention, such as the Philosopher's Stone, the Chamber of Secrets and so on. Ron was also a little sleepy, especially when this class was held in the evening. My class is History of Magic, and I study facts, not myths and legends. When Professor Binns in ghost form passed by, he said something coldly. As for the legendary secret room, it does exist, but it was built by the founder of Slytherin, Salazar Slytherin. There is nothing mysterious. Ron looked at Professor Binns, who was drifting away, and touched his nose. He was too familiar with the things in the secret room. After all, he went to explore last night and harvested a psychic creature. After all, the basilisk is really not a mysterious thing. It seems that Professor Binns is really boring. Hermione nodded in agreement. After they left the classroom door, the two were about to part ways. Because one lounge is on the 8th floor and the other is on the basement floor, the two of them separated at the entrance of the stairs. Hermione's figure slowly walked up the deformed staircase, and disappeared in front of his eyes with a change. I shouldn't be a Lilycon, right? Ron thought, then walked back down the stairs to the Slytherin lounge. Under the green tones of water, the fire of the fireplace was slowly burning, and a group of little Slytherin wizards gathered in the hall at this time, talking and laughing about things. When Ron passed by, he glanced at it and found that Malfoy was among them. This group of wizards are pure-blooded wizards, and on the other side of the lounge, there is a group of half-blooded wizards, which are divided into two factions. Ron yawned and turned back to his bedroom. He doesn't want to deal with any faction now. After all, who can come to Slytherin? What kind of good guy can there be? When I was about to start sleeping, Malfoy returned to the dormitory with a face full of interest. It's nice to chat with a group of wizards who share the same philosophy. You didn't go to Harry? Ron, who was reading with the light on, asked knowingly. Ha, I have asked someone to help me find Harry. I believe it will give him a big surprise. Malfoy remembered the gossip he had just told Argus Filch, and smiled maliciously. Be quiet, it's disturbing my thoughts of Reading. Ron glanced at Malfoy, who couldn't help laughing, and reminded. The smile stopped abruptly, and Malfoy's mouth twitched. For some reason, when he saw Ron, there was always an unknown sense of fear in his heart. However, his love for games allowed him to overcome his fear. Why doesn't this game console light up? Out of battery. Then what should we do? Ron raised his eyebrows when he saw Malfoy taking out the game console with a black screen. Then don't play. No, my house is only half built. Malfoy said reluctantly, how much is your game console? I bought it. Help me charge, by the way. As a pure-blood wizard noble, Malfoy naturally has his own pocket money and a lot of assets. Forget it, I gave it to you, who made us friends. After speaking, Ron picked up his staff and pointed it at the game console. Malfoy was taken aback by this action and quickly stepped back. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling golden arc burst out from the wand, and soon began to wrap around the game console. After a while, the red indicator light instantly turned green. Ron once experimented with a few game consoles and blew up a few, so he was so handy. You are a good person. Malfoy glanced at Ron gratefully, then ran to his bed. Internet-addicted teenager. A word automatically popped into Ron's mind. In short, everyone had a very comfortable night this night. Except for Harry, Ron and their roommate, who are being hunted down by Filch, the tragic trio. Chapter 22, well said, 10 points from Gryffindor. In the early morning of the next day, Ron simply packed up and prepared to go to the restaurant for dinner. In the past few days, he has gradually adapted to the life here. He asks the house elf what he wants to eat every day, and even his clothes can be cleaned with a new look. At this time, a large group of people surrounded Gryffindor's dining table, and when he got closer, he realized that the people surrounded were Harry Potter and the broom he had just obtained. It wasn't until Hermione explained it to him that he found out that because of Harry's outstanding performance in the flying class, he was specially selected as a Gryffindor Quidditch seeker. And recently there was a Gryffindor Slytherin match, which means that Harry will soon be going to the first match. However, Harry's spirit didn't look very good, and Ron's face on the side was even more blue, looking very funny. What I didn't expect was that Professor McGonagall was also a Quidditch player when he was young, and he even won a badge of honor. Hermione remembered Professor McGonagall's steady appearance in class, and she had no idea that she would be a Quidditch fanatic. Ron nodded knowingly. He wasn't interested in Quidditch, because Quidditch was so outrageous that a single seeker could decide the end of a game, completely denying the rest of the team's points. It would be better to just find the golden snitch with a group of people. The key to the whole game is to focus on the seeker. As for the other players, they are all Lui. The first class was Professor Snape's potions class, and none of the wizards present wanted to be late for his class. After all, Professor Snape looked fierce. There were originally some bright classrooms, but with Snape's arrival, the windows were automatically closed one by one. Okay, now let's refine the potion. Close all the books in your hands. We don't need the old and outdated knowledge above. What you need now is to do it. After Snape finished speaking, he explained in detail the potions and formulas to be refined in this lesson. The smart and studious Hermione pricked up her ears and took notes seriously. There are obviously many benefits for some schoolmasters to be on the sidelines. For example, Ron can borrow notes when he just lost his mind. The cauldrons needed to refine the potion have been prepared and placed on the table one by one, and the materials for this lesson have been prepared in advance. Every little wizard is conscientiously refining his own potion, except Harry Potter. This is a classroom, not a bedroom. If you want to sleep, please get out of here immediately. Snape's sharp eyes saw that something was wrong with Harry, and even Ron, who was sitting next to him, did not escape punishment. Do you know how dangerous it is to sleep while refining potions? Snape's indifferent and swift voice sounded, and he sarcastically said, "It's obvious that you brains like trolls don't know." "No, Professor, it was last night." Harry, who was just about to explain, suddenly stopped abruptly, and his mind that was still a little confused just now came to his senses. He hesitated, not knowing what to say. He couldn't say that last night he went to fight with Malfoy for a wizard duel, but he didn't come at all, and he let Filch chase all night and was startled by the three-headed dog again. Speaking of which, if Ron hadn't let him learn how to open Araho caves yesterday, it is estimated that he and his two roommates would have been arrested and locked up now. "What did you do last night?" Snape narrowed his eyes, realizing that things were not that simple, and asked directly. I. Professor, he ate a bad stomach last night, so he didn't sleep all night." Ron, who was sitting on the side, hurriedly stood up to explain to Harry. If Harry were to continue talking, the matter of the three-person night tour would be exposed. "Good point." Snape sneered. 10 points from Gryffindor. Hermione, who was sitting in the back row, who was concentrating on refining potions, suddenly shook her small hand after hearing this, and all the materials in her hand were about to fall into the cauldron. She opened her eyes immediately. If all this material falls into the crucible, it means that the potion of her potion is useless. Fortunately, Ron, who was on the side, quickly caught the material that was about to fall into the boiling water. "You only need to put 1/7 of the root of the aconite, you don't need to throw it all in." Ron put the black head in front of Hermione and joked. "Phew, thank you." Hermione patted her chest quickly and let out a light breath. At that moment, she thought she was going to die. But just as the tension disappeared, she remembered that her academy had been deducted 10 points again. I suspect Professor Snape is targeting Harry. Hermione lowered her head in a low voice. No, no doubt, Snape's old bat was targeting Harry Potter. He is also not shy about targeting others. If you don't have any evidence, don't talk nonsense. Be careful, I will report you to the Dean. Ron threatened. I do not believe. Hermione rolled her eyes at him. The potion Snape asked to refine this time was still very simple, at least both Ron and Hermione had refined it. But Ron was one step ahead of Hermione. Well done, Ron, Slytherin adds 10 points. Snape unceremoniously added 10 points to the snake house, looking at the potion of good quality. And just facing Harry are completely two extremes. Annoyed, Harry couldn't help pinching off the medicine refining materials in his hand. Professor and me. Hermione raised her hand just now and looked at Snape expectantly. The aconite added a little more, but the effect is still there. Snape half squinted at Hermione and Ron beside him, and thought for a while. Gryffindor added 10 points. Familiar Gryffindor and Slytherin. Snape thought. Boom. At this moment, a huge explosion sounded. Snape hurried over. When he saw the familiar little lion's robe, Snape's face crooked with anger. Is your brain disguised by a troll? Clean up this place for me. Also, 10 points from Gryffindor. Hermione, who was still happy just now, her smile slowly became stiff. The corners of her mouth twitched, and her whole body turned grey. Are you all right? Ron held back the smile at the corner of his mouth and asked Hermione softly. Can I still be divided into colleges again? I want to go to Ravenclaw or Slytherin. Every day I ask for tickets, flowers, comments, everything. I just signed a contract today, and I will definitely not be an eunuch. Chapter 23, Malfoy, You and I Must Kill. After the potions class was over, Professor Flitwick's spells class followed. This class is for Gryffindor and Slytherin separately. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Since Ravenclaw didn't have class in the morning, when Ron and Hermione parted, they came to the classroom and found that there were already a lot of people sitting there. They were wearing robes and ties with the Azuvro logo. Ron found a random spot and sat on it. Soon Professor Flitwick walked in with the book in his arms. Professor Flitwick was very short, with white hair, and was a Ravenclaw dean with goblin blood. But it was such a small professor who won several duel championships when he was studying at Hogwarts. This honor made him a well-deserved teacher of spells. The whole Ravenclaw people showed great respect after seeing Professor Flitwick. Among all the professors, Professor Flitwick had the best character, and even Ron often heard about it from other Eagle Academy students. Okay, gentlemen, be a little quieter. Professor Flitwick sat down on a stack of books, trying to make himself able to see every little wizard present. He kindly explained his course. The levitation spell, fire spell, softening spell, cutting spell, unlocking spell, locking spell, and repairing spell are the lessons we want to learn in the first grade. At the end, I will give you an exam, so please listen carefully. Having said that, Professor Flitwick picked up his spell and whispered to the book next to him, Wingardium Leviosa. Immediately afterwards, under the curious eyes of the little wizards around, the thick book floated out of thin air. It's the spell we're going to learn in the next class. Now open your standard spell. I think it's the book written by Miranda Gossack. At this time, Ron, who was hiding in the corner of the classroom, had quietly closed his writing wheel. He had already seen all the circuits of the magic power just now, and even the movement of waving his wand had been copied. Try it, he whispered softly. The wand in his hand stretched out from his wide sleeve, and lightly tapped a badge he placed on the table. Instead of chanting a spell, he gently waved his wand following the professor's circuit and movements. Soon, under Ron's gaze, the bronze badge swayed and floated. However, this scene happened to fall into the eyes of Professor Flitwick, who had been observing the students around him. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, because he didn't see any movement or sound from Ron's mouth. Silent curse. This is an advanced class, and it is more difficult to learn than any spell he has taught so far. Because if the silent spell is not well controlled, the power in the wizard's body will explode, and he will not be able to completely control his spell power. Moreover, the power of silent spells is much stronger than that of voiced spells. Therefore, when encountering danger, ordinary wizards will not recite spells. But according to the scene he just saw, the handsome blonde-haired boy in the corner was able to easily control his power and make the badge float slowly. My Merlin, this is so rare, Professor Flitwick muttered to himself. But why is it a snake house? After seeing the familiar set of green robes, he couldn't help shaking his head. For such a genius to enter Slytherin, it is simply a waste of money. If he is allowed to teach carefully, then he has absolute confidence to cultivate the next dueling champion. Maybe I should have a good chat with Snape. The amiable Professor Flitwick had a hard time imagining that he would have such thoughts. The talent shown by Ron already contains the wisdom possessed by Ravenclaw. If someone can make things float for the first time through a spell, it is a spell talent. But if you want to use the silent spell to control it, there is definitely wisdom in it. The flow of the spell and the amount of control have to go through a variety of meticulous calculations. As a duel master, Professor Flitwick took many years to get to that point. At this time, Ron didn't know that he had been targeted by the Dean of Ravenclaw. Now he is preparing to copy some other useful spells. But where in the past copy was a problem. No one would perform all kinds of dangerous spells in front of a little wizard. Would you like to go and study with Senior Tom? Although the name Voldemort was cursed, Tom was not. He remembered that Professor Rocky seemed to be wearing Senior Tom. As time passed, and soon it was time to end the get out of class, it's just that when Ron was about to pack up his things and go back to the dormitory, Malfoy blocked in front of him with his two valets. Is there something wrong, my friend? Ron looked up and asked. Gerald, do you know about Quidditch? Malfoy didn't come to find fault, and he didn't dare to find fault. He now has two good places in his hand, and he just wanted to share it with Ron. Since Harry Potter joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Malfoy has also tried every means to ask his school manager father to help him find a relationship and join the Slytherin team. And it just so happened that after he joined the Slytherin team, a member of the team was ready to go for verification, and then withdrew from the team. That is to say, there is one more place now, so Malfoy naturally thought of his good brother. With Gerald's strength, if he joins the team, those little lions are nothing to be afraid of. As Malfoy, who had personally experienced Ron's strength, he had the most say, so he asked his father, the school manager, to give him the selection. Although the current headmaster is Dumbledore, the Malfoy family can't get into deep, but such a small problem can still be solved. You want me to join Quidditch? Ron asked in surprise. Yes, I believe that with your participation, the two of us will definitely kill. Malfoy said confidently. What position is there now, Seeker? Ron asked after thinking for a while. Joining a team is not a problem, it just happens to be used to pass the boring time. It's just that the only position he can see now is the Seeker. After all, if it were any other position, even if he had the highest score, once the Seeker loses, it would basically fall short. No, Seeker is my position. After Malfoy finished speaking, he saw Ron's figure about to turn around. Farewell. Don't, let's play a game alone, okay? Malfoy hurriedly held back. He really wanted to beat Harry once. That's settled then. Lorna on the horse Delphi nodded with hopeful eyes. Chapter 24, The Half-Blood Prince's Notes. After returning to the dormitory, Ron put aside the sleeping frog cub lying on the bed, and began to think about what he was going to do recently. He now needs to improve in all aspects, especially magic spells and potions, and refining potions happens to be the most profitable. What's more, the materials for refining potions can be found in forbidden areas. With his current strength, it was easy to bypass Hagrid and go to the Forbidden Land. However, the knowledge in his mind is really too little right now. He can only make a few simple potions. Even if he knows the methods of others, he does not know the specific formula and dosage. Looks like it's time to go and study with Snape. Snape was absolutely excellent at teaching wizards about potions. Especially since he's still a Slytherin student. After having a purpose, Ron played a little game with the two in the dormitory and went to bed early at 2 in the morning. Mainly because they don't have a class in Slytherin tomorrow morning. After the second day, Ron knocked on Professor Snape's lounge. Since Gryffindor had a herbal class to study this morning, Hermione didn't follow. However, after breakfast, when the two parted, Hermione was also motivated by the fact that he was going to study with Professor Snape. Ron works so hard, what right does she have not to work hard? After all, in all the classes, Ron's performance was unanimously praised by all the professors. Even the professor who was not the one who took the charms class together, Professor Flitwick, mentioned Ron's name in front of the little lion. The little lions who knew Ron at the time were all taken aback. With the knock on the door opened automatically in a short while. "Come in, Ron." The originally cold voice was a little calm at the moment, and he even thought he heard it wrong, or knocked on the wrong door. After seeing the sign on the door, it was indeed Professor Shengnepu, and Ron walked in with confidence. "Professor Snape, good morning." Ron nodded politely, and then stated his purpose directly. He is not the kind of person who likes to go around. What's more, he knew that Professor Snape would not reject him. Sure enough, after hearing his request, Snape put his long-sleeved hand on his chin and thought for a moment. In the face of such a studious wizard, as a professor, it is impossible for him to refuse, not to mention that the wizard in front of him is still a Slytherin student. And Ron's talent in potions class far surpassed other wizards, which shows that he has a certain talent. No matter what kind of discipline it is, it needs talent to support it. Among all disciplines, there are only two kinds of talents that need talent the most, one is astrology, and the other is magic. But that doesn't mean other disciplines don't need talent. For the mastery of the potion's materials, its weight, and its timing, it takes a long time and perseverance. But the potion that Ron brewed for the first time is obviously well controlled in all aspects. But only Ron himself knew that he sensed the transformation of the cauldron through powerful magic control, and it was easy to achieve that effect with Hermione's notes. He doesn't have any kind of talent. Hold on. After Professor Snape finished speaking, he walked directly to his room, and after a while, he took out an old-looking book and handed it to Ron. "These are the notes I used in school, maybe you need them." "Thank you, Professor." Ron took the note and thanked him. "If you encounter any problems, just come here and find me. Whether it's potions, spells, or feelings." Before Ron could react, as Professor Snape's wand gently waved, the door slammed shut. What did Professor Snape say just now? Ron was a little baffled, but he looked at the book full of notes in his hand and simply stopped thinking about it. "Why do you think so much? If you have this time, it is better to study hard." On the way to the library, he casually glanced at it twice. The beautiful font above had detailed annotations and new development ideas on each page. Each of them was unexpected by Ron. The owner of this book is called the Half-Blood Prince. Ron, who had an impression, remembered that the book seemed to end up with Harry in the end. Sure enough, Snape really loves Harry. I don't know how Snape will react after Harry's transformation. Ron recalled a noteworthy guess from a previous life. It's just a pity that in the world of Harry Potter, there is no magic spell about sex. Pity. At this time, Harry, who was in the herbal class, sneezed suddenly, and one of the plants in his hand fell to the ground without being caught, and a deafening cry rang out in the entire herbal room. "Harry, what are you doing?" "My ears." "I'm sorry, Professor." 2 points from Gryffindor. Don't deduct it, don't deduct it, our Gryffindor is already a negative number. The entire herbal shed was thrown into chaos for a while. In the afternoon, Hermione, who was in a trance, sat idly beside Ron, and couldn't help lying on the dining table. Fortunately, the table is cleaned by house elves every day, so as not to have too many stains. "What's wrong with you?" Putting down the note in his hand, Ron turned his head and asked curiously. She had never seen Hermione in such a decadent look. It was a long experience. Mandrakes. The screams of those plants are so harsh. Thinking of the screams of those plants, even Hermione wearing earmuffs can feel despair. Mandela. I remember it was easy to change the soil for them. Ron didn't understand. The wizards of Slytherin and Ravenclaw succeeded once. Why did you get tripped when you arrived in Gryffindor? No, it's because Harry. Before Hermione could finish speaking, Harry and Ron, who were downcast, came over. "Good noon, Ron." "Ah, good noon, Harry." Ron on the side replied. "No, my name is Ron, not Ron." Harry emphasized it again. "Okay, you know my ears are a little hard to use." Ron patted his ear and nodded to Ron. "Good afternoon, you two." Ron replied. "Is this notebook yours?" Hermione was surprised. "Can you let me see it?" It seems that Professor Snape's notes are still very important, after all. He is also a genius wizard in the last few sessions. Chapter 25, Given a job, how dare I ask for a salary? Certainly. As for Hermione's request, Ron, who is a friend, naturally would not refuse. Hermione happily took the book and sat aside to study, exclaiming from time to time, "This is the resonance between a scholar and a scholar." Harry and Ron couldn't understand this joy. "Hey, Ron, do you know what's in the forbidden area on the 3rd floor?" At this time, Ron suddenly lowered his head and said to Ron mysteriously. Harry was right next to the two of them, and he also came over quietly. "You can't imagine what's in there, Ron." Harry shuddered as he recalled that night. If it wasn't for the books that Ron gave him to teach him how to open the Arahak hole, it is estimated that he is still being confined by the watchdog. Of course, if it hadn't been for Araha's cave, he wouldn't have encountered that huge and ferocious monster at the time. "What did you see?" Ron asked inexplicably. He still had some confidence in his memory. If he remembered correctly, it was a 3-headed dog. There's actually a huge 3-headed dog inside. As a participant that night, Ron exclaimed, for fear that Hermione, who was reading a book, couldn't hear him. "It seems that my memory is good," Ron thought. The 3-headed dog also has a setting that makes him faint when he likes listening to music. It's just that the two people in front of them don't know. So, Principal Dumbledore set it up as a restricted area. Naturally, he has his reasons. The two of you obviously violated the school rules. Ron remembered that the 3-headed dog was also a dangerous magical creature. Wizards are not necessarily opponents. Except for him, of course. With the enhancement of his physique, Ron has not tested his true strength now. But I guess it should be more than enough to hit a dog. You really have a different personality from those nasty Slytherins. Ron quickly took 2 steps back when he heard the report was about to be made. The little snakes in Slytherin didn't follow the rules like Ron did. Ron must be joking, right? Harry watched Ron staring at his pale blue eyes without speaking. and slowly the corners of his mouth twitched. He wouldn't really tell Headmaster Dumbledore, would he? After all, Harry didn't know much about Ron, and he couldn't guarantee it. What are you kidding? At this time, Hermione, who quickly flipped through it, returned the book to Ron and asked the three of them curiously, "You and Miss Know-It-all really are a match made in heaven?" Ron said with a grey face. The behavior of these two people is almost the same, and they are equally annoying. Miss Know-It-all said hello slowly. Is this their joke? Of course, it's just a joke. Ron's answer made Harry and Ron both heave a sigh of relief. And Miss Hermione, who was standing aside, tilted her head and glanced at Ron. I don't know what's going on now. The two did not go with Hermione in the middle of the night, so Ron couldn't guarantee that there would be any accidents. After all, without Hermione's intelligence, it would be like having a body without a head. These two rash little lions might be gone one day. Let's go, there is no class this afternoon, I have to practice flying. At this moment, the eyes of the three people who heard this light up instantly. Are you going to participate in Quidditch too? The wise Hermione guessed Ron's purpose at once. And Harry also turned his attention to Ron. If Ron also wants to participate, it means that the two are competitors at this time. After all, he represents Gryffindor, and if Ron competes, he can only represent Slytherin. Because the team lacked one person, I had to make up for it. I should be the server or other position, and Malfoy for the seeker. Saying that, Ron glanced at Harry. The two seekers were the most eye-catching in the game. Malfoy. Whatley gritted his teeth, because just last night he had been tricked by that golden retriever from Malfoy. Almost got locked up. Unexpectedly, Malfoy would be Slytherin's seeker. Harry instantly burst into flames. I'm going to train too. In the end, the four of them were divided into two groups. Harry and Ron went to the playground for training, while Ron and Hermione went to another spacious place to practice. After all, both sides represent their own academies. As for why Hermione followed, because he completely believed that Hermione would not inform. After practicing for a few hours, the two of them sat directly on the edge of the Black Lake to rest. Which student is that half-blood prince? It's really amazing. All kinds of potions have been simplified, and he has his own unique understanding. Hermione happily explained the notes in the book to Ron, and it could be seen that the notes gave her a lot of inspiration. What's even more powerful is that there is a magic spell created by myself on it. Is this really something that students can come up with? Yes, then a gifted wizard will experience Gryffindor's campus hegemony. If he hadn't understood this, Ron wouldn't have believed it. Ron, did you listen to me? Seeing that Ron didn't reply, Hermione frowned and pushed his shoulders lying on the grass. There was still no response, and then she suddenly heard a steady breathing sound. Fell asleep. Hermione looked at the handsome profile that had closed her eyes for some time, and stayed there for a while. I shouldn't be found out doing something I shouldn't do at this time. Miss Hermione thought to herself. When Ron woke up again, the sky was already dyed red by the sunset, and the Black Lake was blown with ripples by the wind. When he raised his head, he found that Hermione was sitting beside him, holding Snape's notes and jotting down something, and the quill in his hand left beautiful handwriting on the clean roll of paper. You're awake. Hermione also found Ron standing up, and said helplessly, You have slept for more than 2 hours, and the dinner is over. The dinner is over? Not right. You haven't had dinner yet? Ron asked Hermione, then took her hand and walked towards the castle without waiting for her to answer. I just happened to know where the house elf's kitchen is, so I went there to eat. While exploring the castle a few days ago, Ron happened to note down the kitchen next to Hufflepuff. The elves working at Hogwarts were very kind, and when they heard that the two wanted some dinner, they immediately prepared some butter and bread. These house elves are so nice. How much do they earn a month here? Hermione questioned. No, it's good that Headmaster Dumbledore has provided us with a place to work. How dare we ask for extra wages? Before Ron could answer, the house elves panicked instantly. Ron shrugged. I slept with a bit of a cold, and there are 2 more watches in the evening. Sorry for being late. By the way, I asked for flowers and a monthly pass. Chapter 26. My dream is to be Minister of Magic. This is simply exploitation. It is unreasonable. How could Professor Dumbledore allow such a thing to happen? Walking on the stairs at night, in the murals on the wall, many ghosts looked curiously at the chattering girl and her male companion. Those house elves should have their own wages, Ron. Hermione complained angrily. In her opinion, it seems that this exploitative activity has disappeared hundreds of years ago. I also think those exploiters should hang on the street lights. Ron nodded in agreement, but after thinking about it, something was not quite right. These little wizards who are responsible for food and shelter seem to be this group of exploiters. It turned out to be me who was hung up the street light. Ron opened his eyes wide in thought, shook his head and hurriedly threw these dangerous thoughts behind him. I'll never eat what they make in the future. Hermione decides to go on a hunger strike. No, you can't solve the root cause like this. Ron explained to her step by step, it's better to solve the problem from the root cause instead of not eating. For example, you can set a small goal for yourself. What goal? Hermione asked curiously. Do you have any ideals? Ron didn't rush to answer her question, but instead asked a question. Ideal? Yes, for example, do you have any positions you want to do in the future? I want to be a doctor. Hermione thought about it carefully. Under her father's guidance, the only job she could choose at the moment seemed to be a dentist. Wizards don't need dentists. Ron joked. For wizards, most diseases are just a matter of a spell. And the small ailment of toothache is naturally included in it. Then, to be a professor? Hermione said tentatively, with her future knowledge, becoming a professor is also a very good choice. Being a professor can't solve the elf problem. The pattern needs to be opened, for example, the Minister of the Ministry of Magic. Ron directly said what he wanted to say. Hermione, who didn't want to be Minister of Magic, was not a good wizard. Minister of Magic. Suddenly, his brown eyes lit up. You're right, yes, as long as I become Minister of Magic, then I will be able to free the elves. Hermione set a goal with high fighting spirit. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny that a little wizard wants to be the Minister of Magic. Her sharp voice passed through the wall, and the two looked up at a mural. In the painting, an old woman was drawn. The old woman pointed to the side with her finger. Looking in the direction of the fingertips, a short pale ghost in funny clothes was laughing while hugging his belly. Peeves. Both of them had more or less seen this troublemaker in Hogwarts, and many professors couldn't do anything about him, even Snape. So the only people who can subdue Peeves are Headmaster Dumbledore and Barrow the Bloody. According to rumors, this troublemaker existed when Hogwarts was first established. It can be said that he was an elf born at Hogwarts. He has been in this castle longer than everyone else. Hermione has no friends, and Ron has no friends. You two are really pitiful. Ha 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 ha, it's really annoying. Let's go to Lon, don't pay attention to it. Hermione half squinted and pulled Ron back to go back. This Peeves is not afraid of heaven and earth, it can only be soft and not hard. It is said that one time a caretaker tried to capture Peeves, and as a result, Peeves began to run wild in the castle with several machetes, several crossbows, a large caliber muzzle-loading gun and a small cannon. At that time, classes had to be suspended for 3 days for the safety of the students, and the current principal, Euplasium Moore, went to negotiate. After that, no one dared to provoke it. However, The fact that others dare not, does not mean that Ron does not dare. Wait a minute. After speaking, Ron closed his eyes with his back to Hermione. When he opened his eyes again, the black sickle began to slowly rotate in the red pupils. Magic does not do much harm to Peeves. After all, it has lived in this castle for nearly 1,000 years. To put it mildly, it has experienced almost all magic. However, it was clear that Peeves had no way to stop the illusion that was being cast on it. Soon, the originally wanton laughter suddenly stopped abruptly. I saw Peeves sluggishly floating in the air, his eyes gradually slackening. Gone. Ron greeted Hermione, who was stunned on the spot. What happened to it? Hermione glanced at Peeves, who was motionless in the air, and asked. I just glanced at it just now, and I thought about it. The magic spell might be useless to it. I don't know what's wrong with it, maybe it's trying to play a prank again. Then let's go quickly. Hearing this, Hermione trotted in front of her. Ron also followed closely. On the wall behind him, a group of ghosts looked curiously at Peeves, whose body was stiff in midair, and pointed from time to time. Suddenly, a sharp roar startled them. Don't come here, Red Eyes. Red Eyes are scary. There's definitely something wrong with that snake. Peeves rampaged, and the last one crashed into the wall and disappeared without a trace. The ghosts around looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or sympathize for a while. But the corners of their mouths couldn't help it. Unexpectedly, Peeves also has today. Cheerful laughter is tonight's Hogwarts supper and Peeves' nightmare. After the two separated, Hermione went to the 8th floor, while Ron went to the basement. Pure breed. As the password was shouted, the door to the Slytherin lounge was also opened. Arrogant and boring slogan. Ron shook his head, ignoring the little snakes who were boasting to each other in the hall how powerful their family was, and went straight back to the dormitory. I slept in the afternoon, and I didn't feel sleepy at all. Ron was lying on the bed with complicated thoughts and couldn't sleep at all. The two internet-addicted teenagers in the same dormitory were still building houses, and Malfoy even wanted to ask him to buy a few more units, which was what other noble wizards wanted. It's just that Ron didn't have much, so he refused directly. He gave 2 Malfoys mainly because of his boredom, and these are not for sale. Chapter 27, Marauder's Map and Peeves. After entering the middle of the night, Ron, who was lying on the bed tossing and turning, couldn't fall asleep. In desperation, he had to put on a set of casual clothes, took a few Momodaro rice balls and went out. Maybe he slept very comfortably in the afternoon, but now he doesn't have the slightest drowsiness. I just took advantage of the fact that I was going to Hogwarts at night. Maybe I was lucky enough to meet the manager Filchy and his Mrs. Norris. And he is also very interested in the banned books in the library. After coming out through the Slytherin gate, Ron opened his writing wheel and groped for the location of the library in the entire castle. The door of the library was not locked, so he pushed the door in easily. The bright white moonlight is like silk, and it scatters in a crooked way in the empty library. In the forbidden area, it's this way. Ron, who has come to the library many times, has already figured out this area, and although it is said to be a forbidden area, there is only one lock. There isn't even any magic flowing on it. Araha Cave is open. He took his wand out of his sleeve and tapped on the lock. Pushing aside the iron fence, the 2 rows of bookshelves around are full of books. There are even some books that are blocked by chains, which seems to give people a strange and mysterious feeling. He casually took out a book from the bookshelf, and the moment he opened the book, Ron quickly closed it again with a blank expression. Because he obviously saw a face that was about to roar, and if he made some noises, he would have to deal with Filch. About the specific use of curse, is indeed a book in the forbidden area. It's just different from the books outside. Ron glanced at the title and stuffed it back. The book he was looking for was about magic spells. Instead of thinking about imitating it all the time, he might as well study it himself. For example, Unforgivable Curse, Forgetting Curse, Stun Curse, Occlumency are useful. Among them, Occlumency was something he had to learn, otherwise he might be exposed one day. Especially his own memories of transmigrators. After searching for a long time, I finally saw a book, Research and Application of Forbidden Magic, in the corner of the wall. The black cover of this book is not too thick as a whole. Compared with the various basic books outside, it is pitiful. However, before he could open the book, a laughing voice came from behind him. "Long time no see, Ron. It's such a coincidence, I didn't expect you to go out for a night tour too." Hearing these two familiar voices, Ron also knew who the two were standing behind. It was brothers Fred and George. "Hey, what book are you holding in your hand?" Fred asked curiously. "A magical forbidden spell." There was nothing to hide. Ron put the book directly in front of them. "Do you want to learn too?" "Study, what a joke. We only like mischief." Gemini expressed a headache for this kind of knowledge books. Although they have a high talent, their personality does not allow them to continue to learn. "Ron, do you want to know how we found you?" Fred whispered mysteriously, and George on the side nodded quickly. "We have a great map in our hands, and we can mark everyone. How about it? Do you want to join our prank tour?" Fred consulted Ron eagerly. In his opinion, Lorne, who seems to be so kind and polite and still comes out for night tours, is simply too much to their liking compared to other Slytherins. Pranks and maps? Ron wondered how these two came together. "That's right, we picked up this map from Filch, but we couldn't unlock its spell. We need to finish all the pranks above before the spell will appear." George said, "We've already finished most of the prank, and it's almost half a year before we'll be able to unravel the spell. Can't you force it to release?" Ron remembers the magic of decryption spells. "No, that will only reduce the time we spend using the map." Obviously the Gemini had tried what he said, but the end result really disappointed them. Now the map they use has a time limit. Once the time limit is exceeded, no one's location will be marked on the map. Sounds interesting, but let me think about it. Ron didn't refuse or accept it. He remembered that the Marauders map was made by the James Potter Quartet in the last few years. It has to be said that in addition to learning, they always have excellent inventions. Even the twins in front of him are the same. "Okay, then we'll wait for your news." The Weasley twins were not discouraged, but took out the map and placed it in front of Ron. "Look, this is Argus Filch. According to his trajectory, he will come back to patrol the library soon. Until now we have no way to decipher how this map was made. Its maker, the Predator, is really a genius." Hearing the conversation between Fred and George, Ron remembered Peeves he met today. "Maybe you can ask Peeves. I suspect it has something to do with this map. After all, Peeves has lived here for thousands of years, and no one is more familiar with the architecture of this castle than it. Likewise, no one is more familiar with the people here than it is. So his suspicions are not without reason." Sure enough, after hearing Ron's words, the twins' eyes lit up. How did they never think it would be related to Peeves? "Thank you, Ron, my friend." Thinking of this, they couldn't wait to find Peeves. Friendly reminder, don't take the book out of the library, otherwise, it will scream. After speaking, the Weasley twins took the Marauders map to find the wobbly Peeves. "Can't you take it out of the library?" He looked down at the book in his hand. It didn't look any different. "Forget it, come again when you have time. Now that Filch has come this way, he can't stay here any longer." After casting a silent spell on himself, he quietly left the library. Every day asking for tickets, asking for flowers. Chapter 28, Dumbledore, you crave power. After saying goodbye to the Weasley brothers, Ron briefly flipped through the forbidden book and put it back in its original position. Filch was going to patrol the library soon, so he had to get out of here before the watchdog arrived. The stars twinkle. The voice sounded, and then a sparkling light spot was hung on the wand, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Tonight, in addition to coming to the library to look at the banned books, I also went to the forbidden area on the 3rd floor to look at the three-headed dog who likes to listen to music. That's why he brought Momotaro rice balls with him before coming. After they all came to the 3rd floor along the constantly deforming stairs, at a corner, a mirror was standing safely in place. Ron suddenly took a step and set his eyes on the mirror. The mirror is beautifully decorated, with a gold frame and 2 paw-shaped foot supports underneath. The top is also engraved with the words, Eristella Arueta by Affluathian Voges. This is the name of this mirror, which is called, Mirror of Erised. Above the mirror, there is also a row of unknown letters, Erised Strahawitubkafawaitan. Ron frowned and studied it, only to realize that this row of letters needs to be read backwards. The translated meaning is, I show not your face but your desire. Can you see what you desire? While Ron looked at the mirror, a pair of writing wheel eyes had been quietly opened. The surrounding is empty, without any magic. This also means that no one else exists nearby. Dumbledore's temptation? He remembered that the mirror was kept by Dumbledore, and it was behind it that Harry could see what he wanted to see in his heart. After closing the shaker, Ron hesitated and walked towards the mirror. Instead, he wanted to see what his heart longed for. Strength or something else? With anticipation, Ron set his eyes on himself on the mirror. However, the mirror that was supposed to reflect his face didn't have the slightest reflection at this time. Instead, it was another person, and he was still very familiar, but it was a little different from usual, such as less things. Ron's eyes widened, and he was stunned in front of the mirror for a while. I'm not a Lilicon. Isn't what I long for power? Oh, it looks like you saw something interesting, Lorne Gerald. At this moment, a kind voice suddenly sounded from behind, and the white-bearded old man stood behind Ron with a wand with a smile on his face. Headmaster Dumbledore? Ron didn't look back in a hurry, but wiped his nose with his black sleeve. Young and energetic, there are always some things that you can't see. Good evening. When Ron turned around, what he saw was Dumbledore, who was also looking in the mirror and smiling. What do you see in this mirror, Gerald? Dumbledore looked at Ron, who looked hesitant, and said kindly and understandingly, of course you don't want to say it, and you don't have to tell me. There's nothing I can't say. I saw it in the mirror here. Wand and honor. After thinking about it, Ron lied. He couldn't say that he saw something inside that he shouldn't have seen. Sure enough, this kind of thing should not be told to others. Oh, the pursuit of honor and power? Dumbledore glanced at each other unsurprisingly, because as a Slytherin snake, these two are the most basic qualities. I saw inside that I received a lot of wool socks at Christmas. Dumbledore said with a smile. Woolen socks? Do you mean family members? Ron, who has lived here for 11 years, is no stranger to the meaning of wool socks. Because only family members give wool socks. And Dumbledore is now completely separated from a younger brother, that is to say. I understand, Principal. Ron nodded. Christmas was coming soon, and he just gave Headmaster Dumbledore some wool socks. He couldn't help but return the gift. Gerald, you have to remember that in the pursuit of power and honor, don't lose your heart. I don't want to see you become that person one day. If you have an amazing talent, you must make good use of it, and don't be too ambitious. In addition, the black magic and curses in the forbidden area are not available to you now. Dumbledore's expression changed, and he said to Ron seriously, in the past few days, he suddenly received a letter from Professor Flitwick. In the letter, the other party had completely exposed Ron's amazing talent and his pity for Ron's joining the Snake Academy. There is a lot of nonsense in the letter, but Dumbledore only saw one sentence in it, that is, "Can Ron change colleges?" After hearing Dumbledore's words, Ron's back froze. Just now he was found in the forbidden area, which means that Dumbledore has been observing him tonight. But fortunately, when he used the shaker, he used it with his head down. If he was found, Dumbledore would have already asked a question. Because of the negative emotion that those eyes always exude, it's hard not to think of black magic. I understand. Ron nodded in agreement. Okay, Geralt, I didn't see anything tonight. Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction, then turned and left in his white robe. I just came out to go to the toilet. I believe you are too. I also came out to go to the toilet, but I just got lost. The corners of Ron's mouth twitched slightly. When he was about to leave the magic mirror, Ron couldn't help but look back. No, it's flowing out. Holding the sleeve of the black robe and covering his nose, Ron looked up and hurriedly left the magic mirror. I'm really not a lolicon. I experienced too many things tonight, but Ron still didn't want to sleep. Or can't sleep. Begging for flowers. Chapter 29, Halloween is coming. The next day dawned. After walking out of Slytherin's basement, Ron realized that at some point, small snowflakes had begun to float outside. Is it winter already? The snowflakes are not big, the air is gloomy, and a cold wind blows from time to time. The little wizards around were wearing warm scarves, and Ron saw Hermione doing her homework at the dining table. She also wore a patterned scarf. Good morning, Hermione. Harry, Ron, and Ron yawned and walked to the table in Gryffindor. These little lions have been very familiar with Ron for so many days. When he came to Hermione's side, he suddenly found that there was a tall little wizard sitting around Harry. Andy Thomas, my roommate and Ron's. Harry introduced his good roommate to Ron. Ron, good morning, how did you think about what happened last night? At this time, Fred and George came over and saw Ron and said, we both are looking forward to your reply. I have to study in the next few days, and I will give you an answer in a few days. Saying that, Ron pointed to his dark circles. He stayed up all night last night and didn't sleep. It's too hard, you. What happened last night? Ron, the younger brother, heard the point immediately. You guys didn't call me and Harry when you went out for a night out last night. Hey, keep your voice down, you idiot. Fred and George hurriedly covered Ron's shouting mouth, and could only make a whimpering sound. How could the Weasley family have such an idiot as you? Fred said helplessly. Ron's eyes widened, and he stared at his two brothers in dissatisfaction. Did you go out for a night tour last night? As soon as Ron took his seat, Hermione leaned over and asked curiously. The jasmine scent was replaced by another scent that he had never smelled before. Last night, I went to the forbidden area to read some knowledge. Ron glanced at Hermione, turned his head to one side, and touched his nose with his hand. There was no bloodshed. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had never seen anything in his previous life, so why is he so prone to nosebleeds in this life? Is your chi and blood too strong? I didn't expect you to go on a night tour too, so aren't you afraid of being caught? Hermione spoke as she recorded what she was going to talk about in the next class. Filch can't catch me. I'll take you to see something fun at night when I have time. Ron shook his head. Just relying on Filch's squib to try to catch him is a joke, not to mention that he also has the illusion of wheel eye. I'm not going. Hermione glanced at Ron, with faint dark circles hanging over his eyes, and there was some tiredness in his eyes. Ron has worked so hard, she has no reason not to work harder. By the way, Halloween is coming soon, do you have any gifts ready? Looking at the two of them, Harry asked. He was the closest to these little wizards in the school. Of course, Ron was honored to be included in them. Gift. Ron was taken aback for a moment. He never knew that there were gifts for Halloween. After all, he was an orphan. But it doesn't matter, there are many strange things in him. They are all brought back by frog cubs from other worlds, such as game consoles, snacks, books and the like. These gifts are enough to open their eyes. We've already prepared, and of course we have your Ron. The twins arranged gifts early in the morning. I think I need to prepare more. Ron chuckled lightly. His gifts are different from others. Since only the little snakes had no class this morning, Ron had to come to the playground alone to practice his flying spell. Just as Ron was walking on the stairs in the castle, he suddenly encountered a man with a purple hood at the corner. Boom! The books in Quirrell's hand were scattered on the ground, and he fell to the ground. Professor Quirrell, are you all right? Ron crouched down and asked cautiously. But his eyes glanced at the back of the other's head. That's where his senior Tom is. He once met each other at the sorting ceremony, and he was also a professor of defense against the dark arts. I really didn't expect to meet Quirrell here. No, it's okay. Quirrell helped his hat and found that it didn't fall, so he was relieved. After he stammered, he stood up and took the book handed over by Ron. Thanks. You're welcome, Professor. Ron looked at Quirrell's back hurriedly leaving and touched his nose. I saw it. Just now he saw the face on the back of the other person's head with his writing wheel. Meeting for the first time, Senior Tom. There was a malicious smile on the corner of Ron's mouth. He remembered that Ron's rat was Senior Tom's lackey, Peter Pettigrew. And he just recently did some research on compound medicine. To be honest, he kinda hates those shitty things. After arriving at the playground, Ron realized that quite a few people had already started practicing Quidditch. Among them, he even saw a Chinese female seeker. Looks like a Ravenclaw student. Geralt, you're here too. Malfoy, who was playing with the broom, saw on who had just arrived at the playground. He walked over, raised his broom, and showed off. How about it, the broom my dad prepared, the Nimbus 2000. Of course, you have a share too. With that said, Malfoy grabbed it from his valet and handed it to Ron. Ron took the broom inexplicably. He knew Malfoy wanted to beat Harry, but he didn't expect it to cost so much. However, the brooms for prostitutes don't need to be used for nothing. Thinking so, Ron cast a flying spell and joined the Slytherin training team. With strong control and excellent physique, the eyes of the entire training ground soon focused on Ron. Because there is no ball that he can't defend, and no one can figure out how to block the ball he sends out. Because his ball turns. It's just a simple use of magic power. Is it so lively? Ron, who was resting on the ground again, suddenly heard a sound. Cedric, captain of the Hufflepuffs, you just played great. Chapter 30, The Frog Cub is out on a trip. Lorne Geralt, nice to meet you. For Cedric, he still had some impressions, and while watching, Ron found that his Quidditch skills were also very good. Whether it is defense or offense, there are well-coordinated tactics. But what he didn't expect was that such a technician was actually a seeker. In a Quidditch match, if there is an emergency, you can change your position. That is to say, every contestant can be a seeker. Cedric writes about Quidditch forlorn. What made Ron a little stunned was that in the Quidditch match, there were a total of 700 violations. This is too much. The two of them had a friendly talk about Quidditch knowledge all morning, but one talked and the other listened. Hope to meet you on the field. Cedric looked at Ron's back as he left, and thought with half-closed eyes. Just now, Ron's dazzling skills immediately attracted him. He thought he was a veteran of Quidditch, but he didn't expect it was the first time he came into contact with Quidditch. The afternoon class was Snape's potions class. The little snake and the little lion go up together. Ron set the crucible in front of him on fire, held a handful of ingredients in his hand, and put the amount into the pot according to Hermione's notes. Very good, 5 points for Slytherin and Gryffindor. Passing by, Professor Snape looked at the cauldron of the two and nodded slightly. The potion of the two was the best in the entire classroom, both in color and taste. Don't be too happy too soon. After refining the refreshing potion, Ron put away the potion and began to prepare the next pot of chaotic condiment. Harry Potter, you don't need toadskins in your refreshing potion. Did you take notes? 5 points from Gryffindor. Sure enough, he was deducted from the 5 points he had just added, and Hermione suddenly turned to look at Ron, who was sitting beside Harry. Ron Weasley, you two are really exactly the same. You transcribe 10 copies of your notes and send them to my office after class. In addition, Gryffindor will deduct 5 points. Hermione froze in her seat. It was only during Snape's potions class that she always had an inexplicable idea. Why am I coming to Gryffindor? Very good, because of you. Gryffindor only deducted 5 points today. After Ron threw the aconite into the pot and boiled it, he praised Hermione. Without Hermione's 5 points, Gryffindor would still be deducting 10 points today. Based on the current scores, our Gryffindors shouldn't have the Academy Cup anymore. Life is not easy, Hermione sighed. Only one scholar can't save Gryffindor. I can only say that I did my best. After the potions class was over, Harry and Ron were both depressed every day. As long as Professor Snape's class was over, they both looked the same. After all, Ron can't abandon Harry, can he do it by himself? So, when scolded, Snape always brings Ron along with him. In the true sense, there are blessings to share, and difficulties to share. Didn't I give the two of you the note? Why didn't I remember it? Hermione couldn't help complaining with half-squinted eyes. Notes. Ron looked at her in disbelief and said in disbelief, that thick one, this is the same note as a dictionary, you let the two of us memorize it? On the side, Harry nodded in agreement. Such a thick notebook, I really can't read it in one night, let alone memorize it. Thinking of the dense and detailed knowledge in that notebook, the two of them couldn't help but have a headache. That greasy old bat loves to be punished, let's punish it, the big deal is that we go to skip class. Ron gave himself up. It was also a 10-point deduction. He really didn't want to face Snape. It is simply the shadow of his childhood. How could the two of you skip class, if a Professor McGonagall knew? When Hermione heard this, she couldn't help frowning her pretty eyebrows. Miss Zing 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 Zing, you go to inform Harry, let's go. Saying that, Ron grabbed the hand off Harry, who was still hesitant, and ran towards the playground. You! Hermione stomped her little feet angrily, but that didn't calm her down. It seems that your character in Gryffindor is not very pleasing. Ron pointed out Hermione's problem right away. A scholar with an arrogant personality is completely unsuitable for the reckless Gryffindor environment. I want you to take care of it. Hermione buried half of her face in the wide scarf, leaving only a pair of brown, smart eyes staring at him angrily. Even the voice that came out was muffled. I'm not oh, I almost said it when it was over. Ron quickly closed his mouth and reached out a hand to touch Hermione's curly brown hair. What are you not? It's a pity that Miss Hermione heard all the words just now. It's nothing, I want to say it's time to eat now. Ron took cover. It always feels like you have a problem. Hermione glanced at him suspiciously, and then found that the big hand on top of her head, a faint red light appeared quietly. Don't mess up my hair. Having said that, Hermione's hair was naturally curly and looked a little messy. When Ron returned to the dormitory again, he suddenly found that the frog cub that had been sleeping on the bed had disappeared for some time. Instead, there are two photos. Going on a trip again? Ron picked up the photo and glanced at it. The first photo was of a dense jungle. The second photo is of a frog cub wearing a lotus leaf hat standing on a lotus leaf in the lake. What is this place? No way, there are too few clues in these two photos, he can't analyze it at all. Forget it, whatever it is. Ron is still thinking about whether to go to the library tonight or not. Chapter 31, Miss Hermione Wants a Bite. After much deliberation, Ron decided to go to the forbidden area again tonight. As for Dumbledore's warning, he didn't believe that Dumbledore would stare at him all day long, not to mention that he wouldn't fire him. If he was found again, he would be deducted points at most. Just do it when he thinks of it. Before the school is completely quiet, Ron pushed the door and walked out. When he opened the door, he happened to bump into Malfoy, who came in. "You are this?" Malfoy looked suspiciously at Ron, who was ready to go, and asked knowingly. Ron took out his wand from his hem and waved it in front of him. "Ha ha ha, I must finish building Hogwarts today. Crab, go and chop down a tree for me." Saying that, Malfoy pushed the door with Crab, who was also pretending to be blind, as if he didn't see Ron. "I never saw Ron go out today." Malfoy felt a slight stiffness in his waist, and immediately expressed his attitude. Ron slowly turned his attention to Crab, who stood up straight. I am too." Ron nodded in satisfaction when the two expressed their position. "That's right. Goodbye." Putting away his wand, Ron followed the stairs to the first floor of Hogwarts. There are also many Hufflepuff little wizards on the first floor, wandering at the door of the restaurant at night. There were even a few little wizards who greeted Ron in a friendly way. Ron responded with a smile. When Ron turned around and walked towards the stairs, several of the Hufflepuff witches immediately blushed and started talking. "Do you know the name of the beautiful wizard in the snake courtyard? I've seen him a few times. He seems to be a freshman in the first year. So cute, like pinching his face. Golden hair fits the aristocratic temperament of Snake House." Ron, who was walking up the stairs, heard the discussion coming from behind, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He hasn't gone far, okay? These witches are terrible. After hearing that he had started talking about having a few children later, Ron quickly accelerated his pace. Can't be provoked. Mrs. Pince had already left the library at night, so there was no one in the empty library. Her cave is open. However, when Ron picked up the wand in his hand and aimed it at the lock of the door, a voice came out first. And that voice is still very familiar. "Hermione? Who?" As the door opened, Ron finally saw Hermione holding the book and rubbing her eyes, looking sleepy on her face. But after subconsciously hearing her name, she still startled. Seeing that familiar figure again, Hermione patted her chest in relief. "I thought it was Mrs. Pince, it scared me to death." Then she reacted immediately. "Are you out for a night tour?" "How can you say night tour? I came out to study." Pushing open the half-closed door, Ron walked in from Hermione's side. But, Hermione faltered and couldn't tell. "Illegal?" Ron helped her out. "Don't worry, I've come out so many times, and Filch never caught me once." "Indeed it is. Except he was caught once by the elusive Dumbledore, and no one else really caught him." "What about you? You overslept while reading in the library?" Ron asked back while pressing the corners of his raised mouth. "Didn't Mrs. Pince find you?" "Mainly because I was too sleepy, so I fell asleep in the corner." Miss Hermione was embarrassed once. The drool at the corner of the mouth. Ron took out his wand and cast a starlight, pointing at the corner of Hermione's mouth. "Crawling on a book to sleep does make you drool unconsciously." "What?" Hermione reacted and quickly took out her scarf and wiped it. "What do you want to study in the library?" He changed the subject bluntly, but Ron took it up for face. Some dark spells that are forbidden to learn. Ron walked into the forbidden book area and found the book from last night according to his memory. Black Curse. Hearing these 3 words, Hermione subconsciously raised her voice, and then realized that something was wrong. She lowered her head and said softly, "I heard that learning the black magic spell will affect people's minds." Ron, don't touch those things. Ron could clearly sense Hermione's kindness towards him. But Headmaster Dumbledore also has a black spell. No, Headmaster Dumbledore is different, he is the greatest wizard. Hermione retorted subconsciously. I'm going to be the greatest wizard, so I'm like Dumbledore. You. Hermione was in a hurry, she couldn't speak to Ron at all. But you haven't become such a great wizard yet. If it's not hard, it can only be soft. Hermione walked up to Ron and whispered. Okay, don't worry so much. Ron put the book in his hand on the table and explained to Hermione. Only those little wizards who are not determined will be eroded by the curse. I am different. Believe me. Pale blue eyes looked at each other with a smile and worried brown eyes. The blue starlight illuminated the surrounding darkness, allowing Hermione to see Ron's face clearly. Forget it, let's go with you. She turned her head subconsciously and said angrily. After getting Miss Hermione, Ron opened the book that recorded the black curse. The moment it was opened again, a black mist gushed out from the book. All disappear. Before Ron could react, Miss Hermione, who was watching from the side, took the lead in picking up her wand and chanting a spell at the mist. Soon, with a flash of light from the wand, the fog dissipated out of thin air. These books hidden in the forbidden area have all kinds of traps. Hermione squinted her eyes and said, "These are all in the textbook, obviously you didn't listen to the class. I won't give you the notes next time. You have to remember it yourself." "I try my best." Ron shrugged, watching Hermione grit her little tiger's teeth. "I really want to give him a bite. XDM, ask for flowers, ask for a monthly pass, ask for an evaluation. I will update it all day tomorrow. I beg." Chapter 32, Hermione, I crave clothes. As the black mist was expelled, the contents of the book were gradually presented in front of the two of them. That's right, in the end, Hermione couldn't resist being driven by curiosity, and came over to read the book with Ron. There are a lot of spells recorded above, and the effect of each spell can make people dizzy just by looking at them. There is even an unforgivable curse in it. These spells are really scary, Hermione said involuntarily after taking a look. For example, if people maintain hatred, they can inspire more powerful digging. Or the bewildering Imperious Curse. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Magic, as long as these spells are cast on people, they will be imprisoned in Azkaban for life. Hermione explained softly. She still hopes that Ron can turn back as soon as possible. There is absolutely no need for them to learn these spells. After all, now the Dark Lord has been killed by Harry Potter. Now the wizards are also very friendly. Okay, I don't want to learn this. Ron shook his head and turned the book to the page he wanted. It records the spell he didn't want to face the most, Legilimency. This spell is too harmful to him, and the things in his mind cannot be made public at will. And under Dementor is marked its anti-curse. Occlumency. Occlumency? Hermione was a little puzzled. Why study this? At first she thought that Ron was going to learn Dimension, but she was relieved at that time. Because compared to the previous 3 unforgivable curses, they are still worthy of tolerance. But she really didn't expect, what Ron finally wanted to learn was Occlumency. She remembered that this spell would be learned later in the senior year. After all, no one wants their brains to be known. Ron pointed to his head and said. Since he met Dumbledore during the last night tour, when he returned, he remembered that the other party was a master of Dementor. The sense of crisis was already buried at that time. Although it is said that Principal Dumbledore will not let him use it casually, who knows such a thing? The sooner he learns occlumency, the more security he has in his heart. "Are you studying?" Ron asked Hermione. "All come. And it's not some kind of black curse." After thinking about it, Hermione agreed. Study. The incantation and specific usage of occlumency is a bit complicated, but the person sitting here tonight is a gifted, pure scholar. It only took half an hour, and the two of them learned about the same. And while Hermione was still studying, Ron learned the above Dementor again. This spell is also good, it can extract all the knowledge in the human brain. He believes that it will be of great use in the future. Almost an hour later, Ron suddenly turned his head and looked into the corner. Their fluffy tail is wagging constantly. "Mrs. Norris?" Hermione, who was studying occlumency, also found the cat shadow behind the bookshelf. Since Mrs. Norris is here, it means that Filch's doorman is also here. Thinking of this, Hermione couldn't help but panic. "Mrs. Norris found us right away," she said in a low voice. "Don't worry, put the book back first." Ron comforted her, then cast a silent spell on himself, hiding in the darkness, and quietly put the book back. No way, if the book is not put back, it will easily attract the attention of the meticulous Mrs. Binns. At that time, it is estimated that Dumbledore is looking for him again. "Follow me." Ron walked to Hermione's side and said softly. Just when he was putting the book down, he looked around with a scribble eye, and Mrs. Norris had already walked out around the back door. Since Filch is a squib, Ron can't see him at all. This is a blind spot. Hermione didn't dare to make a sound, and followed Ron tightly with her notes in her arms. Looking at the sleeves swaying in the wind in front, she hesitated and caught it. Ron clearly felt it. It's too dark to see around. She defended herself. In order not to attract Filch's attention, Ron cancelled the spell of the twinkling of stars, so the two of them are now walking along the moonlight. Be careful with raised floors, Ron reminded. Behind him, which he could not see, Hermione was looking at Ron, who was being held by her sleeve in the moonlight, with brown eyes. The golden back looked very soft under the moonlight. The two walked silently in the castle at night, not so much to avoid Filch, but to meet at night. Just as she walked, she realized something was wrong. "Is this the restricted area on the third floor?" Hermione counted down the stairs and whispered to Ron. "Take you to see a good thing." Ron didn't forget the mirror of her eyes that could draw people's desires. He wanted to see what Hermione desires. Good stuff? At this time, Hermione also remembered the good things that Ron had mentioned in the morning. Thinking of this, she brought a trace of expectation in her heart. Following the route of memory, Ron finally found the mirror again. Eris' magic mirror was not removed by Dumbledore, but still stood there. With the help of moonlight, Hermione also saw this tall and luxurious mirror. The font above made her stunned for a moment, because she couldn't understand it at all, and she didn't even know which country's alphabet it was. After all, there were many countries using alphabets. Is it some peculiar words? Hermione guessed. "Come on, try to stand in front of this mirror." Ron pushed Hermione to the mirror and asked softly, "What did you see inside?" "What did you see?" Hermione's brown eyes looked at the mirror suspiciously. Strangeness. Why did the person in the mirror become so big and still look very similar to her? And there is another person in the mirror besides her. She quickly turned to look at Ron. But Ron didn't stand behind her, but leaned in front of the mirror and looked at her with a smile. Blinking her eyes, Hermione looked at the mirror again. In the mirror, a handsome man with blonde hair draped his clothes over her and hugged her gently. The meticulous Hermione even noticed that both of them had the same delicate ring on their hands. "What do you see?" Ron, who was peeking at the mirror, covered his nose and asked. I saw. Clothes. Chapter 33, Sneaky Squirrel. See the clothes? What clothes? Ron was stunned and looked up at Hermione. At this time, the clever Hermione had already discovered the meaning of that line of letters. The light was too dark just now, blocking the line of sight. Find. After seeing this sentence now, Hermione immediately guessed it. What is reflected is what the heart desires. She understood instantly. The content in the mirror also means that only she can see it. What did you see inside? Hermione narrowed her eyes and asked. She already knew what she longed for. But she wouldn't say it. I? Ron was stunned for a moment, then lied after touching his nose. I saw my family inside. As an orphan, there is nothing wrong with seeing family members inside. Family. I saw a lot of beautiful clothes. Hermione lied the same. She was sure that what Ron saw was definitely not his family, because he always hesitated when he lied. Really? It was obvious that Hermione was lying too. It's just that neither of them broke each other down. After looking at the watch, the time has come to 1 o'clock in the morning. Hermione covered her mouth and yawned, and there were crystal tears in the corners of her eyes, and she could tell that she was a little sleepy. I just slept in the library for a few hours, and I was already at the limit. Let's go back. Ron also stretched, preparing to send Hermione back to the Gryffindor lounge on the 8th floor. If she was allowed to go back alone, she might meet Filch on the way. To be safe, let him send him back. Hermione didn't refuse this request. After all, it was her first night tour, so she definitely didn't have Lorendo in terms of experience. At the corner of the 3rd floor, Ron's footsteps stopped, and at the same time he reached out to stop Hermione, who was still walking forward. What's wrong? Hermione was shocked and asked in a low voice. In the silent night, if you are suddenly stopped, you will naturally be startled. The moonlight outside the window was pale and pale, passing through the patterned window and falling on the brick floor made of marble. Ron's light blue eyes turned red at some point. He half squinted his eyes and looked at the unlocking figure in the distance. Professor Quirrell? Following her gaze, Hermione also saw the height of the one with the purple turban wrapped around it. She couldn't help but wonder. Why is Professor Quirrell here in the middle of the night? Quirrell was a professor who taught the second-year defense against the dark arts class, and he was not included in the first-year class. But there are only those few professors in the entire castle, so many people have already recognized the professors, including Hermione. There's no way that Professor Quirrell is the weirdest of all professors, stammering and fearing everything around him. It looks like a frightened mouse. And there are rumors that students have heard him often talk to himself, as if he is schizophrenic. And there was an unpleasant smell of garlic all over him. I heard that there was nothing unusual about the former Professor Quirrell. Instead, he was a smart, studious and very talkative person, until one day, when he returned from a trip abroad. The whole person has become like this. There is the restricted area that Headmaster Dumbledore said. Hermione whispered. He must have some hidden secrets. What shall we do now? How to do? What can be done? By the way, he also wanted to meet his senior Tom, but it was obvious that the time was not ripe. He might as well wait for the arrival of a notebook Horcrux. As for now, let's send Hermione back first. Soon, Quirrell opened the closed door with a snap, and just took a step in. He suddenly ran out in a panic, and closed the door again, panting. What's behind the door? Hermione's eyes widened as she looked at Quirrell, who ran out in a panic, and asked Ron, who was beside him. In the eyes of these little wizards, every professor is very powerful, not to mention Quirrell is also a professor of defense against the dark arts. There is no simple person who can become a defense against the dark arts class. However, Quirrell looked terrified in front of him. It was hard to imagine what kind of thing was hidden inside that would scare a professor into such a state. How could I know? Ron glanced at her speechlessly, really thought he was a jack of all trades. If I remember correctly, there should be a three-headed dog guarding something inside. The Momotaro rice ball I prepared last time was just to deal with it, but it was disrupted by Dumbledore last time. Come on, Professor Quirrell is here. Ron's eyes moved, and he pulled Hermione to hide behind a half-closed door. I saw Professor Quirrell swaying over, still muttering words, as if he was cursing something, and his body trembled from time to time. Due to the long distance and the low voice, the two did not hear anything. After Quirrell disappeared on the fourth floor, the two came out. Quirrell should have been communicating with Senior Tom just now. It seems that Senior Tom has taken action. Thinking of this, Ron looked at Hermione beside him. Go back to sleep quickly. After reaching the 8th floor, the two stood in front of the door of Gryffinder's lounge. The yawning fat lady floated out of the painting. To little wizards who travel at night, oh, and one is a little snake from Slytherin. It's rare couple. The fat lady quipped. It's just that neither of them were moved, so Mrs. Fat felt very boring. She said nonchalantly. Okay, Miss Hermione speaks the command. With the password spoken, Hermione turned her head and bowed to Ron. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Ron nodded, then turned and walked towards the Slytherin lounge. It seemed that Hermione really had no friends in Gryffindor. On the way back, Ron couldn't help thinking. Logically speaking, the roommates in the same dormitory could easily find the missing Hermione, and then chose to tell Professor McGonagall or go out to find it. But obviously not. And Hermione should also know her situation very well, so she chose to go out for a night out with Ron. Otherwise, in order to prevent dragging Ron, she would have gone back long ago. After returning to the bedroom, it was already 3:30 in the morning. Fortunately, tomorrow morning is a Sunday. This also means that you can have a good night's sleep tonight. Ron, who was lying on the bed, closed his eyes. The sound of breathing came one after another in the silent bedroom. Chapter 34, Changes in the Practice Match. Today is a week off. By the time Ron got up, it was almost noon, and there was no one in the dormitory. After simply cleaning himself up with a magic spell, he went to the restaurant to eat something. With the last bite of bread and butter in his mouth, it was time for Lorne to go to the Quidditch match in the afternoon. This afternoon, Ravenclaw and Slytherin will have a small training, and the little wizards who are okay will naturally go to watch the excitement. It was only after Ron arrived at the playground that he realized that the entire lawn was surrounded by water. Most of them were first graders he had never seen before. Among them, he also saw a few familiar faces. Ron and Harry, and Cedric the last time they met. As for Hermione, she would spend the whole day in the library today, frantically adding knowledge. It can only be said that Xuba and others are two species. Give way. The blonde wizard wearing a green tie and the black wizard robe naturally attracted the attention of many people, most of them were girls. Hello, can you meet me? Senior, which college are you from? The tall Ron was really attractive, and even Ron and Harry, the two Gryffindors, noticed the commotion over there. Damn it, if only I were like Ron. Ron said with sour envy. Ron is very handsome. Harry nodded in agreement. If it is more legendary, Harry is the winner, but compared to attracting girls, there is no doubt that Ron's face is better than him. Passing through the lively crowd, Ron silently sorted out the slightly crooked clothes. It's late. Ron greeted the Slytherin leader. Marcus Flint is a pure-blood wizard. But it may be the reason for the consanguineous marriage, and the appearance is somewhat unsatisfactory. And he has also seen the style of playing. Very rude, as long as there is a chance, he will definitely put his opponent to death. The Slytherin captain waved his hand indifferently. He had seen Ron's skills yesterday, and it can be said to be very powerful. Even he might not be able to catch some balls. Powerful people are privileged wherever they are. Opposite the green snake, it was Ravenclaw, today's practice opponent. Opposite the team leader is Roger Davis, who is a very strong chaser. In addition, he also saw Jiangshi, Ravenclaw's seeker. Today, you'll be the seeker and let Malfoy get used to the batter, Flint said to Ron. He had already seen Ron's strength yesterday, and he should also know about another wizard from the Malfoy family who came in. No problem. Ron nodded. The seeker is the easiest one when his teammates are strong. Because before the golden snitch came out, it was very likely that the points were enough. And if he's going to be a seeker, he'll have to match up with Gujang. Malfoy also had no problem with Flint's arrangement. As the whistle of the practice game blew, the two teams were on the verge of firing, and the flying spell was used on the broom with ease. Ron and Gujang flew to the highest point, because this is the best place to observe the trend of the golden snitch. The game below has already started. The quaffle is rampaging in the field, and the players are staring at their own frame with alert faces. During the official game, there will always be a professional commentator. And it just so happened that there was a commentator on Gryffinder's side. Lee Jordan of Gryffindor. Hey, girls and gentlemen, the match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw has officially started. This commentary will be conducted by my soon-to-be commentator, Lee Jordan of Gryffindor. Besides, Angelina, I will always love you. The next match commentator from Gryffindor is on the field. Let's look at the current situation. Slytherin's Flint has had enough of the stalemate. His style is still as rough as ever. I really don't know how they won 5 consecutive championships. The following game became more and more intense. Flint's bravery and rudeness did not look like a player from the Snake House. He scored 50 points at the start. Obviously, Ron could feel that Gujang, who was next to him looking for the golden snitch, was already panicking. At this moment, a touch of gold pierced through the clouds and landed on the field. Oh, the golden snitch has appeared. Let's put our eyes on the seekers of the two teams. Familiar Ravenclaw seeker, Gujang. And first-year seeker, Weasley's friend, Lorne Gerald. Ron was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect that his name would be known by Jordan. I really don't know why there are first-year wizards joining Quidditch. I heard that it was Malfoy's father who thought of it. Lee Jordan Daily Black Slytherin. The moment the golden snitch was discovered again, Ron and Gujang quickly caught up. The chase between the two has started. We obviously see that Ron is faster than Gujang, and Gujang is still reluctant to catch up. 698,925,850. The strong wind made Ron completely ignore Lee Jordan's speech. The golden snitch was very fast and very flexible. Behind him, Gujang was chasing after him. The speed and distance of both sides froze for a while. Gujang gritted his teeth and looked at the figure in front of him, and couldn't help but grit his teeth. What the hell is this first-year student? Why is the flying spell so skilled? When she was in first grade, she couldn't even control the broom. People are more popular than dead people. The golden snitch kept scurrying throughout the arena, sometimes high in the sky, sometimes on the ground, which was a test of the player's mastery of flying. For Ron, who has absolute control, this is simply a small problem. It is only a matter of time to catch up with this golden snitch. But Gujang in the back wasn't so good. The lawn wasn't as big as the Quidditch field, and there were a lot of spectators and buildings. The golden snitch rushed straight into Gryffindor's camp, which was where Lee Jordan was. Hey, what's the matter with you? Lee Jordan's eyes widened, looking at the two players who were getting closer and closer to their Gryffindor. the golden snitch brushed his cheeks and flew past, Ron narrowed his eyes, and flew into the sky just as he was about to hit Lee Jordan. "Don't come here!" Lee Jordan was startled by Ron's extreme operation, and quickly ran aside with his wand. However, Kujang, who followed closely behind, did not have such good luck. Because Ron had been blocking the view in front of him, suddenly there was a 90-degree climb. Without giving her a chance to react at all, a scream crashed straight into the Gryffindor crowd. And behind Lee Jordan is the confused Harry Potter. At this time, Ron, who was climbing, just caught the golden snitch who was also climbing. At the end of the training match, 3 people were injured. Harry, Kujang, Ron. Ron was hit by the broom, while Kujang hit Harry. "Don't thank me, Harry." Ron's mouth twitched. Chapter 35, Ron's Rat, Compound Potion. With Ron catching the golden snitch soaring in the air, the game was declared over. After he fell to the ground, he walked to the Gryffindor crowd. Kujang and Harry's injuries were nothing, one hand was broken and the other leg was broken. On the other hand, Ron was the worst of the 3, and the wooden handle of the broom directly hit him in the face. Nosebleeds flowed recklessly, and the originally tall nose looked like it was collapsed. Refreshed, Ron stepped forward, helped Ron clean the blood on his body, and then handed him a handkerchief. "Thanks." Ron covered his nose, and thanked Ron in a loud voice. His eyes were filled with tears because of the blow to his nose. His best friend Harry was still hugging Kujang on the ground. Unfortunately, Kujang's leg was broken. A broom flying at high speed is not something her body can resist. The inertia generated alone is enough to throw her a few dozen meters away. Fortunately, Harry caught her in the crowd, preventing Chi from sliding with his face on the ground. "Are you all right?" Kujang asked worriedly to Harry, who was under him. Harry Potter, the man who defeated Voldemort. In this school, almost everyone knows each other. Even if you don't know it, you can still find that iconic lightning scar. Unexpectedly, the legendary Harry Potter caught her. Kujang also did not expect that his control over the broom would be so poor. This made her feel a little guilty. "No. It's okay." Harry looked at Kujang's delicate face, his sides flushed instantly, and he stammered. "Do you need me to help you get to the infirmary?" A voice interrupted the two of them looking at each other, and Ron said without looking at the atmosphere at all, "No need." Seeing Ron extending his hand friendly, Kujang, although he refused, still grabbed his hand and pulled himself up from Harry's body. "Your flying spell is very powerful. Are you really a first-year wizard?" Kujang remembered the figure in the training that shuttled through the crowd and came and went freely, and praised in disbelief. "Of course he's a first-year rookie, and the Weasley twins and I can attest to that, right?" As this time the commentator, Diane Lee Jordan, came over in a frightened manner, followed by the 2 Weasley brothers behind him. "Ha ha ha, Ron, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Would you like to come to our Gryffindor from Slytherin?" The 2 brothers smiled at Ron. This proposal is not bad. Lee Jordan's eyes also lit up. "I don't know how many times I have invited foreign aid in Quidditch. If they can pull Ron over, their Gryffindor will definitely be able to beat Slytherin this year, which will be a shame. No, I don't have this plan for the time being." Ron shook his head and declined the invitation of the 2 brothers. "Hey, don't you two come to see your own brother?" Covering his nose, Ron looked at his 2 twin brothers in dissatisfaction. "Oh, my dear brother D, what's the matter with you?" Fred exaggeratedly widened his eyes and looked at Ron in disbelief. "You actually got hit on the nose with a broom." George did the same. The exaggerated acting skills of the 2 made Ron stomp in anger. "Let's take Ron and Harry to the infirmary." Ron pulled Harry, who fell to the ground. As for Kujang, she was taken away by her captain just now. "Come back to my senses," Kujang is gone. Looking at Harry's absent-minded gaze, Ron waved his hand in front of him. Oh. Harry regained his senses and asked Ron, "Is that girl named Kujang just now? Doesn't your arm hurt?" Ron didn't answer, but squeezed his arm with his hand. Harry's arm was dragged a few meters just now. "I can't feel it." Harry shook his head. The child is helpless. In the infirmary. After learning that Harry and Ron had an accident on the practice field, Hermione trotted all the way from the library. Before the two people lying on the hospital bed were moved, Hermione walked to Ron's side worriedly. "How are you? Is there anything wrong? I heard that you were dragged by Kujang for several hundred meters and beaten by a broom." "Who said this?" "The two of them are the injured." "I'm fine." Ron pointed to the two people lying on the bed. Harry's arm was already in a cast, while Ron's face was covered in bandages, with only one eye exposed. "That's fine." Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, then glared at Lee Jordan, who was snickering beside him. He was the one who told Hermione just now that Ron had a problem on the practice lawn. That's why she trotted all the way. "How did you two get injured? Isn't it Slytherin and Ravenclaw's training today?" Looking at the two on the hospital bed, Hermione was a little speechless. It wasn't training with Gryffindor, so why did the two of them get hurt? "Forget it, the two of you can take care of your injuries." After speaking, Hermione pulled Ron down to the small table. "I just happen to have a potion that I don't know, please explain it to me." Only the brothers and sisters who looked at each other in dismay were left. The Weasley brothers and Lee Jordan left first because they had classes in the afternoon. There was still one person left to take care of the medicines for the two, so Ron and Hermione stayed. It's just that the voices of the two of them made Ron and Harry feel that there are only two wastes in this world. Squeak! Ah, Ban. A mouse the size of a palm jumped onto the hospital bed at some point. Ron looked at the mouse in surprise and exclaimed, "How did you find this place?" However, the mouse could not answer him. Ron also found the big mouse and walked over to catch it. "This is my pet Ban. Please put it down, Ron." Ron, who was tired and unable to move, said with wide eyes, "Ban?" Ron looked at the mouse in his hand and smiled. "I just didn't know where to find you, but I didn't expect you to come by yourself. I took your hair off." Chapter 36, Night Attack on Gryffindor, Hypnotic Pettigrew. Ron threw Scabbers to Ron after plucking a handful of hair on Little Mouse's body. "I don't know if the compound potion distinguishes whether this hair is Peter Pettigrew or the mouse that Animagus turned into." Thinking of this, Ron's hand holding the hair paused slightly. According to the strong potion, in the forbidden area of the library, compound potions cannot successfully transform animal hair. At the same time, this kind of change is also very risky, and it is easy to make oneself a ghost. No, you have to be on the safe side. Thinking, Ron threw the mouse fur on the floor. "It looks like I have to go to the Gryffindor lounge to hypnotize this rat tonight." He could easily control Ban to turn back into Peter Pettigrew as long as he used the Shaker's illusion. Looking at Ron holding Scabbers and kissing, Ron felt a chill. Thankfully, everyone didn't know that this rat was Peter Pettigrew. Otherwise, shaking his head, putting this thought behind him, he hurriedly returned to the table and explained to Hermione the remaining ingredients for the potion. In the forbidden book area, he read not only black magic, but also various books, such as astrology, potions, and various biographies. Under Ron's explanation, Hermione, who was still a little puzzled, became more flexible. "He knows a lot." Hermione couldn't help thinking as she looked at Ron, who was writing while speaking. She has been soaking in the library recently, and even Mrs. Pince is very familiar with Hermione. The girl's learning ability and self-control were even admired by Mrs. Pince. For so many years in charge of the library, she had never seen such a studious wizard. The last time I met was a Slytherin wizard named Tom Riddle. The two stayed from midday to night, and under the potion of the kind Madame Poppy Pomfrey, the wounded Harry and Ron were finally able to go back to sleep. And Ron separated from the three at the head of the stairs. Looking at Hermione and the others leaving, Ron thought for a while and went straight back to Slytherin's lounge. Flint, the captain, is celebrating because he won a landslide victory against Tramclaw in today's scrims. After seeing Ron, he hurriedly greeted him to come to the party. As the seeker who found the golden snitch and ended the game early, Ron was of course a big contributor. Especially with the loss of a Ravenclaw seeker. This is so in line with Flint's Quidditch style. Come on, butterbeer, from the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade for a high price. Little wizards under the 3rd grade are not allowed to drink alcohol, but no one will stick to those rules. Ron took the glass of butterbeer full of bubbles and took a sip. The taste is strange, but not unacceptable. After a few simple drinks, Ron said goodbye to this group of wizards who gradually turned to pure-blooded wizards. Night comes. An oil lamp was lit on the silent corridor, and Ron came to the painting of the fat lady on the 8th floor. At this time, the fat lady was also asleep. You can even hear the snoring coming from the painting. He tried his best not to disturb the fat lady who was watching the door. The sickle in his eye began to turn, and as the surrounding space began to swirl into his right eye, Ron himself was hidden in the different space. With his fingertips, he touched the stone gate lightly, but like a layer of phantom, he passed through without touching anything. This is the first time he has used this ability. I didn't expect that I could really pass through the stone wall. After Ron disappeared in front of the stone gate, Madame Fatty rubbed her sullen eyes and looked at the painting. Nothing unusual. When Ron opened his eyes again, he was already in Gryffinder's lounge. The reddish-hued decor and a variety of warm-toned furniture give a warm feel to the Slytherin lounge. The fire in the lounge was still roaring, and Ron remembered that Harry once told him his room number. He even remembered Hermione's room number. Finding the side where the boys lived, Ron took the oil lamp and found the dormitory of Harry and Ron. With the activation of the blur, the figure hidden in the darkness sneaked into the bedroom. When he reappeared, the oil lamp in his hand had been thrown into the alien space by Ron. Peter Pettigrew. When he came to Ron's window, a fat mouse who was sleeping soundly was lying beside Ron's pillow. Reaching out his hand to quickly catch the sleeping mouse, Ron entered the alien space again while Peter Pettigrew didn't react. When he appeared again, it was already in the bathroom on the 3rd floor. He threw the sleeping fat mouse on the ground, but still didn't wake up. Vigilance is too bad. It seems that in the past few years in the Weasley family, Peter Pettigrew completely lost his vigilance. Wake up, Peter Pettigrew. Ron, wearing a mask on his face, kicked it with his toes. Still no response. Little Sirius is here. Squeak. After Ron shouted this sentence, Pettigrew Peter immediately woke up. However, when he turned to look at the mysterious man standing in front of him, a pair of swirling red eyes came into his vision. Before he could say a word, the whole mouse was controlled by Ron. Unlock your animagus transformation. Ron gave the order. Squeak. As the body of the mouse began to surging, and soon, a naked Peter Pettigrew appeared in front of him. Short body, ugly face, and most importantly, the sparse messy hair is really too greasy. Hurry up and wash your hair over there. Ron couldn't take it anymore, so he pointed directly to the bathtub beside him. No way, the compound medicine must need the hair and other items of the deformed person. He didn't want to add such oily hair materials on the spot. After Peter Pettigrew followed the order and washed his hair, Ron pulled a handful of hair, while Peter Pettigrew subconsciously grimaced in pain, with tears in his eyes. Because one may not be enough, so prepare more in case of unforeseen needs. After getting the hair, Ron thought of Professor Quirrell who taught at Hogwarts. and Senior Tom in the back of his head. I am Peter Pettigrew here. Chapter 37, Snape's Vault. After getting Peter Pettigrew's clean hair, Ron threw him directly into the bathroom cubicle. Then they returned to Slytherin's dormitory. Tomorrow, we have to find a way to prepare the materials for the compound medicine. Want to refine compound medicine? It needs a variety of precious materials, although Lorne has a lot of gold galleons. But now he can't go to school, let alone buy it in Diagon Alley. There will be a few days off after Christmas, but there are still more than 10 days left. He couldn't wait that long. Not to mention that it takes 21 days to cook. The conditions are very harsh, and if you are not careful, you will almost lose all your previous efforts. The compound potion is still too troublesome. It would be good when the Frog Cub can bring back a transformation technique. Have time to visit the Forbidden Forest? Ron lay in bed thinking about the rich Forbidden Forest. Hagrid guards there is a forest ranger, but it's easy to get in with his strength. Just tomorrow, there will be a herbal medicine class in the morning. If you go in the afternoon, you should be able to collect a lot of needed materials. After arranging all the schedule for tomorrow, Ron closed his eyes and went to sleep satisfied. Lorne Geralt, if you fell into the Devil's Vine, how would you save yourself? Professor, as long as you don't struggle. In the herbal medicine class, Professor Sprout nodded with satisfaction and made a gesture to let him sit down. Your knowledge simply amazes me. Thank you, Professor, for the compliment. No, you deserve it. Slytherin gets 10 points. The Slytherin in the herbal shed has become a little numb, and Ron can basically get more than 10 points in every class. In the current ranking, the first place is Slytherin, who has watched it for 6 years. The Little Snakes also beat the 3 major academies easily this year. And the fellow Ravenclaw has said that it doesn't matter, they simply can't talk about these superclass problems. Although they have wisdom, they are not omniscient. After finishing the herbal medicine class, Ron was ready to pack up and go to the Forbidden Forest to have a look. However, less than halfway through, he met Snape. Good noon, Professor Snape. Good afternoon. Snape half squinted his eyes and looked around Ron, but did not find the familiar little wizard of Gryffindor. And what he cares more about is that every little wizard is in a group after class, only Ron is always alone, except for the little lion who is inseparable from him. School violence? Snape, the Half-Blood Prince, could understand that feeling. Have you read the contents of that notebook? There was a thick nasal sound, which was Snape's characteristic sound. No, Professor, I have a lot of things I don't understand. The content of that notebook is really too much, and the knowledge is also very profound. Ron and Hermione researched the problems they concluded in the middle of the night, and there was a large sheet of paper. After hearing Ron's questions, Snape pondered for a while and said quickly, "After dinner, come to my office. Some of these issues are important." He didn't expect that Ron would list so many questions, and some of them surprised even him. Especially after hearing that most of these questions were raised by Hermione. You two are the most talented students I have ever brought this class. Snape sighed softly. In the potions class, Lorne and Hermione were always the first or the second to make the potion. After the two of them made the potion, the other little wizards were still scrambling to add materials. Then Professor, I'll go first. Ron, who originally wanted to go to the Forbidden Forest, could only helplessly say goodbye to Snape. Since Snape had initiated the invitation, he had no other reason to refuse. As the head of Slytherin, Snape had a timetable in his hands. As for being sick, Snape's potion is basically a medicine to cure a disease. It looks like it can only be delayed by a day. At the restaurant, after Ron told Hermione about it after class, her brown eyes gleamed instantly. But they have another class in the afternoon, so unfortunately they can't go with them. Ask me these questions by the way. After speaking, Hermione handed Ron another note, which was densely packed with potions. What mass, feeling, the weight of the crucible, the temperature of the flame are clearly marked on this piece of paper. Row. After taking the note, Ron glanced at it and put it in his pocket. Professor Snape, here I come. After knocking on Snape's office, the door opened automatically, with a creak. Come in. A dull voice came from inside. Ron raised his leg and walked in, and closed the door. Snape's office is very small, and there are assorted things in it, books, potion bottles. At this time, Snape was holding a liquid grass and slowly grinding it into powder. Seeing this, Ron's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that there seemed to be a lot of materials that he had treasured in Snape's office. Flower grass, the materials needed to refine high-level potions, you haven't learned yet. But I think you can already learn with your talent. With that said, Snape handed him another book that looked a little old. I have time to take a look. Okay, now let's answer these questions. Ron took the book, and the title on it was marked, High-Level Potions Refinement and Analysis. This book is clearly not it is accessible to first-year freshmen. He glanced at it twice, and the contents inside were also recorded in the notes he received at the beginning. But some of the most basic content is very detailed. By the time he came out of Snape's office, the sun was about to set. The originally blank notebook in his hand had already recorded densely scribbled English. No way, Snape was speaking too fast. Looking at the golden sunset, Ron narrowed his eyes. He decided not to go to the Forbidden Forest. Come to Snape tonight. Chapter 38, Snape in a Bad Mood. The night is approaching, and the stars in the sky hang high in the night sky. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Ron came to Snape's office with ease. I have traveled at night several times, so naturally I will have some experience. So far, he has never been caught by Filch once. Wish Snape had more stock. Standing in front of the door, Ron thought. He didn't rashly directly use magic to open the closed door, because in Ron's eyes he saw the flow of magic behind the door. Divine Might. Shaker's ability was activated, and then Ron passed through the door and walked into the room. Sure enough, as he expected, the entire classroom was full of traps that had been cast with spells. Professor Snape was really cautious. Based on these traps, if he didn't have the ability to blur, he estimated that he would be caught today. I don't know how Hermione got in the first place. Click on the link to join the group chat, Novel Exchange Group, https://jq.qq.com/question_wv1027 and die4kz9x. Empty white 6:9,825:850. Internal, group 2205:23 blank 698,925,850. He remembered that Hermione stole the materials from here to make the compound potion. In his line of sight, the objects and structures of the entire house can be seen at a glance, especially behind the desk. There is a secret door hidden tightly under the carpet. Here is the road to the basement below. Sorry, Professor Snape. I will find a way to repay you in the future. The three scythes in Ron's eyes began to turn, and immediately, he dived into the floor. When I came to the basement, the bonfire on the wall was burning roaringly, illuminating the darkness where there was no light. There are several rows of tables in this basement. On the tables are some extremely uncommon materials. Those materials probably cost a lot of money to buy. There are even some materials that are basically priceless. Ron's eyes lit up. Coming here is much better than going to the forbidden area. However, in the face of so many materials, He just chose some supplies for refining the compound medicine. Of course, he also took some other useless materials. He didn't take it blindly either. These lost materials can be used to synthesize 7 or 8 kinds of potions. This can also confuse Snape's gaze. Lacings that have been boiled for 21 days. At this moment, Ron suddenly saw a note on the bottle. Isn't this the main ingredient used to make compound medicines? Unexpectedly, there are ready-made here. This is simply a surprise. He thought it would take 21 days. After putting all the collected materials into the different space, Ron left the basement where some materials had been swept away satisfied. The next morning, because of the complete materials he got last night, Ron was going to prepare a compound potion. But this morning Hermione invited him out to study on the grass by the Black Lake. By the Black Lake. Holding the notebook, Hermione couldn't wait to ask Ron the questions from yesterday. Dates between scholars are always so simple and boring. The questions Snape explained to him yesterday were very detailed, and his brain had already understood them all. About the African snake skin, you need to crush it first. Among the many little wizards who pass by and date, these two are the most special. I don't know when the lawn for dating and chatting became a learning place. No way, because Mrs. Pince left Hogwarts today, so the library didn't open. Hermione had no choice but to choose this place. Fortunately, the weather is good today, and the clear sky shines on the sparkling Black Lake. The two of them solved most of the problems with just one question and one answer. Wait to eat after lunch, came the potions class in the afternoon. That's the course taught by Snape. After Ron sat in the classroom, he heard a bang and the door was kicked open. The expressionless Snape quickly walked to the podium. Ron, who was more familiar, knew that Snape had definitely discovered that his potion materials had been stolen. Harry is going to be unlucky again. Hermione on the side also saw that something was wrong with Snape, and sighed and said with some sympathy. Everyone present knew what Snape had done to Harry. And today Snape looked extraordinarily cold, which could only mean one thing: Harry was going to be unlucky. Ron glanced at Hermione unexpectedly. They actually thought of going together. All the little wizards saw that something was wrong. In the huge classroom, no one dared to make a sound. Harry and Ron even lowered their heads and dared not speak at all. The ordinary old bat is very scary, and now the angry old bat dare not think about it at all. Harry Potter. Sure enough, Snape called out the familiar name. Hermione bowed her head, shaking her body. No, Gryffindor points are gone again. Now it has not become a negative number, and it is completely earned by Hermione in other courses. She is too difficult. Yes, Professor. Harry stood up quickly. He didn't dare to provoke Snape at this time. Since he stood up now, he only hoped that the points deducted this time would not exceed 10 points. A class is over. Harry and Ron looked ashen as they walked down the corridor tremblingly. In this class, the two of them completely broke through the miracle. 30 points were deducted. I'm really fed up. Ron murmured indifferently. Every time he sat next to Harry, he would definitely be targeted by the old bat. Harry, next time I'm going next to Ron. Ron said desperately. Harry trembled and looked at Ron in disbelief. Ron, you can't abandon me. Otherwise, let's skip class. Ron couldn't help touching his nose when he saw these two brothers and sisters. Speaking of which, this matter also has to do with him. After all, the source of Snape's anger was because he took those precious materials last night. Chapter 39, Peter Pettigrew, Get Out. At the dinner table in the afternoon, Harry declined the invitation to form a team from Gryffindor Quidditch. He and Ron were both lying on the table in frustration. Today Snape hit them too hard. There has never been a college that has been deducted 30 points in a class. In a way, they also broke the history of the academy. Miss Hermione was eating butter and bread with a blank face. She no longer thought about earning points, and Gryffindor was at the bottom of the list this year. As for the Academy Cup, let the remaining 3 academies compete. Destroy it, I'm tired. And Ron, who was sitting beside him, looked at the 3 people in Gryffindor and didn't know how to comfort him for a while. All of this is not to blame James Potter. If he hadn't been violent at school at that time, it is estimated that Snape would not have targeted him so extreme. What is this? The father's debt to the son? If Harry hadn't had the same eyes as her mother, he would have been imprisoned by Snape long ago. Come on, eat more fruit. Looking at Hermione, who had been nibbling on the bread, Ron kindly handed over a banana. House elves are never ambiguous in terms of ingredients, and all kinds of fruits are available here. Thanks. Hermione took Ron's banana and stuffed the bread and butter into her mouth, looking puffed up on the sides of her cheeks. Like a hamster, very cute. At this moment, Ron suddenly found a few extra photos in his pocket. Was it sent by the Frog Cub? He took out the photo out of curiosity. The Frog Cub in the photo was standing on a spring, and he didn't look abnormal. But after 11 years of raising it, Ron can still see the changes in the Frog Cub at a glance. Why do you feel like you've become a mother? My illusion? Ron rubbed his eyes. The Frog Cub in the picture didn't know when he had long eyelashes and bright red lipstick on his lips. Indeed, that's right. Has my frog always been a female? No. And in the lower left corner of the photo is written the date of return. That is 2 days later. Forget it, let's see what the Frog Cub will bring this time. Holding his inner curiosity, Ron stuffed the photo back into his pocket. I heard you're dating Cho Chang of Ravenclaw. At this moment, Hermione suddenly asked something inexplicably. However, it was this question that instantly attracted Harry's attention. Gu Jang? No, I just met her once, okay? Ron shook his head and denied it directly. Gu Jang's face may be attractive to Harry, but in Ron's eyes, it's just average, not outstanding at all. Will he go to contact Gu Jang? I don't know who made Haruka. After hearing this answer, Hermione and Harry both breathed a sigh of relief. Who did you listen to? Ron narrowed his eyes and asked Hermione. And as far as I know, Cho Chang is now in touch with Cedric. Thinking of Cedric sitting in the audience that day, his eyes kept following Gu Jang. Even when Gu Jang fell into the crowd, Ron found that Cedric almost rushed over. If it wasn't for the Ravenclaw captain passing by, it would be Cedric who was supporting Gu Jang. After Ron finished speaking, Harry almost widened his eyes in disbelief. And Hermione was a little nervous after hearing the question. It was Lee Jordan who said it. She bought the rumormonger without hesitation. Lee Jordan? Ron repeated. He remembered this rumor. He remembered that Lee Jordan seemed to have confessed to a girl when he was explaining it. It looks like I have to ask the twins. Ron thought maliciously. After the meal, Ron returned to Gryffindor's dormitory with Harry, who was stunned, while Ron and Hermione studied in the library for a while. The deduction of points did not affect Hermione's study state at all. She had to learn it. She studied for herself, not for the college. After all, Hermione's dream was to become Minister of Magic. After Mrs. Binns drove the two out of the library, Ron and Hermione parted on the spiral staircase. After arriving at the Slytherin common room, Ron looked at Malfoy, who was chatting daily, and called him and Crabbe into the dormitory. What's the matter, Gerald? Malfoy asked curiously. After spending so many days together, most of his fear of Ron has dissipated. Especially after giving him a game console. Malfoy's opinion of Ron changed instantly. Fine. When Ron, who lowered his head, raised his head again, a pair of writing wheel eyes had quietly started to run. I just want you two to go to bed early. With a plop, The two fell directly on the carpet. Ron ignored them and started to prepare things to make potions. Today is destined to be an extraordinary night. After Ron took out the prepared things from the different space, he put all the materials into the crucible, ready to start refining the compound potion. Since there are lacings that have been boiled for 21 days, it saves a lot of trouble. Use the existing ones directly. After about 3 or 4 hours of boiling, the brown potion in the crucible has become a little sticky and has a faint smell. Ron picked up a clean bottle and took a cup from the crucible. Immediately afterwards, a hair of Peter Pettigrew was added to it. As the hair slowly fell into the cup, the original brown potion instantly turned black, and there was also an unpleasant smell. It's hard to swallow. Ron pinched his nose and glanced in disgust. The taste and color of the compound potion are determined by the hair of the deformed person, and the black potion in front of him, which always emits an unpleasant smell, belongs to Peter Pettigrew. Bah! The moment he entered, Ron couldn't help it, but he still refrained from drinking the rest of the potion. This is also the first time he has made a compound medicine, and I don't know if it will work. Soon, as the compound medicine gradually entered the stomach, the effect of the medicine started to strike in an instant. I saw that Ron's body began to change like rubber, his body gradually became larger, and his stomach was bulging. At this time, the originally golden back has been transformed into Mediterranean style withered white hair, and the handsome features have been replaced by ugly faces. Whether it's skeleton or figure, it has been changed from the inside out. This is the effect of compound medicine. But this effect is only for an hour. So, he had to go to Professor Quirrell's office as soon as possible. If I remember correctly, the resurrection of Voldemort and Peter Pettigrew are inseparable. So, Senior Tom, here I come. Ron pulled an ugly smile from the corner of his mouth. Peter Pettigrew, get out. Chapter 40, Voldemort, do you want to touch me? Looking at Peter Pettigrew's figure in the mirror, Ron grinned. Now that he has become Peter Pettigrew, he naturally has to do something good. Slytherin's stone door was opened in the dark night, and a chubby and short figure walked out slowly. I think Professor Quirrell's office should be on the 3rd floor. Ron, who had been following Quirrell for a long time, naturally took note of his office. At Hogwarts, some professors live in offices, while others have separate bedrooms. For example, Snape lived in Slytherin's dormitory, and the Office of Defense Against the Dark Arts was very large, and Professor Quirrell usually lived there. Following the darkened stairs, Ron came all the way to the restricted area on the 3rd floor. At this moment, he suddenly turned sideways and hid behind a huge stone pillar. At the corner of the road, a dim yellow oil lamp gradually illuminated the surroundings, and Filch, with messy hair, was patrolling the floor with Mrs. Norris. Those little wizards who were caught on a night tour would be locked in the torture room in the basement by him, and many people who had been caught once were very afraid of him. After Filch left, Ron slowly walked out from behind the pillar. Filch is really working hard. With a sigh of relief, he walked to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office in the depths of the corridor. Professor Quirrell's office was lit up and conspicuous in the dark. Not asleep yet? Thinking so, Ron knocked on the wooden door. Please wait. Hearing the knock on the door, Professor Quirrell stopped what he was doing and walked towards the door suspiciously. Who would visit him at such a late hour? Wouldn't it be Snape? Ever since Quirrell came here to teach Defense Against the Dark Arts, he'd found out that Snape had been working against him in secret. It's just that his master told him that Snape was just like that. You are Peter Pettigrew? When he opened the door, Quirrell saw the familiar face, and suddenly his expression changed and he exclaimed loudly. Peter Pettigrew? Voldemort, who was resting on the back of Quirrell's head, also opened his eyes in an instant. Quirrell used to be a Hogwarts graduate, How could he not know this wretched and ugly man in front of him? But isn't he dead? Died in the sudden big explosion, and was awarded the first-class Merlin Medal, the highest honor of the wizard. You're not dead? Quirrell was a little taken aback. He stammered in surprise. Why do you think I'm dead? Ron, no, it was Peter Pettigrew who bared his long front teeth and asked Quirrell. Coco, you weren't in that explosion, that was just a concealment. Peter Pettigrew interrupted him and tapped Quirrell's purple hooded head with his wand. Let's go in and talk. Strangeness. When did Peter Pettigrew become so kind? Voldemort felt the wand on his head, and he couldn't help but be taken aback. Peter Pettigrew is synonymous with a coward in everyone's eyes. But why did Peter Pettigrew appear here? Quirrell and Voldemort agreed. As the two walked into the house, Peter Pettigrew put down the disguised wand in his hand. What do you mean by concealment just now? And what are you doing here tonight? Before Peter Pettigrew could speak, Quirrell asked first. He knew that Peter Pettigrew had absolutely nothing good to do with him this evening. But now he is somewhat interested in what this hero said. Hide it up, I made that explosion. If it didn't explode, I wouldn't be able to survive. Saying so, Peter Pettigrew grinned. As for why I'm looking for you, as a Death Eater, there's no reason for me to kill a wizard, right? When did Peter Pettigrew become so brave? Voldemort was shocked. Ron's past experience of Peter Pettigrew was simply based on newspapers and speculation. After all, it's been 11 years, and who still remembers that long? He can remember Quirrell being possessed by Voldemort in front of him. It's very good. As for pretending to be similar, he has never been in contact with Peter Pettigrew. Ghosts know how to pretend. Now what Ron has to do is to use his identity as Peter Pettigrew to disgust Voldemort and get to know Senior Tom by the way. Eat. Death Eaters. Quirrell was stunned for a moment, and panicked when he saw the wand that was already pointed at him. Don't do it. I'm also the Master's servant. Really? I don't believe it. Peter Pettigrew stared at Quirrell with his small, wretched eyes, feeling a sense of threat. Awada, no. Stop, Peter Pettigrew. The moment Ron chanted the spell, two different voices came out immediately. One was Quirrell's terrified scream, and the other was a hoarse shout. Master, save me. Quirrell quickly opened the purple turban on his head and pointed the back of his head at Peter Pettigrew. Now you believe that I am the Master's servant. Peter Pettigrew, I am your master. Behind Quirrell's head, a wriggling blurry face stared at Peter Pettigrew, his hoarse roar hitting his heart. Owner? Peter Pettigrew put down the wand in his hand and looked at the face behind his head suspiciously. That's right, it's me, the great Dark Lord is about to return. Voldemort looked at Peter Pettigrew, who had put down his guard, and laughed. The reason why he didn't let Quirrell tell Snape about him was to prevent the betrayal of those Death Eaters. But Peter Pettigrew in front of him would definitely not. Because he knows the character of this coward. Follow me, what do you want to do? Halfway through speaking, Voldemort suddenly widened his eyes. I saw that the wand that had been put down was lifted up again. Follow you? Why should I follow you if you are so weak? Peter Pettigrew grinned with his wand. You. Voldemort looked at Peter Pettigrew in disbelief and disbelief. He never thought that one day he would be looked down upon by this coward. As long as you and Quirrell are killed here, isn't the position of the third generation Dark Lord mine? Ron didn't want to put it on anymore, and the hand holding the wand aimed at the back of the wriggling head. Avada Kedavra, you can't, how dare you, Peter? A green glow emanated from Peter Pettigrew's wand with a hideous smile. At a critical moment, Voldemort controlled Quirrell's body to turn a direction, and the green life-suppressing spell directly hit his arm. What? Quirrell let out a terrifying scream. Just when Ron was considering whether to give his dear senior another shot, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. "Professor Quirrell, are you all right?" Outside is Filch on patrol. Chapter 41, Snape, Not Dead? That's great. Help. After hearing the knock on the door, Quirrell hurriedly shouted. Ron frowned, then put down the wand in his hand. "It seems that I can only give up the plan to give the senior another shot. Good luck to you." Peter Pettigrew looked at Voldemort, who was still in shock, with disdain. Then, under the unbelievable gaze of the other party, he passed through the wall and disappeared into the room. And Quirrell was still clutching his arm, screaming on the ground in pain. "Don't scream, stupid. They'll find me when they come in." Voldemort cursed reluctantly. Then, using the magic power that had recovered a little, he wrapped the purple turban on the ground over his head again. "Professor Quirrell, are you all right?" At this time, Filch outside also heard the cry for help, and hurriedly kicked the wooden door open. He is a squib, and he doesn't know how to use magic spells. He can only open the door in this simple and rude way. As the wooden door was kicked open with a bang, Filch saw Professor Quirrell, who was lying on the ground and was crying. The other party was holding his arm, trembling constantly, and bright red blood flowed from his nose. This is the effect of being hit by the less powerful killing curse. Although Filch is a squib, he has also stayed at Hogwarts for decades and has never seen any spells. Like a real powerful killing curse, the deceased could not see any injuries at all. But if the power is small, the injured person is likely to have a nosebleed and pain all over his body. Someone attacked Hogwarts at night. Filch's cloudy eyes suddenly fell into panic. This is a big event, and it must be told to Headmaster Dumbledore. "Hurry up, Filch, I still have help. Quickly take me to the infirmary, and call Snape over." Professor Quirrell looked at Filch, who stayed where he was, and the pain made him tremble and stutter. Now it doesn't matter whether that nasty Snape is targeting him or not. The only one who can save him now is Snape, the potion master. At night, the bathroom on the 3rd floor. Ron looked at the hands that were shaking because of the use of Avada, and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It seems that these unforgivable spells are not so easy to learn. Thinking of the spells recorded in the Forbidden Area, he read them all when he was studying with Hermione. It's just that he lacks experimental subjects, and he has no chance to use it. It was the first time he used the most vicious killing curse in the legend. I didn't expect it to be so hard to control. The moment he cast the spell, Ron felt that the powerful magic was out of control, and then the hand holding the wand trembled. At least half of that green killing curse was smashed crookedly. In other words, Quirrell's arm was only scratched. Originally, he wanted to practice another serve, but he didn't expect Filch, who was patrolling outside, to arrive. And his current condition is not very good, because the time has almost passed an hour. In other words, this ugly appearance will not last long and it will change back. Ron stood in front of the mirror in the bathroom. His height began to shrink slumpily, his chubby body moved towards being thin and strong, and soon, the golden hair grew out again, and he recovered. Tonight's plan is complete. Perfect use of Peter Pettigrew's identity to disgust Voldemort once. When he was acting, he thought that Voldemort would find out that he was pretending one day. As a genius of Slytherin, he would not be unaware of the compound potion. Ron didn't care. He just wanted to see what was wrong with Senior Tom. I exchanged some learning experiences with Senior Tom. He felt that he had a lot of shortcomings and had to study hard. Just like the control of Avada swarming. This is why he chose to walk directly through the wall in the back, not caring whether or not Voldemort found out. After the task was completed, Ron yawned sleepily. Then he went back to his dormitory and went to sleep. I slept very comfortably tonight. But Quirrell and Snape, who were already lying on the hospital bed, were completely in chaos. "What did you say? You told me that Coward isn't dead?" Snape didn't have his usual calmness at all. He opened his eyes wide and shouted at Quirrell in disbelief. "He even wants to be the Dark Lord?" "Yes, I watched him use the killing curse on me with my own eyes," Quirrell said, raising his waxed arm. "My arm is the best proof." Quirrell directly told the fact that Peter Pettigrew was still alive, following the instructions of the angry Voldemort. After Snape's potion concocted, Quirrell's little fortune is now saved, but the arm that has been rubbed will need to be cultivated at least halfway. Month to go. That cowardly mouse still alive. Snape narrowed his eyes, looking at Quirrell, who didn't seem to be lying. According to Dumbledore's guidance, he knew that Quirrell in front of him had an absolute relationship with Voldemort. But according to Quirrell, Peter Pettigrew was a Death Eater and wanted to kill him. And tonight, the relationship between the two parties who are in the same camp has already clashed. Looks like I have to go to Dumbledore. But that mouse is not dead yet, which is really surprising. A trace of hatred flashed in Snape's dark eyes. "Since you're not dead, it's easy to deal with." In the past, the mouse had been hiding behind the three and had no chance to teach him a lesson, but now it is different. "I'll let you know what to regret, Peter Pettigrew." Snape's soft voice was very clear in the silent corridor. The moonlight fell on the principal's office. After listening to Snape's words, Dumbledore's face turned serious. "This is really a big lion joke. I didn't expect Peter Pettigrew to be dead. And he's also a Death Eater, and what's even more ridiculous is that he won the Merlin Medal." Snape added. "Peter Pettigrew's identity as a spy, even he, an insider who has long joined the Death Eaters, has no news. It is conceivable that Peter Pettigrew's surrender happened just before the end of the war. And at that time, the guy who betrayed Lily was not Sirius, but the cowardly mouse." Snape gritted his teeth. Chapter 42, The Mutiny. Ron. "I didn't expect that the whistleblower back then would be Peter Pettigrew." Dumbledore looked at Snape, who had gradually gritted his teeth because of his anger. "Calm down, Severus. We can't determine the truth of this matter." Snape looked at the kind old man in front of him and held back the anger that was about to burst out of his heart. He originally thought that Sirius was the whistleblower, until Sirius was imprisoned in Azkaban, and it has been 9 years since then. The hatred for Sirius in his heart has been suppressed a lot. But what about now? If Quirrell is telling the truth, it means that the real whistleblower is still at large, and Sirius is being used as a scapegoat for 9 years. Thinking of this, a sense of relief suddenly appeared in Snape's heart. None of the quartet of those years had a good end. Sirius is no exception. Severus, don't forget that Quirrell and Voldemort are a team. If Peter Pettigrew was also a Death Eater, do you think he would do such a thing?" said Dumbledore, who had met Peter Pettigrew in the Order of the Phoenix. At the time, he couldn't even believe that the child in front of him belonged to Gryffindor. Because he is too timid, completely different from Gryffindor. Even Snape wondered how Peter Pettigrew had the courage to pick up his wand, and he was facing Voldemort. Nothing can stand scrutiny. His mind gradually calmed down. Quirrell couldn't quite believe what Quirrell said. And according to the information provided by Filch, Quirrell was the only one in the room at the time. So where did Peter Pettigrew escape from? No one knows, not even Quirrell can't say it. "Oh, I'll go find out the truth of this matter." Snape looked straight at Dumbledore with his dark eyes, and said word by word. "If it's really Peter Pettigrew, I'll kill him with my own hands." After speaking, Snape walked out of the principal's office without looking back. "Hey, what's this guy's attitude? Dumbledore, I didn't expect such a thing to happen under your supervision. I said at the time, Tom Riddle is definitely a pure Slytherin. President Salazar has a successor. The portraits of the principal hanging high on the wall were talking about each other. Dumbledore didn't have the leisure to listen to their useless nonsense. His eyes were full of wisdom, and he looked at the moonlight outside the window from a distance. Quirrell, I hope what you said is true. If it is true, then there is still a hero who has been wronged for 9 years in Azkaban. Sirius Black. And Snape, who was walking alone on the dark and deep stairs, stared straight ahead. Now he was going to ask Quirrell properly. No way, after experiencing anger. His mind has calmed down. In the conversation with Quirrell, it was obvious that the other party was deliberately hiding something. Is it Voldemort's conspiracy? Snape thought quietly. With his eyes wide open, Ron glanced at the two wizards who were still sleeping on the carpet, and suddenly patted his head. When I came back yesterday, I forgot to release the illusion for them both. With a snap of his fingers, the two of them swayed to their feet. Good morning, you two. Ron greeted politely, then passed the two of them and went to wash up. When he walked out of the Slytherin lounge and came to the lobby on the first floor, he realized that snowflakes had begun to fall outside. Blow up, the cold wind swept over the flakes of ice. In the hall, there are already many wizards who wake up early, having breakfast and chatting happily with their friends at the table. At the Gryffindor table, there was also a crowd of people. When Ron walked over, he was greeted warmly by the twins. Good morning, Ron. Good morning, George. Ron nodded. Hey, I'm Fred, not George. Fred, who greeted Ron, reluctantly reminded him. How can I tell the difference? Ron was a little speechless. No way, these two people are almost identical in appearance and personality. I'm afraid even their own younger brother Ron may not be able to tell the difference. I really don't know what will happen when these two find girlfriends. Ron couldn't help thinking. After following the twins to the table in Gryffindor, he came to Hermione's side with ease. There was no way, after all, there were many people around the other people, and only Hermione was alone. She looked lonely and pitiful. What book are you reading? Ron glanced at the title of the book curiously. The Rules and Techniques of Quidditch. Why do you read this kind of book? He remembered that Hermione didn't seem to have much interest in Quidditch. After all, her grades in flying class were terrible, and she couldn't use the broom well until now. Of course I want to know. Hermione took a bite of the bread and put a copy of the Daily Prophet in front of him. The most eye-catching headlines above are the results of this year's Quidditch matches. Ron took a look and lost interest. He's not a huge fan of Quidditch. At this moment, Harry and Ron, who had just woken up, came over yawning. Good morning. Harry greeted them both. He and Ron researched in the middle of the night yesterday and finally got a result. Snape's class was deducted too many points compared to skipping class. So the two of them decided to skip class. It's just that Hermione said something lightly at this time, which made the two of them stop thinking about it. Professor Snape's potions class will have an exam at the end of the semester, if you fail. Although they didn't say everything, Harry and Ron instantly understood what Hermione meant. Then what should we do? We can't be deducted points all the time. Harry said desperately. Ron walked away from Harry without a trace. The point deduction was mainly for Harry, he was just incidental. If in potions class, he goes next to Ron. Not only will you not be deducted points, you can even copy the classwork and make some trivial contributions to Gryffindor. I'm sorry, Harry. Ron muttered to himself. Chapter 43, Hermione's curly brown hair. There is no potions class for Snape today, so the two of them breathed a sigh of relief temporarily. The morning class is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. The theoretical knowledge has been taught, and it is time to cast the magic spell. The tabby cat that Professor McGonagall had turned into quietly nestled on the podium. After getting along for the past few days, Everyone knew that this cat was Professor McGonagall. So there are no curious little wizards to tease. After all, an older cat girl is not something they can touch. When it was time for class, Professor McGonagall gave everyone a match. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's use the transformation spell in this class. Having said that, Professor McGonagall pointed the wand in his hand to the tall podium, and whispered a spell in his mouth. Boom! A white mist suddenly drifted past, and soon, the hard podium instantly turned into a pink-skinned pig. You can even hear humming. Wow! Although they had seen Professor McGonagall turn a button into a frog at the beginning of the class, they couldn't help but look surprised. In this semester's Transfiguration final exam, you need to turn a little mouse into a snuff bottle. After Professor McGonagall performed a hand, he changed the piggy running around back. With a wave of the wand, the floating spell sent the table to its original position. Hearing the final homework that Professor McGonagall left behind, the little wizards all showed embarrassment. Turning a living creature into a dead one is a bit beyond their understanding now. Now what we have to learn is to turn a match into a needle. I believe this is not difficult for some people who listen to the class carefully. Professor McGonagall glanced at Lorne and Hermione sitting in the front row, bonus points for the first college to complete. After hearing the bonus points, the little wizards from the two academies instantly lit up, and immediately took out their wands and aimed them at the match. And Ron pulled out his wand in a hurry. For him, who turned the button into a frog in the first lesson, the transformation of this lesson is not difficult. And Miss Hermione next to her also took out her wand, pointed it at the match, and chanted the spell word by word, Transfiguration spell. Soon, under the curious gazes of Ron and Hermione, the match began to twist. After a while, the top half of the match turned into a metal tip, but the bottom half remained the same, still a long wooden strip. Failed. Hermione was not frustrated but continued to wave her wand. However, almost every time there are some questions. Maybe you can close your eyes. Ron reminded. When casting the Transfiguration charm, Hermione's eyes kept staring at the match, which could easily affect the shape of the needle in her mind. Let me try. Hermione nodded and closed her eyes. Carefully construct the shape of the needle in your mind, don't think about the original appearance of the match. A gentle voice guides her ear. Transfiguration spell. With a pleasant sound, the match in front of him immediately began to twist, and all kinds of accidents did not happen this time. A thin needle shining with metallic luster lay quietly on the table. Impossible transformation, Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall on the podium came over, picked up the fine needle and glanced at it. 10 points for Gryffindor. Thank you, Professor, thanks to Ron's help. Hermione hadn't forgotten Ron's guidance to her. Moreover, her desire for college points is not so strong now. Because no matter where you add it back, it will be lost on Harry and Ron. Miss Hermione was tired. Oh, Mr. Geralt. McGonagall put his eyes on Ron, and the matches were still on the table in front of him. It looks like something is wrong with you. Professor, of course, but I think I can now. Transfiguration spell. Ron picked up his wand and lit it on the match, and a thin needle was quickly transformed, very similar to what Hermione transformed. No flaws either. Great job. Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. However, only the first place finisher can get extra points, so it's a pity that Slytherin didn't get any points for this class. Hermione also thought of this. She pursed her lips, tilted her head and glanced at Ron's profile. Zosie didn't know what he was thinking. Professor McGonagall, who was walking to the podium, watched the interaction between the little snake and the little lion, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. So good. Dash. The sunset glow is beautiful. Especially on snowy days, through the window. The outside seems to be covered with snow white, and even the Black Lake has a thin layer of ice. Since it was too cold outside, the little wizards chose to go back to their bedrooms after class to prepare a cup of hot chocolate milk. Lorne and Hermione did not choose to go to the library to study again, because Mrs. Pince got off work early on a snowy day. According to the ghosts, she went to the Three Broomsticks bar in Hogsmeade for a drink. So the only places I can go to now are their respective colleges. Ron held the notebook that Hermione recorded in the charms class in his hand, and parted with Hermione at the entrance of the stairs. When he returned to Slytherin, Ron also took a special look at Professor Quirrell. Dear Professor Quirrell was lying on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, looking half dead. He just looked at it from a distance and turned back. Just don't die. Recently, his killing curse has made a lot of progress, and he is thinking about whether to go to Senior Tom to practice his hand. But seeing Quirrell like this, after thinking about it, let it go. After all, he is also a person. You have to wait for the wool to grow. After returning to the Slytherin lounge, Malfoy and Crabbe were playing wizard chess. Do you want to play together? Ron raised his eyebrows and walked over. After taking 2 glances, he returned to his bed. He is not interested in wizard chess. If you have that time, you might as well study hard. Turning on the bedside lamp, Ron took out Hermione's notebook. The graceful and continuous font line by line recorded everything Professor Flitwick said, and his keen vision also made him discover a long brown curly hair. There was still a faint fragrance left on it, which was Hermione's hair. Looking at this long hair, Ron thought about it and put it away. In case it comes later. Ask for flowers, a monthly pass, an evaluation ticket, all kinds of requests. Chapter 44, Mudblood? As we all know, Slytherin has been inconsistent with Gryffindor since its establishment, and the people of the 2 academies hardly have any friendly communication. But this year, the freshman who joined Slytherin, Lorne Geralt, is definitely an outlier. He does not have the arrogance of those snakes, nor their ambition, nor any unscrupulous performance. Even most of the little wizards in Gryffindor have a good impression of him. When eating in Gryffindor, his green scarf and robe were very conspicuous. The splendid blonde hair and handsome facial features attracted the attention of those little witches. So, this is the love letter that the little witch of Gryffindor asked you to give me? Ron scratched his head, looked at a letter dripping with love wax that Harry handed him, and asked for unknown reasons. Yes, after all, I promised her. Harry gave a wry smile. Just last night, while he was resting in the Gryffindor common room, a freckled little witch stopped her, and blushed and asked Harry to do her a favor. And Harry, who faced this kind of thing for the first time, agreed immediately without thinking. After all, that little witch is still pretty. Although not as good-looking as Kujang, Harry thought regretfully. Immediately after, the little witch handed him a letter. Please help me give it to Ron, I think you are getting close to him. The voice fell, and the little witch ran back to the bedroom with a blushing face. And Harry froze in place with the letter stuffed into his hands. Turns out, it wasn't for him, but for Ron. Harry's heart was devastated. This was another emotional blow to him after learning that Kujang was dating Cedric. Forget it, I'm not interested in her. Ron shook his head and threw the letter in his hand on the table. What are you not interested in? At this time, Hermione, who had just arrived at the restaurant, asked curiously. It's nothing, it's just a letter. Ron pointed to the letter placed on the table, and then asked suspiciously, Are you here so late today? It was almost 8 o'clock in the morning, and at this time, Hermione would have been sitting in her seat, eating breakfast, and doing her homework. Letter? Hermione was stunned, turned her head slightly and saw the envelope marked with love. Is this a love letter? The girl narrowed her eyes and realized that something was wrong. Someone wants to steal the house. I sorted out the theoretical content of the charms class last night, so I went to bed a little late. I'll give you a note. Hermione handed Ron the note in her hand, and every time she finished taking notes, Ron would borrow it to study it. She simply brought it over consciously. Ron also took the notebook unceremoniously. Hermione's notes were very comprehensive and detailed in every aspect. Compared with textbooks with complicated nouns, he preferred to read Miss Granger's manuscript. Why don't you buy books next semester? This can also save a large amount of gin galleon, which is just used to buy some potion materials. The two of you have a really good relationship. It's almost inseparable, just like my two brothers. When Ron saw this scene, he couldn't help but think of his twin brother who often played pranks. The two of them have been inseparable since they were born, and no matter where they go, there will be two identical shadows. Won't you two get bored? Ron couldn't help asking. Aren't you the same as Harry? Miss Hermione smiled and said the same thing to Ron. Ron was like a follower, following Harry all day long. Hey, we two are best friends. So are the two of us. Just like a fight between children, the two of them fought directly at the dining table, until it was almost time for class to finally stop arguing. Damn, Harry, let's go. The two were battling each other, and Ron, whose IQ was not high enough, was mad at Hermione's counterattack. The dirt on your nose hasn't been removed yet. Under Hermione's sneering gaze, Ron stood up and directly pulled Harry up and ran away in anger. Originally, the unpleasantness caused by seeing that love letter also dissipated a lot. Thinking of the love letter, she turned to look at Ron, who was full. Want something to eat? Seeing Hermione looking at him with a smile, Ron brought her a piece of bread, and then the two went to the big lawn to prepare for class. Flying lessons. Mrs. Hooch prepared brooms for every little wizard early. Due to the accident that happened to Neville last time, she made a big push after the class started. In the last flying lesson, most of the talented little wizards learned the flying spell. And that doesn't include Hermione. Miss Granger was gifted in other aspects, but the flying charm was never able to fly. Stand up. Hermione chanted the magic spell on the broom lying on the ground, and then the broom that had been motionless suddenly flew straight up. And a little wizard in Slytherin who was standing in front of her was unlucky and was hit directly on the shoulder by the broom. I'm sorry. Hermione quickly apologized. Hey, you goddamn mudblood. A curse was spat from the mouth of the little Slytherin wizard, and it was clear that the apology had not been accepted. After Ron, who was standing on the side, heard the cursing words, his pale blue eyes narrowed. He knew the foul-mouthed Slytherin in front of him, an aristocratic wizard who talked about pure blood in the hall every day, Baze Shafik. I think you should wash your mouth. Hermione didn't understand what mudblood meant, but that didn't mean Ron didn't. Geralt, you Slytherin betrayer, is too embarrassed to speak of me. Shafik looked at Ron standing beside Hermione and sarcastically spoke directly. In Slytherin, many wizards have called Ron, who is close to Gryffindor, a traitor. Yes? Ron was not polite, he took out his wand and pointed it at him. What do you want to do? Shafik looked at the wand aimed at him and had a bad feeling in his heart. Mrs. Hooch is on the big lawn. If the other party takes the lead, there will be absolutely no good fruit to eat. Thinking of this, he felt a little relieved. Ron's academic performance is obvious to all. He believes that he may not be able to beat Ron. You think I don't dare to do it? Looking at Shafik, who had become fearless, Ron smiled. The front teeth match. Just took you to try the newly learned magic spell. A ray of light emerged from the wand and hit it hard. Stunned Shafik. He actually did it. At this time, Hooch also discovered the situation here. She hurriedly trotted over and shouted angrily. What are you two doing? I'm going to tell your dean everything here. The spell made Shafik's incisors very long. As an alternative to the attack spell, the incisor can only make people's incisors very long, and it would not be restored by other spells. In other words, in the past few days, Shafik will have to take this ridiculous pair of front teeth to class. As for telling Snape, Ron can only express that there is such a good thing. Chapter 45, The Frog Cub brought back the Nangaquin. After the flying lesson was over, the angry Mrs. Hooch directly deducted 20 points from Slytherin. And also told Snape about the fight between the two. "Ron, this is all my reason," Hermione said guiltily as she looked at Ron, who had stood up for her. "I'll go with you. I'll explain it to Professor Snape." "No." Ron shook his head and refused. After hearing Shafik's mudblood curse, Ron knew that he must not be punished today. And Shafik was in front of a group of pure-blood wizards, glaring at Ron with ridiculous front teeth. Malfoy was not among them. He directly chose to be neutral to watch the play. When he saw that Shafik dared to make a mockery of Ron, he knew that Shafik was going to be unlucky. But Hermione bit her lower lip, not knowing what to say for a while. After all, she accidentally caused this matter, but now it was Ron who took care of it for her. "Okay, don't worry." Ron touched her brown curly hair and comforted. "Professor Snape, as long as he is a person, he also knows who to punish." Soon, Snape, who came to lead the flight class, took Ron and Shafik away without expression under Hermione's worried eyes. Inside Snape's small office. "Tell me, Geralt and Mr. Shafik." Snape's eyes twitched when he looked at the two of them with a fearless look. "I really don't know why these two don't look scared at all." Shafik wasn't afraid, because Ron made the first move, and he didn't even fight back. And Ron is simpler, Shafik scolds first. And it was the mudblood that Snape didn't want to hear. Sure enough, after hearing Ron's explanation, Snape's face darkened instantly. "Shafik, you insulted Granger mudblood first?" Snape narrowed his eyes, and his voice gradually became colder. "Yes. But Ron's hand was the first." At this time, Shafik also noticed something was wrong, and he quickly pointed out Ron's violent behavior. "Ah!" Snape sneered and turned to look at Ron, his eyes filled with gloom. "Geralt, go and make a copy of the note I gave you. Give it to me before Christmas." After hearing this punishment, Shafik's face instantly brightened, but he didn't see the corner of Ron's mouth couldn't help but smile. "As for you, Shafik," Snape suppressed the unknown anger in his heart, and spoke out the punishment in an indifferent voice. "You go to Filch to confine yourself, 3 days of confinement." "No, Professor, why is that?" Hearing his punishment, Shafik's eyes widened immediately, and with those long front teeth, it looked very funny. "You must know that Filch's confinement was abolished a few years ago, mainly because it was too cruel and not suitable for the physical and mental development of young wizards. But now Snape actually let him go to confinement." "What are you kidding?" "There's no reason, you have to pay for your words and deeds." Snape looked at Shafik, who was a little unconvinced, his expression unmoved. "It starts tonight." After speaking, Snape drove the two of them out of the room. "Good luck, Mr. Mole," Ron said to Shafik with a smile. "I will come back one day sooner or later." Shafik, who was laughed at, gritted his teeth, and after he said a harsh word, he turned and left. "If you say something bad, say mudblood." Ron looked at the departing back and chuckled lightly. "It's not self-inflicted. Dash. Lily, if I hadn't said it back then." In the basement, Snape was holding some old photo frames and was restless. If he hadn't said the mudblood, maybe James Potter wouldn't have happened. However, he still said it at that time. "I'll find the damn whistleblower," Snape muttered to himself, stroking the young woman on the album. Peter Pettigrew, after Ron returned to the restaurant safe and sound, Hermione, who had been waiting for him, ran over. Well, what punishment did Professor Snape give you? The two of us can share it together. The little witch said worriedly beside him, and Ron's heart warmed. Professor Snape just asked you to make a copy of your notes. After hearing Ron finish, Hermione immediately opened her eyes wide and repeated in disbelief. That's right, I'll give it to him before Christmas. Ron nodded. Shafiq is rather miserable. He is going to find Filch for 3 days of confinement. 3 days of confinement? Same Harry and Ron, who were sitting on both sides, looked incredulous. When will that old bat be so fair? Could it be that we misunderstood Professor Snape? Harry, who was deducted from small syndrome, said involuntarily. Filch's confinement is not easy. I heard my brother Percy say that it was just a torment. Ron had often heard Percy use Filch to scare him since he was a child, and he naturally knew the horror of that confinement. A few people rested in the restaurant for a while and then parted ways. Ron and Hermione are going to the library to copy notes together. He didn't refuse Hermione's help either. Because there are too many notes to copy. It would take him 3 or 4 days to copy by himself. After Mrs. Pins interrupted her daily studies and forced the library to close. Only then did Ron realize that it was time for quiet school. See you tomorrow. Goodbye, see you tomorrow. Ron waved goodbye to Hermione, and hurried back to the Slytherin Point Lounge. When he got to the lounge, he saw Shafiq, who was about to go out. Gerald, wait for me. Shafiq said something vicious, turned around and prepared to leave the lounge to find Filch for confinement. Ron glanced at the defenseless figure and waved the wand in his hand gently. A bang. Shafiq screamed, and he fell to the ground at some point. After hearing the screams, Ron went back to the dormitory contentedly. Tonight just happened to be the day when my frog cub came back. I don't know what good things the frog cub will bring back. When he returned to the dormitory, his frog cub had already fallen asleep on the bed. Thanks for your hard work. Ron put the frog cub in the den by the bed, and turned to look at a small bottle lying on the bed. The bottle was filled with water. What is this? Ron looked at the bottle curiously, and then the specific content appeared in his perspective. Common Chicken, 500 ml, a souvenir from Ranma. Comma effect, converts a male user who has drank the spring water into a female, but it will only last for a period of time. Comma usage, just drink it directly. A friendly reminder, 1 drop can last for 12 hours of sexual transformation. After drinking all of it, it may never change back. Chapter 46, Harry? No, Hallie. Ron looked at the bottle full of unknown spring water in his hand and fell into doubt. Mother drowned in the spring? Can the gender of a person be converted? Thinking of this, he quickly raised his head and looked at the frog cub sleeping in the nest. I didn't notice it just now, but now I realize that my frog cub has changed into a different look. The lotus leaf hat is dotted with flowers, and there are some blushes on the sides of the green dots. Looks even cuter. My frog cub has become a mother? Ron muttered to himself. Boom! At this moment, the door of the dormitory was opened, and it was Malfoy with blonde hair and his sidekick Crabbe who entered. Good evening, Gerald. Malfoy raised his eyebrows and greeted Ron. Good evening, Malfoy. Ron put the small bottle in his hand in the drawer and turned to look at Malfoy. Do you want to experiment with it first? What do you want? Malfoy was furious as Ron stared at him, and he always felt that something bad was about to happen. Nothing. After thinking about it, Ron still gave up. 1 drop can transform people for 12 hours. Sooner or later tomorrow morning, they will find something abnormal, and then there will be no way to explain it. But maybe Harry. Thinking about it, for some reason, Harry, who had been targeted by Snape, suddenly appeared in his mind. What if Harry became Harry? Snape's expression must be funny, then. Thinking of this, Ron's eyes lit up. Going to see Harry tomorrow to discuss it. It just happens to be able to solve the problem he has been worrying about recently. It kills two birds with one stone. In order to prevent accidents, Lorne specially separated out 2 or 3 drops of nanguaquin and put them in a small bottle. This bottle is used for refining potions, and there is basically no problem of leakage. As for the remaining 500 ml large bottle of Nang's drowning fountain, he put it into his own magical space. It's always the safest there. Unless someone took out his other eye. Since he stayed in the library for a whole afternoon today, and Hermione was with him, the two of them almost copied half of the contents of the notes. So at night, he just wanted to get a good night's sleep. Yawned. Ron glanced at the two Malfoys who were excited to play games every night, and couldn't help shaking his head. These two have been late for class several times recently, which has resulted in Slytherin being deducted a lot of points. Internet addiction is a terrible thing. Thankfully he didn't. Turning off the light on the bedside, Ron lay on the bed, looking at the green water world outside the window with a pair of pale blue eyes. Soon, the breathing gradually became steady. The next day dawned. Ron put on Little Snake's unique wizard robe, took a simple shower, and put on the nanguaquin last night. I put the small bottle in my pocket and went to the restaurant on the first floor. The place where Hogwarts was located was a steep cliff, and it was almost winter, and the howling cold wind was blowing the robes. The grass on the big lawn was blown into a circle of ripples. The sky is a little gloomy today. When Ron came to the Gryffindor table with a messy hairstyle, Hermione immediately leaned over. He put the notes that he spent all night sorting out in front of him. I've finished the rest of the notes. Miss Hermione, with dark circles under her eyes, raised her head proudly, as if waiting for a compliment. Is this what you did last night? Ron picked up the thick paper and was a little surprised for a while. You must know that he and Hermione together, it took him an afternoon to finish almost halfway. But the rest? After looking up and seeing the dark circles under the brown eyes, Ron was taken aback. How long did you stay up late last night? He asked with a frown. What? Hermione was stunned, but when she saw Ron's frown, she didn't know why, and her heart suddenly felt empty. Also, it's 2 o'clock. The girl said hesitantly. 2 o'clock? Looking at the girl who bowed her head because of her guilty conscience, Ron wanted to blame, but he didn't know what to say. Because Hermione was helping him with his homework. The two of us can do it together today. Ron looked at Hermione, who unconsciously turned his face aside, and sighed helplessly. Don't do this again next time. Huh? Miss Hermione regained her energy immediately and nodded quickly. The brown curly hair scattered in the air brought a burst of floral fragrance. Morning, Lorne Hermione. The usually dejected duo sat opposite the two, and it was Harry and Ron who came. Why do you two look so depressed? Ron ordered a glass of chocolate milk from the house elf, took a sip from the straw, and asked Harry about it. The two of them are because there is a potions class today. Hermione also ordered a drink and explained for the two troubled brothers. Every time before the potions class, the two of them will become like this. Miss Jack of all trades, you don't understand how scary Snape is. Ron couldn't help but retorted. Even Harry nodded. Snape caught me every class. Harry was almost numb now. Really? Then why don't you study hard? Miss Hermione pushed the potion notes in front of the two of them. If you both learn it, he shouldn't have any other reason to deduct points from you, right? I've learned it all. You think too highly of the two of us. Harry said bitterly. If they could learn it, they would have gone to learn it long ago, mainly because they couldn't learn it. As long as you read the knowledge once, you will definitely forget it the next day. I have a good way to keep you from being targeted by Snape. Ron finished the hot chocolate milk in his hand and said softly to Harry, "Would you like to try?" "What way?" Hearing that there was a way, Harry immediately opened his eyes and regained his energy. Now he can do anything except skip class, as long as it can keep him from being targeted. "Of course, my method requires your cooperation," Ron said, and took out a small bottle from his pocket. "You can't tell other people about this, including Professor Snape." "Of course. I won't say it," Harry said excitedly. "Me too." Ron next to him also stated that as long as Harry was not targeted, he would not be targeted either. But only the keen Miss Hermione noticed a problem, and that was the tiny bottle that looked like it was the one used in potions practice. "If that's the case, then come on." Ron couldn't hold back his smile, ordered another glass of chocolate milk and handed it to Harry. At the same time, he put a drop of the Nangmwkwan in his hand into it. "Please use." Before he finished speaking, Harry couldn't wait to drink it. Under Harry's suspicious eyes, Ron couldn't help laughing. "Harry, oh no, Miss Hallie. Trust me, Snape will never target you again." Blank 69892585 Chapter 47, Snape, Lily. Harry, who had just finished drinking the chocolate milk, was full of question marks after hearing Ron's words. "Miss Hallie? What's the meaning?" Then, before he could inquire, the good brother Ron, who was sitting beside him, suddenly widened his eyes and shouted in astonishment, "Harry, Harry, your body and hair, what's going on?" After hearing Ron's shout, Harry looked over with some doubts. However, before he could react, he felt as if his vision was blocked by his hair. He knows that his hair grows very fast due to magic, but it won't directly cover his eyes. No, his hair has grown longer. "Ron, you gave me a drink just now," Harry wanted to ask, but halfway through, he suddenly realized that his voice seemed to have changed. The original hoarse voice has become soft and soft, like the cry of a nightingale. "This is what's going on?" Harry was in shock. His voice and his hair, everything has changed drastically. "Have you found it yet?" Ron pointed to his chest. "Congratulations, now you have become a girl." Hermione looked at Harry's chest subconsciously along her fingertips, and was stunned. The little witch fell into silence. "You'd better see for yourself." Ron threw a mirror directly to Harry. He really didn't expect Nangmwkwan's strength to be so strong. The Harry in front of him was simply a different person. She has long hair draped behind her head, some feminine features, and a beautiful figure. This is no longer Harry, but Harry. Harry blinked his beautiful green eyes and set his eyes on the mirror. However, what the mirror showed was a beautiful girl who looked very similar to him. No, this is him. How did he become like this? Harry's suspicious eyes slowly shifted to Ron, waiting for an explanation. "The potion refined by mistake can keep you in your current state for 12 hours. Ron said. "I have done the experiment in advance, and there is no harm. But I only have so much in my hands." He raised the small bottle in his hand and said to Harry, "But does this have anything to do with Snape not targeting me?" Harry is still a little bit unaccustomed to the current state. After all, what is on her chest affects her actions. This potion is amazing. Ron was on the side, staring straight at Harry and muttering to himself. One thing to say, the transformed Harley is definitely a more beautiful type. Don't look at Ron. Harry felt Ron's gaze and reminded angrily. "Snape doesn't usually target women, does he?" Ron laughed. "It seems." "Is it true?" Harry hesitated and nodded in agreement. "Now that you're a woman, is Snape going to target you?" After all, Snape was targeting Harry, who looked like James. And this Harry who looks like Lily in front of me, if Snape sees it. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't wait to see Snape. This morning happened to be a potions class. So the four of them went to the basement for class after breakfast. Harry complained as he walked with the book in his arms. "It feels really uncomfortable, especially what's on the chest." And Miss Hermione didn't want to talk at all, she just walked silently behind Ron. "I don't know what will happen to Ron after the transformation." Looking at Ron's figure, Hermione suddenly thought, "Come on Harry, I'll hold the book for you." Ron, a good friend, walked over immediately and took the book from Harry's chest. "Thank you." The crisp voice made Ron's body slightly hard. "No, you're welcome. Aren't we good friends? We should." Ron, who fell behind the front duo, looked more and more wrong. He felt that Ron seemed to be interested in Harry. He must have thought wrong. "Are you tired? Let me hold the book for you," Ron said to Hermione, who was walking with his head down while holding the book. Without waiting for her to respond, the handsome little wizard took a pile of books from her arms. "Thanks," Hermione whispered softly. "Nothing, what I should do." The boy shrugged, and walked into the back row of the classroom alongside the girl. The two of them are used to sitting in the corner of the classroom, so generally no one will occupy this corner. After Ron took his seat, he prepared all the materials for the blood tonic that he was going to make today. Over time, Snape quickly pushed open the door and walked in quickly. His robe was puffed up by the wind, like a big flying bat. "Okay, what we are going to learn today is blood supplements. I don't want your troll-like brains to be unable to learn the simplest potions." Snape's everyday mockery. "Now, let me ask the person who knows the specific formula of the blood tonic." "Harry Potter." "It's over, it's over." After hearing her name, Harry, who bowed his head, suddenly became desperate. The idea that Ron gave was useless at all. "Harry." "Professor, I don't know." Harry stood up, lowered his head and replied as usual. "Your mind is still Lily?" At this moment, Snape was suddenly stunned, and an incredible cry came out of his mouth. After Snape saw the figure standing up, he immediately froze in place. That face and those emerald green eyes are all very familiar. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Snape shook his head hastily, blinked and looked at Harry again. "It's still the same, it hasn't changed back." "Harry, what's the matter with your appearance?" Snape stepped forward hurriedly, and met those panicked green eyes. "They are so similar. They are exactly the same as Lily." That disgusting face finally disappeared. When I was practicing the transformation spell, something happened. But Professor McGonagall said it would soon change back to go. Harry spoke out the reasons that were negotiated this morning. "Yes?" Snape's eyes flashed with disappointment after hearing that he would soon change back. "Sit down, and listen carefully to the next class." After speaking, Snape walked back to the podium. "Brothers, ask for flowers, ask for votes, ask for everything." Chapter 48, Well done, Gryffindor points. Snape didn't deduct his points. Harry's emerald green eyes widened in disbelief. Unexpectedly, the method that Ron gave her would actually work. She calmed down her trembling mood and slowly sat down in her seat. "I didn't expect Snape to not deduct your points." Even Ron stared at him and exclaimed in a low voice, "I didn't expect." Harry also shook his head suspiciously. Is it really like what Ron said, Snape wouldn't target women? Forget it, why think so much? Anyway, Snape didn't deduct points from her, it was very good. You know, Gryffindor would definitely lose more than 10 points as long as he was called up in every potions class. Even Ron was implicated. But now she is different. Thinking about it, a smile appeared at the corner of Harry's mouth. Ron next to him was stunned for a moment. "Your good brother looks so attractive." Snapped. The wand in Snape's hand fell to the ground, and he bent down to pick it up with trembling hands. So similar. That smile, those eyes. Snape, who had been staring at Harry since the beginning of class, felt flustered for the first time. However, after today, Harry will change back to that annoying face. Snape thought regretfully. It's just that Professor McGonagall has a class on human transformation charm. Snape was suddenly confused. Forget it, Professor McGonagall's class doesn't care about him. Lily. He glanced at the girl who was talking and laughing with Ron from the corner of his eye. The people of the Weasley family are a little annoying. Ron, answer me. Snape half squinted his eyes and called Ron in a thick nasal voice. How much heat does it take to make the water of life and death? Huh? Ron, who was called out, looked blank. Professor, we haven't learned that yet. Aren't you going to preview in advance? After hearing Ron's answer, Snape snorted coldly. You go and sit next to Ron. Let him replenish your barren brain. Ron pursed his lips, and reluctantly picked up the book and went to the corner. Why do I feel like Snape is targeting me? He whispered towards Ron. But he's always targeted Harry before. But she's Harley now. Ron cast a glance at him and said. Why, you want to try this medicine too? No, I don't want it. For fear that he would be drugged, Ron immediately closed his mouth. Although Harry has become that way, and it is very seductive to look at, but let him also become that way. Forget it. The content of the potion in this class is very simple. It is to brew some ordinary blood tonics, which is the most common potion. Ron followed the steps of Ron and Hermione in an exact manner. The speed of these two academic tyrants has always been the fastest refining. Ron wanted to imitate, but he had just put the material in half, and the two people next to him had already covered the crucible. He was dumbfounded. Are these two people so fast? In desperation, he could only learn step by step according to the content in the book. Professor Snape was patrolling around the potions classroom, and he would stare at Harry from time to time, even today. But Harry always felt something was wrong with his eyes. Eye-catching. Complicated. After Ron and Hermione finished cooking, Snape also generously added 10 points to the two academies. However, Ron's crucible suddenly exploded during the brewing process. Fortunately, Ron hurriedly pulled Hermione aside. This didn't make the hot potion cheap to the two of them. Hermione patted her chest with lingering fears, her eyes glaring at Ron. Don't you know that cold water is not allowed when brewing potions? The book says. The red hair was covered with stubble, and Ron wanted to retort. The fuss here caught Snape's attention unsurprisingly. Gryffindor's very much gone. As time goes by, this lesson will come to an end. Even Harley, who doesn't have any talent for potions, has already cooked it. This made her feel a sense of accomplishment in her heart. You must know that in the first few lessons, under Snape's fault, he never succeeded in refining. This is really good. But unfortunately, this form can only last for 12 hours. What about the next potions class? Harry thought silently. At this moment, Snape, who had been wandering in the classroom, also came to Harry, who had turned into a girl. He glanced at the pot of blood-tonifying medicine with a peculiar smell, and frowned slightly. But after seeing that handsome face, he immediately stretched out. Well done, much better than the previous few times. Snape's faint voice sounded. Gryffindor plus 10 points. It's just for Lily's sake superior. He thought. And Harley, who heard the extra points, immediately raised her head in surprise, and her bright emerald green eyes looked at Snape with surprise. This is the first time she has given extra points to Snape's class. It is simply too rare. Noticing those familiar eyes, Snape turned his head subconsciously. Dash. You would never have imagined that I would be awarded points by Snape. After class, among the 4 people who were preparing to go back to the restaurant together, Harley said with a face full of surprise. This is simply a miracle. We all heard it. Hermione was speechless after Ron. This sentence, Harry said at least 3 or 4 times. Even Ron nodded in agreement. Harley has been talking since the beginning of Get Out of Class, and she's still talking now. It's really annoying. Lorne, the method you gave me is amazing. Looking at Harry, who was about to come over, Ron immediately turned around and walked to the side. He knew that the girl in front of him was a real man. What's more, Harley's appearance in front of him is not surprising to him. At least there is a gap compared to Hermione. He looked at Miss Hermione and couldn't help thinking. What are you looking at? Miss Hermione, who was being stared at, blushed unconsciously. Mainly, Ron kept his eyes on her, and nodded in satisfaction from time to time. Of course it's because you look good. Ron said it without hesitation. Chapter 49, Malfoy, Can We Make Friends? After the four people came to the restaurant, Ron suddenly remembered that he did nothing. I forgot to give the notes to Snape. Looking at the notes held in his arms, he suddenly remembered. It's all right, isn't Professor Snape's class still available the day after tomorrow? Harry said with a smile. She had nothing to fear from Snape's class now. Especially since Snape gave her a lot of points in this class. It made Harry's impression of Snape a lot better. But Ron was in trouble. He found that Snape was not going to target Harry, but to him. Who asked you to refine a blood tonic would make the cauldron explode? Ron said speechlessly. The content in the book is clearly organized, how could it go wrong? Ron was puzzled. It's said to be mixed with cold water. Speaking of this, Ron blushed and defended himself loudly. However, the cold water has to be added when the refining is finished and bottling. Hermione was also very speechless. She had basically read the contents of the book once, and there were no words she couldn't understand, so how could she not understand it? Ron was speechless now. What can he say? He's just a little idiot after all. Have a pumpkin pie and a glass of chocolate milk. Ron sat at the dining table and ordered a meal for lunch today. Drinking chocolate milk every day will make you fat. Seeing the hot cup of dark chocolate milk, Hermione suddenly realized that Ron had been drinking this thing for the past few days. And you will get cavities, it's terrible. After hearing Miss Hermione's threat, Ron didn't take it seriously. If you have cavities, then please. Mr. Granger is a good dentist. I believe that Miss Granger has also learned a lot of knowledge from her eyes and ears. Well, I won't help you. Seeing the unmoved Ron, Hermione shook her head and ordered a cup of black tea. She prefers tea to chocolate. Hey, Gerald. I knew you were here. Just after Ron took a sip of milk, a familiar voice came from behind. And the eyes of Harry and Ron, who were sitting opposite him, became somewhat hostile. Why are you looking for me? When he turned his head, Malfoy with blonde hair came into view. Malfoy glanced at the group of four, but he visibly paused when he saw Harry. Flint asked me to tell you, come and train Quidditch tomorrow. Quidditch? There is no time tomorrow afternoon. He originally wanted to go to the library to read books related to potions. But help me tell him that I'm not free tomorrow afternoon, and I have to finish the punishment that Professor Snape gave me. The conflict between him and Shafik had already spread in Slytherin. Especially after learning that Shafik was locked up by Snape, the only thing everyone discussed every day was these two people. Because the word confinement has not appeared at Hogwarts for a long time. Okay, I'll tell him. Malfoy nodded. He also knew about Ron's punishment. It's just that compared to Shafik, who was locked up, it's simply not worth mentioning. What's more, he was the one who took the initiative. Many pureblood wizards felt that Snape's approach was unfair, but no one dared to point it out. Blame Snape. They must be crazy to go. After answering, Malfoy did not leave, but stayed where he was, hesitating and wanting to say something. What's wrong? Ron questioned. What else is there to say? That's right, What's the name of the lady over there? Malfoy pointed and looked surprised. Of Harley. Make a friend, my name is Draco Malfoy. Saying that, under Ron's incredible gaze, Malfoy extended a small hand to Harry. Good guy. Long-time acquaintance. Go away, who wants to know you? Harry was just like eating a big dung egg, his face was so ugly that he was dying. She never thought that Malfoy would talk to her. Seeing Malfoy with a gentleman's smile, Harry couldn't help but vomit. She wanted to change back quickly. That's really a pity. Malfoy, who was rejected, took back his hand with an unsightly expression on his face. This is the second time he has been rejected as a friend. Last time was Harry. PFFT, seeing such a familiar side, Ron couldn't help laughing. Redhead, it's you again. Malfoy glared at him. Why, you're not with your good friend Harry. Abandoned, poor follower. The sarcasm didn't affect Ron, who was laughing out loud. He knew that the witch sitting beside him was Harry. This kind of thing, I'm afraid Malfoy can't think of it. Finally, under Ron's strange gaze, Malfoy gritted his teeth and left with a gloomy expression. He's interested in Harry, Hermione said softly, lying beside him. But the silence around her made her words heard by both Harry and Ron. I suddenly felt that it would be better to be targeted by Snape. Harry said helplessly. When Malfoy came over to befriend him just now, he was taken aback. Although she said that her body is female now, it does not mean that he is psychologically female. Compared with this body, he still prefers the original body that has been with him for 11 years. This kind of thing is up to you, and the rest of the potion will be given to you as a Christmas present. As he said, Ron threw the small bottle of Nanguaquin from his pocket to Harry. Christmas is just around the corner, so I thought it was an early gift. Thanks. Harry didn't refuse either. She took a small amount of Nanguaquin and put it in her pocket. In case it comes later. He likes this Christmas present very much. After staying with the two for a while, Lorne and Hermione left the dining table and prepared to go for a walk by the Black Lake. It's boring to stay in the library all day. Even someone as studious as Hermione would get bored. So today is to relax. Chapter 50, Would you like a Hearthstone? On the edge of the Black Lake. The golden sunlight was blocked by thin clouds, shadows were cast on the lawn piece by piece, and the emerald green grass was slowly blown by the breeze. Today is a good day. Ah, Ron, I can't control it. It's going to fly away. Why did you catch it? Ron looked at Hermione, who was holding the broomstick tightly, and quickly picked up the wand and cast a spell to stop. Just about to move, the broom that yearned for the sky was quiet. And the little witch, who had been holding the broom, gasped heavily. It's so hard, I can't control it at all. Hermione said in frustration, looking at the broom in her hand. After entering Hogwarts, it was the first time she met something she couldn't. That is the use of the flying spell. Your talent is really good, no matter what. Hermione looked at Ron and said enviously. Harry also learned to fly in his first class, but not in his potions class. Hermione, on the other hand, was on par with Lorne in other classes, but fell short in flying class. Thinking of it this way, Ron seems to be the most talented in everything. Maybe. Ron touched his nose. Talent, maybe he has some talent, but only he knows it. The huge dragon-killing magic power in his body is the foundation that allows him to learn everything quickly. As for the mastery of magic power, it can be said that no one can surpass him. Okay, let's learn slowly. Ron held Hermione's broom, ready to give her a demonstration. For Hermione, who couldn't control the flying broom, she has been studying with Ron here this afternoon. Ron is in charge of guiding, while Hermione is in actual combat. Okay, read the flying spell, feel the flow of your magic power, and let it fly slowly. Ron was demonstrating, and soon the broom was off the ground. But he didn't like the feeling of flying on the broom because it made him uncomfortable. Fei is fine occasionally, but if it takes a long time, it will probably break down. So he decided to retire on the spot after playing Quidditch this year. After flying around in the sky, Ron fell in front of Hermione. It's simple to say, but what does it feel like to flow magic? Miss Hermione could not feel any flow in her body. Ron patted his forehead. It may be that his magic power is a little different from others, so he can feel it. You can find out for yourself first. Looking at Miss Hermione, who was practicing alone again, Ron frowned. When he was flying in the sky just now, he felt a little dizzy. Although it was very slight, he still felt it. Is it a side effect of the Dragon Slayer crystal? The seasickness last time and the sudden appearance of the broom caused him to have guesses. After just merging the Dragon Slayer crystal later, he took a taxi and a train successively, and he didn't feel at all at that time. But when he got to the boat in the water, it was the most dizzy time for him. Until now. The broom, which I didn't feel before, also felt it. Is it because the Dragon Slayer magic in me started to grow? In the past few days, he could feel that his magic power was constantly skyrocketing, and when he woke up the next day, his blonde hair stood on end. As for the seasickness at the beginning, he could only guess that the boat in the water swayed violently, causing the side effect of the Dragon Slayer crystal to erupt once. After all, a boat in the water is not as smooth as a moving train. If it goes on like this, will I be unable to touch the broom? Ron muttered to himself. It seems that the Dragon Slayer is not invincible. He can't take out the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal from his body. As his strength grows, I am afraid that any means of transportation will not be able to ride. It's necessary to learn about shape-shifting. Otherwise, it will be difficult to go out in the future. Hey, Ron, you're here too. Two identical figures suddenly appeared in front of Ron. Both George and Fred were looking at him with a smile. Long time no see, you two. Ron greeted with a smile. What are you doing here? Aren't you with your little girlfriend? George asked curiously. You must know that every time the two of them saw Ron, except for the night tour, they were always with their little witch in Gryffindor. Inseparable, just like the two of them. Get out of the way. A loud shout made George and Fred avoid their bodies subconsciously, revealing Ron. I saw Hermione, riding a broom, flying straight towards him. If Ron also dodged, it is estimated that Hermione would directly face the ground. Seeing Hermione getting closer, Ron hurried forward. Boom. At the moment when the broom was about to be inserted into the ground, Ron hugged Hermione and rolled onto the grass. When he turned around, the broom had been inserted into the ground, causing a large area of soil to rise. Are you okay? Seeing that Hermione had not slowed down while riding on him, Ron asked. No, it's fine. After Hermione came back to her senses, she realized that the posture of the two was not right, and got up quickly. Are you all right, Ron? Seeing Ron, whose robe was covered in dirt, Hermione asked worriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ron got up and patted the dirt. This little impact was nothing to his body at all. Man, you were so handsome in that scene just now. Fred and George hurried over. The two of them saw what happened just now. By the way, Ron, do you want to join our prank shop? George, who suddenly remembered at this time, said excitedly to Ron. As long as you join us now, the shareholders will count on you. In the past few days, the two of them have been trying to find a way to get sponsorship, and even their own younger brother has not let go. Unfortunately, not many people are willing to join. Prank shop. Ron remembered that at the end, they did open a shop, and it looked pretty good. That's right, you see, this is the quick-acting candy we invented. Fred's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out a packet of candy from his pocket. What's the use of this? After listening to the effect of this candy, Hermione, who never skipped class, was speechless. But Ron was quite interested. "I've joined you. First, invest 100 gold galleons." After hearing Ron's investment, Fred and George instantly widened their eyes, unable to utter a complete sentence. "Isn't it enough? But I have about as much money as I have left." Because after the holiday, he had to go to Diagon Alley to buy some potion materials. After all, he couldn't always take Professor Snape. Enough. Fred and George nodded quickly, knowing that the two of them had only saved 20 or 30 galleons in the past few years. 100 gold galleons is simply a huge sum of money for them. "By the way, I wonder if you guys play Hearthstone?" Looking at the elated twins, a smile appeared at the corner of Ron's mouth. "He has a business here that is not worthy of a steady profit.